So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter had harem with Sus and Bones. It will be the crossover between Harry Potter and Sus and Bones. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comments section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter had harem with Susan Bones? Harry woke with his wand in his hand and the taste of smoke in his throat. Not real smoke. Grimmauld Place smoke. Old soot that lived inside the walls like it paid rent. The house creaked in the dark, and somewhere below, the floorboards made that slow, complaining sound like someone was shifting their weight on purpose. He lay still and listened. His heartbeat was loud in his ears. Too loud. He kept waiting for the next sound that meant someone was coming up the stairs. Nothing. He sat up anyway, because he could not stay flat on a mattress without thinking about the Department of Mysteries and the way Sirius had fallen. Not like a hero. Not like a legend. Just gone, like a door had shut and nobody knew how to open it. Harry rubbed his face with the heel of his hand. His eyes felt gritty. The room felt smaller than it should have. Maybe because everything in this house felt like it was leaning in, watching. A tap came from the window. Hedwig. Harry moved fast, the blanket sliding off his legs. He crossed the room and eased the window open. The cold air hit his skin and raised goosebumps on his arms. Hedwig hopped inside, white feathers damp with mist, and made a low, offended noise like he had personally arranged the weather. "Yeah, I know," Harry whispered. His voice sounded rough. "Come here." She offered her leg. A strip of parchment was tied there, folded tight. Harry's fingers shook as he untied it. He hated that. He hated that his hands still did that after a fight, after a nightmare, after anything that made him feel trapped. He had faced Death Eaters. He had faced Voldemort. He still could not stop his body from betraying him in quiet moments. The parchment was blank. Harry stared at it like it might change out of guilt. He turned it over. Nothing. He lifted it closer to the dim light from the street lamp outside. Still nothing. His stomach clenched. It was not the first time. 2 days ago, he had sent a letter to Gringotts. A real one, with everything he could remember about Sirius's will, about the house, about the vault key Sirius had mentioned once with that careless grin. Harry had asked, flat out, what belonged to him now. Hedwig had returned with nothing but a smudge of ash on her feathers and a look like she wanted to bite someone. Yesterday, Harry had tried again. Shorter. Sharper. No emotion. He had watched the owl vanish into the night, and told himself it would be fine. Now this. Harry's jaw tightened until his teeth ached. He pulled open his trunk, shoved aside robes, books, the broken mirror piece he still could not bring himself to throw away. He found a quill and ink. He found a fresh parchment. He wrote fast, using the desk like it was the only solid thing in the room. To Gringotts Wizarding Bank, this is Harry Potter. I am requesting confirmation of any inheritance, vault access, and property rights following the death of Sirius Black. I need to speak to a goblin liaison immediately. Reply by owl to Grimmauld Place or to the Ministry front desk. Harry Potter. He signed it, hard enough to tear the parchment slightly. He tied it to Hedwig's leg with careful fingers. His throat felt tight, like something was lodged there and would not move. "Go," he whispered. "Straight there. Do not stop for anyone. Hedwig gave him a look that said she had survived worse orders than his panic. Then she launched herself out into the damp night. Harry watched her vanish. He kept watching even after she was gone, like staring at the sky could force the world to behave. A faint crackle brushed his senses. Not sound. Magic. Wards. Harry froze. He knew wards. He had felt the ones around Hogwarts. He had felt the ones around Privet Drive, the strange pressure that sat on his skin like a coat he never asked for. Grimmauld Place had wards too, old ones, sharp ones, black family ones. They felt like iron and dust and spite. This was different. This felt like a net pulling tight. Harry's stomach dropped. He grabbed his wand and moved to the window again. He leaned out, eyes scanning the street. Nothing. Just wet cobbles and the faint glow of lamps. Then Hedwig reappeared. Not from far away. Not from the direction she had flown. She reappeared in front of his face like she had been spat back. Her wings beat hard, frantic. She hit the window frame, clumsy, and Harry swore as he caught her. "Easy, easy," he hissed. His hands closed around her body, feeling her tremble. Her feathers were cold. Her heart was racing under his palm. A faint shimmer hung in the air behind her, like heat haze, except it was cold. A ward line. Right outside the window. Harry stared at it. Hedwig made a sharp, angry noise and snapped her beak at the shimmer. Harry's breath came out in short bursts. He forced himself to untie the parchment. It was crumpled now. The ink was smeared. Not smeared like water. Smeared like someone had rubbed it on purpose. The words were still there, barely. He could read them if he tried. Harry did not need to. He already understood. Someone had stopped his mail. Someone had grabbed his owl out of the air and pushed her back through the ward like she was nothing. Harry's throat went tight. He swallowed and it did not help. Hedwig shifted in his hands, furious. She pecked his thumb, not hard enough to hurt, just hard enough to remind him she was not a toy. "Sorry," he whispered. "Sorry." He set her down on the bed and checked her wings. No broken bones. No blood. Just damp feathers and rage. Harry stood up slowly. The room felt colder. Not because of the open window. Because of him. He had spent months thinking he was being protected. Even when it felt like punishment, he told himself it was for safety. He told himself Dumbledore knew things he did not. He told himself the Order were adults, and adults did not play games with children like this. He told himself a lot of rubbish, apparently. Harry walked out of his room and into the corridor. The house smelled like stale curtains and old books. The wallpaper seemed to writhe, faces turning in the pattern as he passed, like the house enjoyed watching him lose his mind. He went down the stairs without being quiet. The kitchen door was half open. Warm light spilled out, and the sound of voices drifted through. Harry stopped in the hall, close enough to hear, far enough not to be seen. Mrs. Weasley's voice, sharp and low. "I do not care what you say, Albus. He is not getting access to that money." Another voice, older, tired. "Not Dumbledore. Remus Lupin." "Molly, it is not ours to decide," Remus said. "Sirius wanted him looked after, yes, but Harry is not a baby." "He is a child," Mrs. Weasley snapped. "And he has been through enough. If he gets his hands on a fortune, he will do something stupid out of grief and anger. He will go after them." Remus sighed. "He is going to go after them anyway. That is the whole problem. A third voice, deep, calm. Kingsley Shacklebolt. We are talking about assets and communication, Kingsley said. Blocking his post is extreme. It is necessary, Mrs. Weasley said, and Harry could picture her face, mouth tight, eyes fierce. You have not seen him at night. You have not seen what he is like when he wakes up. He is tearing himself apart. If we keep him grounded, if we keep him humble, if we keep him here, safe, then Albus has time to plan. Harry's fingers curled around his wand. Remus said quietly, Grounded does not mean isolated. Mrs. Weasley did not hesitate. Isolated is the point. He is too attached to his friends, and they encourage him. They make him think he can do everything himself. Harry's breath caught. His friends. His only people. Being used like a problem that needed fixing. Kingsley's tone sharpened. That is not fair. It is reality, Mrs. Weasley shot back. They write to him, and he gets upset. He rages. He wants to leave. And then what, Kingsley? Another department of mysteries? Another dead child? I am not losing him too. Remus went quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer. You cannot stop loss by putting a lid on him, Molly. He will break. Mrs. Weasley's voice dropped even lower. Then let him break here, where we can catch him. Harry felt something in his chest go still. Not calm. Not peace. Something colder. Like a switch had flipped. He had screamed in Dumbledore's office after Sirius died. He had thrown things. He had cried until his throat burned. That had been loud grief. This was different. This was the sound of a door closing inside him. Harry stepped back from the hall. His shoes barely made noise on the rug, but his skin felt too tight. His whole body felt like it was buzzing. He turned and walked up the stairs again. Slow. Controlled. Like if he moved too fast, he might explode. In his room, he shut the door and locked it. He pressed his forehead to the wood for a second, breathing hard, trying to make his hands stop shaking. Then he moved. He grabbed parchment, quill, and a small leather pouch that held the coins the twins had given him. He checked his wand, the mirror shard, his cloak. He shoved everything into his bag. His fingers paused on the edge of his trunk. The invisibility cloak was there, folded neat. He touched it like it might vanish. His father's cloak. One of the only things that felt like it belonged to him without strings. He pulled it out and draped it over his arm. Then he looked at the corner of the room where the old wardrobe stood. Creature's cupboard was downstairs, but Creature had a way of appearing anywhere he wanted when he was in the mood. Harry did not want Creature involved. Not now. He took a slow breath. Dobby, he said, voice low. Dobby, I need you. There was a pop and Dobby appeared, hands clasped tight, huge green eyes blinking like he was not sure he was allowed to be there. Harry Potter is calling Dobby, the elf said in a rush. His ears quivered. Harry Potter is needing Dobby, sir? Harry swallowed. He remembered Dobby in the hospital wing, bandaged and stubborn, saying he was a free elf like it was the best joke in the world. Yeah, Harry said. He forced his voice steady. I need help. Dobby's face lit up like someone had handed him a present. Dobby is helping. Dobby is always helping Harry Potter. Harry's throat tightened again. He hated that this kindness still hit him like a punch. Can you get me out of here? Harry asked. Without the order stopping me. Dobby blinked. His smile faltered. His hands twisted together. The nasty wizards is putting many wards. Dobby whispered. Wards that is listening. Wards that is catching. Harry nodded. I know. That is why I need you. Elf magic. You got past Malfa Manor once. You can do this. Dobby puffed up a bit at the mention of Malfa Manor, then looked scared again. It is being dangerous, Dobby said. He leaned forward, voice dropping. Harry Potter is being watched. I know, Harry said. That is the point. Dobby's eyes flicked to Hedwig on the bed. Hedwig watched the elf like she was deciding whether to tolerate him. She is being hurted, Dobby whispered, furious on Harry's behalf. They is pushing her back. Like she is nothing. Harry felt his mouth twist. Yeah. Dobby's face changed. Not just anger. Something else. Something like loyalty, sharp and simple. Dobby is taking Harry Potter away, Dobby said, like it was a decision made in stone. Where is Harry Potter is wanting to go? The Ministry, Harry said. To Amelia Bones. Dobby's ears perked. The head of the Law Witches. The head of the D'Amelie, Harry corrected automatically, because Hermione would have corrected him and the habit stuck. Yeah. Her. Dobby nodded hard. Dobby is knowing the way. Harry took a breath. Good. Because if I stay here, they are going to keep doing this. They are going to keep me in a cage. Dobby looked at him for a second, then reached out and took Harry's wrist gently. His hands were cold. Harry Potter is not a cage thing, Dobby said, quiet and fierce. Harry's eyes stung. He blinked hard and looked away. Right, Harry said. So how do we do it? Dobby gestured toward the door. Harry Potter is putting on cloak, he whispered. Harry Potter is walking like Harry Potter is not walking. Harry almost laughed, the sound stuck in his throat. You mean sneak? Dobby nodded like this was a brilliant concept. Sneaking. Harry pulled the cloak over himself, feeling the familiar cool fabric settle. The room went dim under it. He adjusted it so it covered his bag too. Dobby's eyes followed him, wide. Harry Potter is being invisible like a ghost. Not a ghost, Harry whispered. Just not seen. Dobby nodded again. Then he moved to the door and opened it a crack. The corridor outside was empty. Harry stepped out. Dobby shut the door softly and padded ahead, bare feet making no sound on the wood. They made it to the stairs before the house betrayed him. A floorboard creaked under Harry's foot. Not a normal creak. A sharp, snapping sound like the house had been waiting for the chance. Harry froze. Downstairs, a chair scraped back. A voice sharp. Mrs. Weasley. Who is there? She called. Harry's heart hammered. His hand tightened around his wand under the cloak. Dobby looked up at him, eyes huge. Harry forced himself to breathe. Slow in, slow out. He could not panic. Panic would get him caught, and then he would be stuck here while they smiled at him and told him it was for his own good. He stepped again, careful, placing his foot on the edge of the stair. The house creaked anyway. Mrs. Weasley's footsteps came toward the hall. Faster now. Harry's mouth went dry. Dobby reached up and grabbed his hand. Then, from below, someone else spoke. Tonks. Molly, it is probably Creature, Tonks said, voice sleepy and annoyed. He has been banging about all night. I nearly hexed the kettle. Mrs. Weasley snapped. Creature is downstairs. I just saw him. Another voice, deeper. Mad-Eye Moody. Everyone up, Moody barked. Wands out. Harry's stomach dropped. Of course Moody would not shrug it off. Moody did not shrug off his own shadow. Dobby tugged Harry's hand harder, urging him forward. Harry moved. He went down the stairs faster, but still careful, still trying not to make noise. Dobby stayed close, his grip surprisingly strong. They reached the bottom step and slipped into the hall. A door slammed open from the kitchen and Moody burst out, wand up, magical eye whirling. Harry stopped dead. The cloak hit him, but Moody's eye was not normal. Harry could feel that horrible gaze slide over him, like a cold finger. Moody's scarred face twisted. There, he growled. I see you. Harry's blood went cold. Dobby's hand clenched. Moody raised his wand. Harry moved first. Stupefy! Harry snapped, and the red bolt hit Moody square in the chest with a crack like a whip. Moody flew backward and hit the wall hard. His eye rolled wildly. He slumped unconscious. Silence fell for half a second. Then chaos. Tonks shouted, Harry. Mrs. Weasley screamed. You did not. Kingsley's voice cut through, sharp and commanding. Hold your fire. Harry's pulse roared in his ears. He could smell dust and old magic, the wards humming like a swarm of insects around his skin. He did not wait. He stepped forward, wand up, cloak swaying. Tonks rushed toward him, wand raised. Kingsley moved to block her, but she was faster. Harry flicked his wand. Protego. A shield snapped into place with a thump in the air. Tonks's spell hit it and splashed like water. Tonks swore. Harry, stop. What are you doing? Harry's voice came out flat. Leaving. Mrs. Weasley shoved past Kingsley, face red. You are not leaving. You are not in your right mind. You are grieving and you are lashing out and you are going to get yourself killed. Harry felt his hands tremble again. He held his wand tighter until his knuckles hurt. I tried to send a letter, Harry said. His voice was quiet, but it carried. To Gringotts. Hedwig got thrown back at my window. The parchment was rubbed out. Explain that. Mrs. Weasley's mouth opened. No words came out at first. Remus appeared in the doorway behind her, pale and tired, eyes widening when he saw Moody on the floor. Harry, he said, voice low. Put your wand down. Harry laughed once, sharp and humorless. No. Kingsley held both hands out, wand pointed at the floor. His voice was calm. Harry, nobody is attacking you. Tell me what you want. I want to leave, Harry said. I want my post. I want access to my own money. I want to make choices without people deciding what is best for me behind my back. Tonks's face twisted with something like guilt. We were trying to keep you safe. Harry looked at her. Under the cloak, his eyes burned. You kept me ignorant, he said. You kept me alone last year. You blocked my letters. You told my friends not to tell me things. And now you are doing it again. You are not keeping me safe. You are keeping me controllable. Mrs. Weasley's voice shook. How dare you? Harry cut her off. How dare you? He said, and his voice finally rose. You talk about Sirius like he was some reckless idiot, but he died for me. And you still used his house as a cage. The word cage hung in the air. Remus flinched like he had been slapped. Tonks went still. Kingsley's eyes narrowed, not angry, just assessing. Mrs. Weasley's face crumpled for a second, like she wanted to cry and scream at the same time. "You do not understand," she whispered. "You are a child. You have no idea how much danger you are in." Harry took a step forward. His shield stayed up. His wand stayed steady. "I have been in danger since I was a baby," Harry said. "You do not get to use that as an excuse to lock me up." Dobby tugged Harry's hand again, urgent. Harry did not look away from them. "I am going to the ministry. To Amelia Bones." Mrs. Weasley went rigid. "No. Absolutely not." Kingsley's gaze sharpened. "Amelia," he said, like the name carried weight. Harry nodded. "She is not in the order. She is not trying to parent me. She is the law." Tonks's voice went brittle. "She is not your friend." Harry's mouth twisted. "Neither are you, apparently." Tonks looked like he had punched her. Her eyes flashed, hurt and angry. Remus stepped forward, palms open. "Harry, please! You are making this worse. If you walk into the ministry and demand things, they will use you." Harry's chest tightened. He could feel grief under the rage, like a bruise that never stopped hurting. He swallowed it down. "I would rather be used by someone honest about it," Harry said, "than handled like a weapon you keep in a cupboard." Mrs. Weasley made a choke sound. "Stop it." Harry's wand hand shook. He forced it still. Kingsley moved slightly, positioning himself between Harry and Tonks, between Harry and Mrs. Weasley. He did not block Harry's path. That mattered. "What about your friends?" Kingsley asked, voice careful. "Ron and Hermione." Harry's stomach twisted. He hated that their names still hit him like warmth and pain together. "I am not cutting them off," Harry said. "You did that." Dobby tugged again, harder. Harry took a breath. His lungs burned like he had been running. "Dobby," Harry said, not taking his eyes off the order. "Now." Dobby snapped his fingers. The air cracked. The hallway lurched. Tonks shouted no. Harry felt the world twist like someone had grabbed his stomach and yanked. His vision blurred. His ears popped. For half a second, he could not breathe. Then the smell changed. No dust. No old curtains. Cold stone. Sharp air. The faint tang of metal and ink. Harry staggered, knees buckling. He slammed a hand against something solid. A statue base. The ministry atrium. He ripped the cloak back enough to see. His eyes watered. His stomach rolled. Dobby held his arm, keeping him upright. The elf looked pleased with himself, like he had just won a race. Harry swallowed hard and fought the urge to vomit. His hands shook. His heart was still racing. His throat felt raw. He straightened slowly. The atrium was busy. Wizards in robes moved in clusters, talking, hurrying, ignoring everything like the world was not at war. A few heads turned when Harry appeared, but most people kept walking. Then someone spotted him properly. A witch in a neat ministry robe froze mid-step. Her eyes widened. Harry Potter. That name was a spark in dry grass. People stopped. Whispers started. He could hear them, the hiss of voices, the scrape of shoes on stone. Harry's skin crawled. He wanted to pull the cloak back on and disappear, but he forced himself to stand there and take it. He had spent his whole life being watched. He was done flinching. 2 Aurors moved fast from the security desk, wands out. One of them was Dollish, tall and smug, hair too perfect. "Potter," Dollish said, like he was talking to a criminal. "You are not authorized to be here." Harry's mouth went dry, but his voice stayed steady. "I am here to see Amelia Bones." Dollish's brows lifted. "You do not get to demand meetings with the head of the DMLE." "I am not demanding," Harry said. "I am requesting protective custody. I am not safe at my current location. My mail is being blocked and my property rights are being interfered with." Dollish's smile turned sharp. "That sounds like a domestic issue. Go back to your guardian." Harry's jaw clenched. A voice came from behind the desk, low and irritated. "Dollish, do not be an idiot." Harry's eyes flicked over. A witch stood there with a folder tucked under her arm. She was not in Auror robes. She looked like a student who had been forced into adult clothes for the day. Honey brown hair pulled back, cheeks flushed like she had been walking fast. Her eyes were a steady warm brown that reminded Harry of Hufflepuff common room firelight. Susan Bones. Harry recognized her from classes, from the odd moment in the Great Hall when she had laughed at something Hannah said. She was not loud. She was not dramatic. She was just there, like a solid thing you could lean on. She stared at Harry now like she was trying to decide if he was real. Dollish turned annoyed. "This does not concern you, Bones." Susan's chin lifted. "It concerns my aunt. And if you try to shove him back out that door without logging it properly, she will have your head." The second Auror snorted quietly, like he found that funny. Dollish flushed. "Where is your aunt?" "In her office," Susan said, and there was steel in her voice that did not match her soft face. "Working. Like she always does. Now move. I am going to tell her Harry Potter just appeared in the atrium with a house elf and looks like he has not slept in a week." Harry blinked. He had not expected that. Not the bluntness. Not the way she said it like it was normal. Dobby leaned close to Harry's ear. "Nice Bones, which is being kind," Dobby whispered. Harry swallowed. Susan stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Are you hurt?" "I am fine," Harry said automatically. Susan's eyes flicked over him, taking in the pale skin, the dark circles, the way his hand still trembled slightly at his side. "That is not an answer." Harry's mouth twitched despite himself. "I am not bleeding." Susan's expression softened a fraction. "Give it 10 minutes. The Ministry has a way of making everyone bleed." Dollish looked like he wanted to argue, but Susan was already turning toward the lifts. She walked like she belonged here, like she had done it before. Harry followed, Dobby at his side. The lift doors opened with a ding. They stepped inside, the golden grille sliding shut. 2 Ministry witches inside stared at Harry like he was a headline. Susan did not look at them. She pressed a button. The lift jolted and began to descend. Harry's stomach flipped again, and he hated that the stupid motion still made him feel off balance after everything else. Susan watched him, not staring, just noticing. "You look like you are going to pass out." "I am not," Harry said. "Right," Susan said like she did not believe him at all. "My aunt is going to ask you questions. Do not lie. She will know." Harry let out a rough breath. "I am not planning to lie." Susan's eyes stayed on him. "Good." The lift dinged again. The grille slid open to a corridor that smelled like parchment, ink, and something faintly sharp. Like disinfectant. Susan led the way. She did not hurry. That was deliberate. like she was setting a pace for him to follow. Harry's boots scuffed once on the stone, and the sound echoed too loud. His heart was still pounding. He could feel sweat cooling at the back of his neck. His body was running on anger and adrenaline, and he could feel the edge of the crash waiting. Susan stopped at a heavy door. She knocked once, then opened it without waiting. "And Amelia," Susan called, voice clear. "Harry Potter is here." Harry stepped into the office. The first thing he noticed was how clean it was. Not fancy. Not warm. Just efficient. A desk covered in tidy stacks. A quill that looked like it had been used hard. A chair with worn arms. A window that showed nothing but gray ministry stone, like the building did not trust anyone with a view. Amelia Bones looked up from her paperwork. Harry had seen her once during his hearing, the day Fudge tried to ruin him. He remembered her monocle, her sharp eyes, the way she had not flinched when she spoke in front of the Wizengamot. She looked the same now. Dark hair pulled back, robes neat, expression unreadable. Her gaze swept over Harry like a spell. "Mr. Potter," Amelia said. Her voice was clipped. "Explain why you are in my office without an appointment." Harry's throat tightened. He forced himself to speak anyway. "Because my mail is being blocked. My inheritance is being blocked. And the people doing it are claiming it is for my own good." Amelia's eyes narrowed. "Who?" Harry's jaw clenched. He could still hear Mrs. Weasley's voice in the kitchen. "Isolated is the point." "The order," Harry said. "From Grimmauld Place." Susan inhaled sharply behind him. Amelia's gaze flicked to Susan. "Close the door." Susan shut it. The click sounded loud. Amelia leaned back slightly, hands folding on the desk. "That is a serious accusation." "It is not an accusation," Harry said. His voice came out colder than he expected. "It is what happened." Amelia's eyes held his. "Tell me exactly." Harry took a breath. His lungs felt tight. He could taste smoke again, even though there was none here. "I sent a letter to Gringotts," Harry said, "about Sirius's will. Hedwig got thrown back at my window. The parchment came back smudged, like someone rubbed the ink out. I heard Mrs. Weasley on a flu call saying they were locking down my assets and blocking my post to keep me humble and focused." Susan's face went pale. Amelia's mouth went hard. "You heard this?" "Yes," Harry said. He swallowed. "Then Moody caught me trying to leave. I stunned him. Dobby got me out." Amelia's gaze flicked to Dobby. "You are a free elf." Dobby puffed up. "Dobby is a free elf. Dobby is helping Harry Potter because Harry Potter is good." Amelia's eyes stayed on him for a beat. Then she looked back at Harry. "And you came here?" Harry nodded. "I want protective custody. Or asylum. Whatever the proper term is." Amelia's expression did not change, but something in the air felt sharper. Like she had decided this was real now. "You are a minor," Amelia said. "Your legal status is complicated. Your guardianship, your wards, your celebrity." Harry's mouth twisted. "I do not care about the last one." "I do," Amelia said, calm and brutal. "Because it affects how people will move around you. Who will try to grab you? Who will try to claim you? Who will try to kill you?" Harry's stomach turned. Susan stepped closer to him, careful, like she was approaching a skittish animal. She held out a glass of water. He had not seen her pour it, but it was there. "Drink," Susan said quietly. Harry stared at it like it might be a trap. Then he took it. His fingers brushed hers for a second. Her skin was warm. He drank. The water was cold, and it hit his throat like relief. Susan watched him drink, then took the glass back and set it on the edge of Amelia's desk. He looks like he has not eaten either. Harry opened his mouth to argue, then stopped. He had eaten something yesterday. A slice of toast he barely tasted. That hardly counted. Amelia's gaze stayed on Harry. Did you bring evidence? Harry's stomach tightened. I have the parchment Hedwig brought back. He reached into his bag and pulled it out. His hands still shook, and he hated that Amelia could probably see it. He set the parchment on the desk. Amelia picked it up and examined it. Her fingers traced the smear marks. Her wand flicked once. Harry felt magic brush the room, light and precise. Amelia's eyes sharpened. This is an Interception Ward signature. Not Death Eater. Not Ministry. Susan's breath caught. Harry's pulse jumped. So you believe me? I believe the parchment, Amelia said flat. And I believe you are in danger. Harry's mouth went dry again. The words hit harder than he expected. Because if Amelia said it, it was not drama. It was fact. Amelia set the parchment down. You stunned Alastair Moody. Harry's jaw tightened. He aimed his wand at me. Amelia nodded once, like she had expected that. And you used a stunning spell strong enough to drop him instantly. Harry did not answer. His stomach was tight. Susan's eyes flicked to him, then away. Like she was filing it away, not judging him. Amelia leaned forward slightly. Mr. Potter, I am going to ask you something and I want a direct answer. Are you asking me to take you from the Order's custody permanently or temporarily? Harry thought of Grimmauld Place. The dust. The walls. The voices deciding what he deserved. The way his owl had been shoved back like she was nothing. Permanently, Harry said. Susan's hand twitched at her side. A tiny till. Amelia's eyes held his. If I do this, you will be making enemies. I already have enemies, Harry said. Amelia's mouth twitched like she almost smiled, but it did not reach her eyes. There. A knock hit the door hard. Susan swore under her breath. That will be him. Amelia's eyes narrowed. Stay quiet, she told Susan, then looked at Harry. Behind that chair. Cloak on. If this turns into a legal mess, I want you protected. Harry's stomach clenched. What? Amelia's voice stayed calm. Do it. Harry moved. He pulled the cloak over himself and stepped behind the visitor chair near the wall. His heart hammered. He could see everything through the thin gap near the edge of the cloak. Dobby stayed beside him, invisible too, tiny hand gripping Harry's sleeve. Amelia lifted her wand and flicked it once. The office door unlocked. It opened hard. Albus Dumbledore walked in. He looked tired. Not frail. Not helpless. Tired like he had been carrying a weight too long, and was annoyed it had shifted. Behind him stood Kingsley, face unreadable. Tonks was there too, hair a violet pink that clashed with her expression. She looked furious and hurt all at once. Mrs. Weasley pushed in last, eyes red, mouth tight, like she had been crying and then decided anger was easier. Dumbledore's gaze swept the room. It landed on the empty visitor chair, then on Amelia. Amelia, he said gently, like they were old friends. I apologize for the intrusion. Amelia did not stand. You are intruding anyway, she said. Dumbledore's eyes flicked toward Susan. Miss Bones. Susan's chin lifted. Professor. Dumbledore's gaze returned to Amelia. Harry Potter has left his guardian location without authorization. He is under protection wards that are vital. We need him returned. Amelia's eyes narrowed. On whose authority? Dumbledore's tone stayed calm. On mine. And on the authority of those wards that were placed for his safety. Amelia's voice turned sharper. You mean the wards that intercepted his post and blocked his access to his inheritance? The air went still. Tonks's face went pale. Kingsley's eyes flicked to Dumbledore. Mrs. Weasley snapped. That is not what happened. Amelia cut her off. Mrs. Weasley, you will speak when I allow it. Mrs. Weasley looked like she wanted to explode. She swallowed it down badly. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened a fraction. Amelia, you do not have the full context. I have a parchment with an interception signature, Amelia said, tapping the desk. And I have a minor who arrived here with visible exhaustion and a house elf, claiming he was being isolated intentionally. If you want to claim this is a misunderstanding, you will do so with evidence, not with tone. Harry's chest tightened under the cloak. He could feel sweat gathering at his temples. Dumbledore's gaze moved to the parchment on the desk. For a heartbeat, something cold passed behind his blue eyes. Then it was gone, replaced with sadness. You know I would never deliberately harm Harry, Dumbledore said. Mrs. Weasley's voice broke. He is just grieving, Amelia. He is not thinking straight. He is lashing out. Amelia's eyes flicked to her. Grief does not erase legal rights. Dumbledore took a slow breath. Harry is a child. He does not understand the responsibilities attached to his inheritance. The vaults, the properties, the political weight. Amelia's voice stayed even. Then teach him. Do not steal it from him. Tonks stepped forward. We did not steal anything. We had to keep things stable. Amelia's eyes snapped to Tonks. You blocked a minor's communications. Tonks flushed. It was not like that. Kingsley's voice came quiet and controlled. Amelia, we need him safe. Voldemort is moving. The ministry is compromised. Amelia's eyes held his. Then you should be grateful he came to me. I can provide safety with oversight. Proper oversight. Dumbledore's gaze softened again, but his voice had steel under it now. You do not have the authority to hold him. You are not his guardian. Amelia leaned back in her chair. I have the authority to investigate interference with a citizen's post, especially when it intersects with financial institutions and property rights. And I have the authority to offer protective custody when a minor arrives here claiming unlawful restriction. Mrs. Weasley's eyes flashed. Unlawful. You make it sound like we are criminals. Amelia's voice turned cold. If you acted unlawfully, you are. Mrs. Weasley made a sound like she had been punched. Dumbledore's gaze flicked, almost imperceptibly, toward the corner where Harry hid. Harry's stomach dropped. He forced himself to stay still. Dumbledore did not say Harry's name. He did not expose him. He simply spoke, voice calm. Harry. Please. If you are here, come out. Let us speak. Harry's breath caught. His hand tightened on his wand. Amelia's eyes narrowed. You are addressing someone you cannot see. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Call it instinct. Susan's hand curled into a fist at her side. Harry felt rage flare, hot this time, not cold. Dumbledore always knew. Dumbledore always had a way of reaching into his life like he owned it. Harry stepped forward under the cloak. Amelia's eyes flicked toward him, warning, but he was already moving. He pulled the cloak back. The room went silent. Tonks let out a sharp breath. Harry! Mrs. Weasley's face crumpled. Oh, Harry, thank goodness, please come home. Harry's voice came out flat. No. Mrs. Weasley stared at him like she did not understand the word. Dumbledore's gaze held Harry's. You are hurt. Harry almost laughed. That is your opening. Dumbledore's expression tightened, sadness and frustration mixing. I am not your enemy. Harry's jaw clenched. You kept me in the dark for 10 years. You left me with people who hated me. You blocked my letters last year. You let me rot in my own head until Sirius died, and now you are doing it again. If you are not my enemy, you are doing a brilliant impression. Tonks flinched. Kingsley's eyes dropped for a moment, like he could not argue. Mrs. Weasley's voice shook. We did it because we love you. Harry's mouth twisted. Love is not a cage. The words landed hard. For a second, nobody spoke. Dumbledore's voice came soft. Harry, I did what I believed was necessary. Harry's chest burned. He could feel tears threatening, and he hated them. He forced them back down. You believed, Harry said. You did not ask. You decided. Dumbledore's gaze stayed steady. And you are deciding now. In grief. In anger. Harry's voice lowered. I am deciding because I listened to you all talk about me like I was a problem that needed managing. Mrs. Weasley's face went white. Tonks swallowed. Harry, we were trying to keep you from running off and getting yourself killed. Harry looked at her. His voice turned quiet. Do you think I feel like living right now? Tonks's eyes widened. She looked like she did not know what to do with that. Susan moved, stepping closer to Harry without touching him. She kept her hands visible. Her voice was gentle, but firm. He came here, Susan said, because he trusts the law more than he trusts you. Mrs. Weasley snapped. You do not know him. Susan's eyes flashed. I know what it looks like when someone is cornered. Amelia's voice cut in, sharp. Enough. She looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, if you want my protection, you will accept my conditions. You will not duel in my office. You will not threaten people. You will speak plainly and you will listen. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. I can do that, Harry said. Amelia's gaze went to Dumbledore. Albus, you will leave. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Amelia. Amelia's voice did not rise. It did not need to. Leave. Or I will call the minister and make this a public hearing by noon. The name hung there like a blade. Kingsley's mouth tightened. Tonks looked trapped. Mrs. Weasley made a strangled noise. You cannot. Amelia's gaze cut to her. I can. Dumbledore stood very still for a moment. Then he sighed. It sounded real. Like he was tired of fighting people who refused to be chess pieces. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly, if you walk away from us, you will be alone. Harry's voice came out hard. I have been alone for years. Silence again. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Susan, then to Amelia. Something calculating passed behind his eyes. Very well, he said. For now. He turned toward the door. Mrs. Weasley stepped forward, desperate. Albus, we cannot just leave him here. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. Molly! Come! She looked at Harry like she wanted to beg, to scream, to slap him, to hug him. Then she turned away, shoulders shaking. Tonks hesitated, eyes on Harry. Harry, please! Harry did not answer. If he spoke, it would come out ugly. He could feel it building. Tonks swallowed hard and followed. Kingsley paused at the door. He looked back at Harry, eyes steady. This will get messy, Kingsley said quietly. Harry met his gaze. It already is. Kingsley nodded once, like he respected that. Then he left. The door shut. The office felt smaller again, but in a different way. Not like a cage. Like a room where decisions were made. Harry realized his hands were shaking hard now. The adrenaline was crashing. His knees felt weak. His stomach rolled. Susan moved closer fast. She grabbed the chair and pulled it toward him. Sit, she said, no argument in her voice. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it. He sat. His body slumped like it had been waiting for permission. Susan poured water again and held it out. Drink. Slow. Harry drank. His throat worked painfully. Amelia watched him for a moment, then spoke. You understand what you have done? Harry's voice came rough. I left. You declared independence from the Order, Amelia corrected. And you forced my hand. The moment Dumbledore walked out that door, this became political. Harry's stomach tightened again. I do not care about politics. Amelia's eyes hardened. Then you will die. Politics is what decides who gets protection and who gets buried. Harry swallowed. Susan's hand rested lightly on the back of the chair, not touching him, just there. It was a small thing. It made his chest hurt. Amelia leaned forward. Here is what will happen next. I will contact Gringotts. Officially. I will request a review of any interference with your post. I will request confirmation of your inheritance status. I will also file a protective custody notice. Harry's pulse jumped. You can do that. I can start the process, Amelia said. I can buy you time. I can provide you a secure location. Harry's voice went low. Not here. Amelia's mouth twitched. No. Not here. Susan spoke quietly. Bones Manor. Harry looked at her. She held his gaze steadily. No pity. No gawking. Just solidness. It is warded, Susan said. Properly. Old family wards. And my aunt does not share keys. Amelia's eyes flicked to Susan, then back to Harry. You will be under my roof, under my rules. You will not vanish without telling me. You will not provoke the ministry. You will not start a war in my sitting room. Harry's mouth twitched, almost a smile. It felt weird on his face. I will try, Harry said. Amelia's gaze sharpened. You will do more than try. Harry nodded. Fine. I will. Amelia sat back. Good. Because the minister is going to hear about this in the next hour. Rufus Scrimgeour will either try to use you, or try to contain you. Possibly both. Harry's stomach sank. He will come here. Amelia nodded. He will. Susan swore under her breath again, soft. Brilliant. Harry let out a shaky breath. He could feel sweat cooling on his skin. His head ached. His eyes burned. Amelia stood. Susan, get the floor ready. We are leaving before Scrimgeour turns up with the press team. Susan nodded and moved to the fireplace corner. She paused, then looked back at Harry. Can you stand? Harry tried. His legs wobbled, but he got up. His vision swam for a second. Dobby slipped closer, invisible hand gripping his sleeve again. Harry Potter is being brave, Dobby whispered. Harry's throat tightened. Thanks, he whispered back. Amelia watched him closely. Cloak, she said. On. We do not need an audience. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak over himself and his bag. The world dimmed. The office muffled. Susan's voice came, close, steady. Stay near me, she said. If someone grabs you, I am going to hex them into the floor. Harry almost laughed. It came out as a harsh breath instead. Noted, Harry said. Amelia's voice came crisp. Into the floor. Now. Harry stepped toward the fireplace. The green flames flared, heat brushing his skin. He hesitated for half a heartbeat, then stepped in. The fire swallowed him, and the world spun, loud and fast. Harry's stomach lurched. Then he was falling out onto a carpet, choking on soot, knees hitting the floor hard. He coughed, chest burning. He pushed himself up, cloak still over him, and the first thing he felt was the wards. Not like Grimmauld Place. These wards were older. Heavier. They pressed against his skin like a hand on his shoulder, not pushing him down, just reminding him it was there. Susan's voice came through the cloak close. You made it. Harry swallowed, breathing hard. Amelia's voice came sharp. Welcome to Bones Manor, Mr. Potter. Do not make me regret this. Harry wiped soot off his mouth with the back of his hand. His fingers were still shaking. Yeah, he whispered, voice raw. No pressure. The first thing Harry noticed, once his stomach stopped trying to climb out of his throat, was the silence. Not the dead silence of Grimmauld Place that felt like it was waiting to swallow you. This was quieter, steadier, like a thick blanket over a room. The wards pressed against his skin, heavy and calm, and for the first time in days his shoulders dropped a fraction without him forcing them. He was on one knee on a carpet that looked expensive without showing off. The air smelled like beeswax, old wood, and something clean that reminded him of hospital corridors. He wiped soot off his lips again and tasted ash anyway. Susan was right there, close enough that he could hear her breathing. You made it, she said again, and her voice was steady like she was anchoring him to the floor. Amelia Bones stood a few paces away, worn out, eyes hard. Cloak off, she said. I will not have you stumbling around invisible in my house. Harry tugged the cloak back and let it slide down his shoulders. The room sharpened into view, and it was not dramatic like Grimmauld Place. It was functional. A wide entry hall. A low table with a bowl of keys. A coat stand. A framed photo of a witch with a sharp smile and a monocle, and a much younger Susan beside her looking annoyed. Harry pushed himself upright slowly, legs shaking. Dobby appeared with a pop and immediately looked offended at the room like the furniture had insulted him. A house elf was already there, waiting by the wall near the staircase. This one wore a neat little towel with the Bones crest stitched into it, and it held its hands behind its back like a soldier. Ma'am, the elf said to Amelia, voice crisp. The wards are sealed. The floor is locked. The perimeter charms are awake. Good, Amelia said. She looked at Harry again. Name. Harry blinked. Harry Potter. Full name, Amelia said. Harry James Potter, Harry replied, voice rough. Amelia nodded once. This house acknowledges you as a guest under my protection. If you lie to my wards, they will know. If you attack anyone in this house without cause, they will react. Harry swallowed. Right. Susan shifted closer, not touching him, but close enough that if he fell she could catch him. Can we get him a chair? She asked, and the words came out like a challenge, not a request. The Manor elf snapped its fingers. A chair slid over from a side room, legs scraping softly. It stopped behind Harry like it knew where he would land. Harry sat because his knees were about to give up anyway. The moment he did, his body tried to fold into itself, exhaustion crashing down like a wave. Amelia's gaze flicked to the elf. Tea, she said. And food. Something with salt. He looks like he has not eaten properly in days. The elf bowed and vanished. Harry's stomach tightened at the mention of food, not hunger exactly, more the sudden awareness that his body had needs he had been ignoring. Susan crouched slightly, eyes level with his. Are you going to throw up? She asked, blunt and quiet. Harry swallowed hard. Not if I breathe. Susan nodded like that was a real plan. Okay. Breathe then. Amelia moved toward a door on the right side of the hall. My study, she said. We talk there. The walls are charmed against eavesdropping. Harry pushed himself up, legs wobbling. Susan moved with him, matching his pace. Dobby followed like a shadow, eyes darting, shoulders tense. They crossed the entry hall and into a room that was smaller than Amelia's ministry office but warmer. There was a fireplace, a desk, 2 chairs, and shelves stacked with books that looked used, not decorative. The air smelled like ink and leather. Amelia shut the door with a flick of her wand, then cast 3 quick spells that made the air thicken for a second. Harry felt them settle like layers. Sit, Amelia said, pointing at the chair opposite her desk. Harry sat again, fingers still trembling. Susan stayed standing for a heartbeat like she did not want to leave him, then she took the chair beside the fireplace, posture straight. Dobby remained by Harry's knee, glaring at Amelia like he was waiting for her to do something cruel. Amelia did not react to the glare. She leaned on her desk, hands flat, and looked Harry in the eyes. No, she said. Start again. Slowly. From the moment you realized your communications were being interfered with. Harry forced his breathing into something that did not sound like panic. I tried to write to Gringotts, he said, and the words came out steady because he had already gone through this once. Hedwig got pushed back through the wards. The letter came back smeared. Then I heard them talking in the kitchen about blocking my post and controlling my money. Susan's jaw tightened. Amelia's gaze sharpened. Names. Molly Weasley, Harry said. Remus Lupin. Kingsley. Tonks. They were all there. Amelia nodded like she had expected it. And you believe Dumbledore is behind it? Harry's hands clenched on his knees. He always knows. He always decides. Amelia's expression stayed cold and clinical, but her eyes flicked with something like irritation. That is not evidence, she said. Harry swallowed. I know. But the ward's signature on the parchment was not Death Eater, and it was not Ministry. It felt like order magic. Like the wards at Privet Drive. Susan let out a quiet breath, like she had not realized she was holding it. Amelia turned her head slightly towards Susan. You are staying, she said, and it sounded like an order that also doubled as reassurance. Susan nodded once. I am not going anywhere. Amelia looked back at Harry. I am going to ask you a question that could decide whether you sleep under my roof tonight or whether I send you to St. Mungo's under guard. Harry's stomach dropped. What? Amelia's voice stayed even. Are you suicidal? Susan went still, like someone had stunned her. Harry's throat tightened hard. For a second he could not speak. Then he breathed out through his nose, slow. No, he said, and it was the truth. I do not want to die. I do not feel like I can breathe when people lock things around me. Amelia watched him for a long beat, like she was weighing his words. Susan's voice came quiet. He told Tonks he did not feel like living, she said, and her cheeks flushed as if she hated repeating it. Harry's chest burned with embarrassment and anger at himself. I said it because she needed to hear it, he muttered. Not because I was planning anything. Amelia nodded once. Good, she said. Because if I take you in and you break, I will not let you do it alone. Harry's mouth went dry. He did not know what to do with that kind of blunt care, so he nodded like he understood. Amelia stepped away from the desk and opened a drawer. She pulled out a small vial and a wand case. Drink this, she said, setting the vial in front of Harry. Harry eyed it. Susan leaned forward. It is probably a mild stabilizer, she said. My aunt keeps them. She keeps everything. Amelia shot Susan a look that was half warning, half agreement. It is a potion for shock and sleep deprivation, she said. If you refuse it, you will shake for another hour and then crash at the worst possible moment. Harry stared at the vial. He hated potions because of Snape, because of the way they always tasted like regret. But he also hated feeling like his bones were vibrating. He uncorked it and drank. It tasted like bitter mint and metal, and it hit his stomach like a warm stone. The tremor in his hands did not vanish, but it softened, like someone had turned down the volume. Harry exhaled without meaning to. Susan's shoulders dropped a fraction, like she had been tense and did not want to show it. Amelia sat behind her desk. Good, she said. Now, practical matters. Dobby made a small noise, offended by the phrase, as if practical matters had personally wronged Harry. Amelia ignored him. Your legal guardian is still Petunia Disley, technically, she said. Dumbledore holds informal custody by tradition and by the wards. The Ministry does not like that, but it has tolerated it because the alternative is messy. Harry's jaw tightened. So they can just keep me. They can try, Amelia corrected. But you are not property. Harry felt something cold and sharp settle in his chest at the words. Not comfort exactly, but a line in the sand. Amelia continued, If they have interfered with your post and your finances, I can open an investigation. If they have acted as guardians without legal authority, I can open an investigation. If they have used coercion or isolation to control you, I can open an investigation. Susan let out a small breath, like she liked the sound of that word. Harry's mouth twisted. They will say it was for my safety. They always do, Amelia said. That does not make it lawful. The door opened quietly and the Manor elf returned carrying a tray. There was tea, a bowl of soup, bread, and something that smelled like roast chicken. The elf set it down on a small table between Harry and Amelia, then stepped back. Thank you, Susan said, and the elf bowed to her and vanished. Harry stared at the food like he did not trust it to be real. Susan pushed the bowl toward him. Eat, she said, tone leaving no room for arguments. If you faint in my aunt's study, she will be angry and I will be annoyed. Harry huffed a weak breath that might have been a laugh. He picked up the spoon and took a mouthful. The soup was hot and salty. It burned his tongue and felt like life. He ate another spoonful, then another, and his stomach unclenched slowly like it had been waiting for permission. Amelia watched him eat for a moment, then spoke again. I have already sent an owl to Gringotts from my office, she said. Official channels. They will respond faster to me than to you, because goblins respect paperwork more than emotions. Harry swallowed. Will they tell you what is mine? They will tell me what is being blocked, Amelia said. And who filed the restriction? Susan's eyes narrowed. Can someone even do that? Amelia's mouth tightened. There are mechanisms. Wartime provisions. Protective holds. And there are illegal ways too. Harry's stomach twisted. So Dumbledore could have done it. Amelia did not answer directly. He could have influenced it, she said. He has friends. He has leverage. He has a reputation that makes people say yes without checking the fine print. Harry's hand tightened around the spoon. That is exactly what he does. Susan's voice came careful. My aunt is not saying it is him, she warned, but the warning felt like it was aimed at Harry's anger more than his logic. Harry nodded once. I know. Amelia leaned back slightly. No, she said. We discuss where you sleep. Because you will not sleep in this study, and you will not sleep in a guest room without preparation. Harry froze. What? Susan looked confused too. Amelia's gaze stayed hard. I do not mean comfort. I mean security. Dumbledore will not leave this alone. Scrimgeour will not leave this alone. And if Voldemort has any sense, he will try to exploit the chaos. Harry's stomach dropped. He can find me here. Not easily, Amelia said. But never assume impossible. This house is warded. It is old. It is a fortress. That is not the issue. Susan's eyes flicked toward Harry, then away. Then what is? Amelia's voice turned colder. The issue is that you just walked out of a controlled environment and into a political storm. People will try to claim you. Harry's throat tightened. Claim, he repeated, and the words sounded wrong. Amelia nodded. Claim. Like a symbol. Like a weapon. Like a headline. Susan's fingers clenched on her knee. We are not doing that, she said sharp. Amelia looked at her niece. We are not, she agreed. But others will. Which means we need to create a legal anchor that is stronger than tradition. Harry stared at her. What kind of anchor? Amelia did not flinch. A family bond. Susan went very still. Harry's pulse jumped. You mean adoption? Amelia's gaze stayed steady. Something like that, she said. But you are older. Adoption is possible, but complicated with your name and your existing wards. Susan's voice came tight. And Amelia? Amelia did not soften. I am not suggesting romance as a tool, she said like she had read Susan's mind. I am suggesting a formalized alliance that gives you protection and gives this house authority to speak for you in court. Harry's mouth went dry. And how do you do that? Amelia's eyes sharpened. Ancient families have methods. Harry felt his skin crawl at the phrase. Ancient families meant Malfoy sneers, pure blood nonsense, rules that made people smaller. He did not want that. Susan seemed to read it on his face. Not like that, she said, quick and firm. Not blood purity rubbish. It is legal tradition. Family magic. Wards recognize it. Harry looked at her. You sound like you have rehearsed that. Susan's cheeks flushed. I have had to, she admitted. People assume things about the Bones family because we are old and because my aunt runs the DMLE. Half of it is just people being stupid. The other half is real. Wards can recognize a family bond and treat you differently. Harry swallowed. And you want that for me? Amelia nodded. I want the wards of this house to treat you as protected by family, she said. Not just a guest. That changes how certain spells and intrusions interact. It also changes what I can do legally if someone tries to take you. Harry's fingers tightened on the spoon. What is the cost? Amelia's mouth twitched. Good question, she said. The cost is political. People will assume motives. People will whisper. And there are magical requirements depending on what bond we choose. Susan's voice went low. You mean the betrothal contracts? Harry's stomach lurched. What? Susan's eyes flicked to her aunt. You do not have to, she said, and the words were aimed at Amelia. Amelia's gaze stayed calm. It is one option, she said. A formal engagement is a recognized alliance between families that can be invoked in court, especially when minors are involved and the state is trying to control them. Harry stared at Susan. Engagement, he repeated, like the word was a foreign spell. Susan's cheeks went pink. It is not marriage, she said quickly. It would not be marriage. It would be a promise to consider marriage later. When you are older. When you can actually choose. Harry's throat tightened. He did not know what to do with the idea. He did not even know what he felt for Susan beyond relief that she did not treat him like glass. Amelia watched him closely. You will not be forced, she said. If you refuse, we find another method. But we will not pretend the world is kind. A public alliance makes you harder to steal. Harry swallowed. And it makes you a target. Susan's jaw tightened. We already are, she said flat. My family has been a target since my Uncle Edgar died. We do not get to opt out. Harry's chest hurt at the mention. He had heard about the Bones family being murdered by Death Eaters, but hearing it in Susan's voice made it real. Amelia's voice went colder. If you do nothing, Albus Dumbledore will frame this as a tantrum. The Ministry will frame it as a security breach. Both will justify taking you. Harry's mouth went dry. So you want me to give you a reason to keep me? I want you to have a reason, Amelia corrected. A legal one. A magical one. Harry took another spoonful of soup, mostly to give his hands something to do. He swallowed, then set the spoon down. What about Ron and Hermione? He asked, and the question came out rougher than he intended. They will hear rumors. They will think I have gone mad. Susan's eyes softened. We can contact them, she said. Properly. Not through some warded owl route. My aunt can send official correspondence. Amelia nodded. I will permit it, she said. After we secure you. Harry's stomach tightened at the phrase. Secure you. He looked down at his hands. They were still shaking a little, but the potion had helped. He felt the bruise of grief under his ribs, and the ache of anger in his jaw. He looked at Susan again. She met his gaze without flinching. Do you want this? He asked her, voice low. Susan blinked, like she had expected Amelia's pressure but not Harry's directness. Then she breathed out. I want you alive, she said, and her voice stayed steady even as her cheeks went red. I want you not dragged back into a house where people decide your life for you. If that means a formal promise that you can break later, then yes. I want it. Harry swallowed. That is a lot. Susan's mouth twisted. It is, she said. But so is being Harry Potter. He almost laughed again, but it came out as a rough breath. I did not ask to be that. Susan's eyes held his. I know. Amelia spoke, cutting through the tension. We will not decide this in 10 minutes, she said. You will rest first. You will eat. Then we will speak to Gringotts, because I refuse to build an alliance on assumptions. Harry nodded slowly. Okay. Amelia stood. Susan, she said. Show him the guest room near the inner corridor. Not the outer wing. Susan stood too. Come on, she said, and her voice softened slightly. Slow. Harry pushed himself up, legs unsteady. Dobby moved instantly, tiny hands ready to catch him. Harry hated that he needed it, but he also hated the idea of falling on Amelia Bones's carpet. They left the study and moved back into the entry hall. The house felt warmer now, not because of a fire, but because of the weight of wards that did not feel hostile. Susan led him up the staircase at a measured pace. The stairs were wide, wood-polished, not creaking like Grimmauld Place. Portraits watched them as they passed, but the faces were not twisted or cruel. They looked stern, curious, and tired. Harry's stomach turned slightly when he realized they were all bones. Witches and wizards with the same sharp eyes. He wondered if they judged Susan for bringing him here, or if they approved. Susan glanced at him. They are not alive, she said quietly, like she could read his thoughts. They cannot do anything to you. Harry swallowed. I know, he said. It is just, portraits still feel like eyes. Susan's mouth tightened. That is fair, she admitted. Some of them are nosy. They reached a corridor lined with closed doors. Susan stopped at one, opened it, and gestured him inside. The room was simple. A bed with clean sheets. A small desk. A window that looked out on a dark garden with snow crusted on the hedges. A washstand with towels folded neatly. Harry stood there, cloak draped over his arm, and for a second the simple normality hit him harder than any curse. Susan spoke quietly. You can lock the door, she said. The wards will still know who comes and goes, but the lock is yours. Harry nodded slowly. Thanks. Susan hesitated in the doorway. Dobby hovered behind Harry like a guard dog in elf form. Susan's cheeks flushed again. Listen, she said, voice low. My aunt is terrifying when she is focused. She will push. If you want to say no, say no. Do not let her bulldoze you. Even if she is right. Harry swallowed. You are telling me to stand up to the head of the DMLE? Susan's mouth twitched. Yes, she said. Because she will respect you more if you do. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. That is good to know. Susan nodded once. Get cleaned up, she said. Then come down when you are ready. We will eat properly and then she will start paperwork. Harry stared at her. Paperwork, he repeated. Susan rolled her eyes. She lives for it, she said, and it sounded like affection. Harry's mouth twitched faintly. Okay. Susan left, closing the door softly behind her. Dobby remained, eyes on Harry. Harry exhaled slowly and set the cloak on the bed. He moved to the washstand, splashed cold water on his face, and watched soot swirl down the basin. His reflection looked wrong. Pale. Eyes ringed dark. Hair sticking up in ways even he could not control. He stared at himself, and felt something inside him wobble. He had done it. He had left. He had stunned Moody and walked into Amelia Bones's office like a storm. He had forced Dumbledore to back down. And now he was here, in a clean room, in a house that smelled like beeswax, and his body was finally remembering it was allowed to be tired. Harry gripped the edge of the basin. His hands trembled again. Dobby cleared his throat in a dramatic little sound. Harry looked at him. Dobby's ears drooped slightly. "Harry Potter is being sad," Dobby whispered. Harry swallowed, throat tight. "Yeah," he said. "A bit." Dobby stepped closer. "Dobby is not liking the sad," he said fiercely. "Dobby is wanting to fix." Harry huffed a breath that was almost a laugh. "You cannot fix grief," he said. Dobby frowned like that was a personal insult. "Dobby can try," he insisted. Harry's chest tightened. He reached down and patted Dobby's head awkwardly. "You already helped," he said quietly. "You did more than most." Dobby puffed up, pleased and angry at the world at the same time. "Dobby is protecting Harry Potter," he declared. Harry nodded once. "Okay," he said. "But I need you to do something else." Dobby's eyes widened. "Dobby is listening." "I need Hedwig safe," Harry said, voice low. "She is at Grimmauld Place. They could hurt her to control me." Dobby's expression turned murderous. "They is hurting the owl," he hissed, and it sounded like a vow. Harry swallowed. "Can you get her?" he asked. "Bring her here. Quietly." Dobby looked torn for a second. Then he nodded hard. "Dobby is going," he said. "Dobby is bringing the owl." Harry's throat tightened. "Be careful," he said. Dobby's ears flicked. "Dobby is always careful," he said with the confidence of someone who absolutely was not always careful. Then he vanished with a pop. Harry stood alone in the room. He washed again, slower this time, and changed into cleaner clothes from his bag. His fingers moved clumsily, like he had forgotten how to be a person. When he finished, he sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the floor for a long moment. His mind tried to drag him back to Sirius's laugh, Sirius's voice, Sirius's last second of surprise before the veil. Harry shut his eyes and breathed until the image faded enough that he could stand. He left the room and headed back down the corridor, footsteps quiet. The house did not creak. It did not fight him. It just existed. Susan was waiting at the bottom of the stairs in the entry hall, arms folded, eyes flicking up the moment he appeared. "Better," she said, and it sounded like approval she did not want to admit. Harry nodded. "Less sooty," he said. Susan's mouth twitched. "Come on," she said. "Kitchen." They crossed into a room that smelled like bread and herbs. A long table sat in the center. Amelia was already there, sleeves rolled slightly, a folder open in front of her like she had been born with it. She looked up at Harry. "Sit," she said, and her voice was less sharp now, but still firm. Harry sat. Susan sat across from him, posture straight, eyes alert. The Manor elf appeared and set plates down without a sound, then vanished again. Harry ate because his body demanded it. The chicken was tender. The bread was warm. He felt heat spread through him like he had been hollow, and did not realize. Amelia waited until he had eaten enough that his hands were steadier. Then she slid a parchment toward him. "This," she said, "is an emergency protective custody statement. It is not permanent. It gives me lawful authority to keep you under my roof for 72 hours while I investigate the claim of interference." Harry stared at the parchment. 72 hours, he repeated. Amelia nodded. It buys time, she said. Time is what you did not have at Grimmauld Place. Susan leaned forward slightly. It means if someone tries to grab you in those 3 days, my aunt can legally fight them, she added. Harry swallowed. And after that? Amelia's eyes narrowed. After that, we either escalate or we lose ground, she said. Which is why I want the Gringotts response before dawn. Harry's stomach tightened. Before dawn. Amelia did not blink. Welcome to my life, she said. Susan huffed a small laugh. She is like this all the time, she told Harry, like a warning. Amelia shot her a look. I can hear you, she said. Susan lifted her hands in surrender. Yes, you can, she said, and her tone was too cheerful to be sincere. Harry's mouth twitched despite himself. It felt strange. Like his face had forgotten how. Amelia slid a quill toward him. Sign, she said. Harry picked up the quill. His hand hesitated. Signing things had always been something adults did around him, not with him. He felt a flash of fear, sharp and stupid. Susan's voice came quiet. Read it, she said. Then sign if it says what it should. Harry looked at her. She was not joking now. Her eyes were steady. He nodded, leaned in, and read. The wording was blunt, legal, and surprisingly simple. It said he had requested protection. It said Amelia Bones accepted responsibility temporarily. It said he was not being detained against his will. Harry swallowed and signed. The moment the ink dried, Amelia flicked her wand and the parchment sealed itself with a faint shimmer. Harry felt the wards in the room press in slightly, then relax again, like the house had just learned a new rule. Susan exhaled softly. It works, she murmured. Harry stared at his signature. The line looked thin and shaky, but it was his. Amelia stood. No, she said, voice turning sharp again. We wait for Gringotts. She moved to the fireplace and tossed powder into it. Green flames flared. She spoke a name and the fire shifted, showing a stone office with iron bars and a goblin behind a desk. The goblin looked up, eyes like black stones. Amelia Bones, it said, voice flat. Amelia's tone was crisp. Urgent matter, she said. I require confirmation of interference with Mr. Potter's accounts and post. I also require a liaison here, now. The goblin's gaze flicked past Amelia, then sharpened when it landed on Harry. Harry Potter, it said, and the words sounded like a fact it had filed away. Harry's stomach tightened. Goblins did not look at him like he was a hero. They looked at him like he was a vault. Yes, Harry said, voice steady. That is me. The goblin stared at him for a long beat. Your communications were intercepted, it said, like it was stating the weather. We received attempted letters. They were erased before being delivered. That is not Gringotts' practice. Harry's jaw clenched. So someone did it. The goblin's mouth curled slightly. It might have been a smile. It might have been a threat. Someone did, it said. Gringotts is displeased. Amelia's eyes narrowed. Who filed the restriction? She asked. The goblin's expression went blank. Information requires formal request, it said. Amelia's voice sharpened. This is formal, she said, and she lifted the sealed parchment. Emergency protective custody. I am acting in the capacity of law enforcement. The goblin leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing. Clever, it said, and there was something like approval in the word. Susan muttered under her breath. She is terrifying. Like she could not help herself. Amelia ignored her. Liaison, she repeated. Now. The goblin's gaze flicked to Harry again. A liaison will attend, it said. In 1 hour. Do not leave the premises. Amelia's mouth tightened. We will not, she said. The flames shifted back to normal, and Amelia brushed soot off her sleeve like it was an annoyance, not a symbol of a bank responding to her command. Harry sat very still, heart pounding. They admitted it, he said, voice low. Susan nodded. They did, she said. That means your instinct was right. Harry's stomach twisted. He did not want to be right about adults controlling him. He wanted to be wrong. He wanted to go back to being a kid who believed adults protected him. But that version of him had died with Sirius, and he could not pretend otherwise. Amelia spoke, cutting through his thoughts. We use the hour, she said. You sleep, or you train, or you talk. But you do something that makes you more stable than you were an hour ago. Harry blinked. Train, he repeated. Amelia's eyes narrowed. Yes, she said. Because if you stay here, you will be attacked. And if you cannot defend yourself without relying on impulse, you will die. Susan's eyes flicked to Harry. She is not wrong, she said quietly. Harry swallowed. His body still felt heavy, but the idea of training made his blood move. It gave him something to hold that was not grief. Okay, he said. Train. Amelia nodded once. Good, she said. Follow me. They moved from the kitchen and down a corridor that led deeper into the house. The walls were stone here, colder. Harry could feel the wards shift again as they passed, like different sections of the house had different rules. Susan walked beside him, matching his pace. She kept glancing at him like she expected him to collapse. Harry hated that, but he also understood it. They reached a door that opened into what looked like a dueling room. Not fancy. Just a wide space with a polished floor, a few shelves of practice dummies, and chalk marks on the ground that suggested people fought here often. Amelia stepped into the center and turned to Harry. Wand, she said. Harry's hand went to his wand automatically. Amelia's eyes sharpened. Not as a weapon, she said. As a tool. Show me your shield charm. Harry swallowed. Protego. A shield snapped into place, faint and clear. Amelia flicked her wand. A stinging hex flew toward him, sharp and fast. Harry's shield caught it with a thump and the spell splashed away. Harry's heart jumped, adrenaline spiking. Susan's eyes widened slightly. She did not warn you, she said, half impressed, half annoyed. Amelia's mouth twitched. War does not warn you, she said, and she flicked again. This time the spell was heavier, a forceful shove. Harry braced, teeth gritted. The shield trembled. His arms shook. He held it anyway. The shove broke, and Harry stumbled back one step, chest heaving. Amelia nodded. Better than expected, she said, and it was the closest thing to praise. Harry's throat was dry. You do this to your niece? He asked, voice rough. Susan rolled her eyes. Yes, she said. And she throws books at me too. Sometimes literally. Amelia shot her a look. Only when you deserve it, she said. Harry huffed a breath. It almost sounded like laughter again. Amelia raised her wand. No, she said. Stunning spell. Strong but controlled. At the dummy. A practice dummy stood at the edge of the room, shaped like a man. Harry's jaw tightened. He remembered Moody hitting the wall. He remembered the way the red bolt had flown out of him like rage. He raised his wand, forced his breathing steady, and spoke. Stupefy. The bolt shot out and hit the dummy square in the chest. The dummy snapped backward and slammed into the wall hard enough to make the room echo. Susan inhaled sharply. Merlin, she muttered. Amelia's eyes narrowed. Again, she said. But less force. You do not always want to throw someone across a room. Sometimes you want them down without noise. Harry swallowed. His arm trembled. He aimed again, focusing on precision, not anger. Stupefy, he said, quieter. The bolt hit. The dummy jerked, then collapsed without slamming. Harry's chest rose and fell fast. Sweat broke out on his forehead like his body did not trust calm casting. Amelia nodded once. Good, she said. You can do control when you choose. Harry's mouth twisted. So I just have to choose, he said, and there was bitterness in it. Amelia's gaze stayed hard. Yes, she said. That is the point. Susan's voice came softer. She means you are not helpless, she said. Not even when you feel like it. Harry swallowed. He hated that the words hit him like relief. Amelia moved again, and this time her spells came faster. Simple hexes. Stinging jolts. Stunning bolts. A tripping jinx that made Harry's knee buckle. Harry threw shields, dodged, countered, and his body started to remember how to move without thinking. His lungs burned. His arm ached. His stomach rolled once with the sharp movement, and he forced it down because he refused to vomit in Bones' manner like some weak kid. Amelia stopped abruptly after a final spell that Harry blocked by instinct. Enough, she said. Harry stood there shaking, sweat cooling on his skin. His hands trembled, but it was from effort now, not panic. Susan stepped closer, holding out a towel that appeared from nowhere. Here, she said. You look like you are going to melt. Harry took the towel and wiped his face. Thanks, he muttered. Susan's mouth twitched. You are welcome, she said, and her eyes stayed on him for a second longer than necessary. Harry's chest tightened again, not pain this time, something else. Amelia spoke. Sit, she said, nodding toward a bench. And drink water. You will not faint because you have a point to prove. Harry sank onto the bench, breathing hard. Susan sat beside him with a careful gap between them that still felt close. Amelia remained standing, wand tucked away. Now we talk about the real threat, she said. Because the Order will not attack this house directly. They will use pressure. The Ministry will use pressure. Voldemort will use violence. Harry swallowed. So you think they will attack? Amelia nodded. Not tonight if they are smart, she said. But soon. And if they sense you are isolated from Dumbledore, they will try to take you or kill you. Preferably both. Susan's jaw clenched. They will not, she said, voice sharp. Amelia looked at her niece. Do not speak like hope is armor, she said. Susan's cheeks flushed. I am not hoping, she snapped. I am stating. Harry glanced at Susan. He could see the fear under her anger, and it made his stomach twist. Amelia's voice turned practical again. In an hour, a goblin will arrive, she said. We will hear what restrictions are placed on your vaults and properties. We will hear what is legally yours. And then we decide what bond, if any, we use. Harry's throat tightened. You keep coming back to that. Amelia's gaze stayed steady. Because it matters, she said. Politics does not care about your feelings. It cares about what can be enforced. Harry's jaw clenched. My feelings are not the point, he said. Susan's eyes flicked to him. They are part of the point, she said quietly, and her tone was sharper than before, like she did not want him to dismiss himself. Harry stared at her. Why do you care? He asked before he could stop himself. Susan blinked. Her cheeks reddened again. Because I am not blind, she said. Because I watched you at the hearing last year and you were 14 and you stood in front of all those adults and you did not back down. Because my aunt trusted you, and she does not trust easily. And because you look like you are 2 seconds away from shattering and I hate that. Harry's throat tightened. He looked away because her honesty hit too hard. Amelia watched them like she was seeing pieces of a puzzle align. She did not comment, but her eyes sharpened slightly. The hour passed in a strange blur. Harry's body cooled. His muscles ached. His mind kept trying to spiral, and he kept dragging it back to the room, to Susan's presence, to Amelia's voice. At some point the Manor elf appeared and offered more tea. Harry drank it because his throat was dry and because the warmth helped. Then the wards shifted. Harry felt at first a subtle pressure like the house had turned its head. Amelia stiffened. Susan's eyes snapped toward the door. A second later, a sharp crack echoed through the corridor outside, and something heavy settled into the air like a coin dropping into water. Amelia stood. He is here, she said. Susan's voice went tight. Do you want me in the room? She asked. Amelia did not hesitate. Yes, she said. You listen. You learn. Harry's stomach clenched. The door opened, and the goblin walked in like it owned the space. It was shorter than Amelia, broad-shouldered, skin a stony gray, hair pulled tight. Its eyes were bright and cruelly intelligent. It wore a vest with silver threading and carried a leather case like it was a weapon. It stopped in the center of the room and looked at Amelia. Amelia Bones, it said. Then it looked at Susan. Susan Bones. Then it looked at Harry, eyes narrowing. Harry Potter. Harry's fingers curled into his palm. He fought the urge to grip his wand. Sit, Amelia said, pointing at the chair opposite her desk. The goblin ignored the chair and remained standing. No, it said simply. Amelia's mouth tightened. Fine, she said. Speak. The goblin opened its case and pulled out a stack of parchment, sealed with wax stamped in a sharp crest Harry did not recognize. It flicked the parchments onto Amelia's desk like it was throwing down cards. Your vault access is restricted under Emergency Guardianship Protocol, the goblin said, eyes on Harry. Filed by Albus Dumbledore. Harry's stomach dropped like he had been punched. Susan made a sharp sound in her throat, like she wanted to swear and remembered she was in front of her aunt. Amelia's face turned colder. On what grounds? She asked. Protection of minor assets during wartime, the goblin said. Temporary hold until the minor reaches majority or a legally recognized guardian authorizes access. Gringotts honored it because it was filed with ministry endorsement. Harry's mouth went dry. So he lied, he said, voice low. The goblin's mouth curled slightly. He used language, it corrected. Wizards rarely lie cleanly. They wrap the truth in cloth and call it safety. Amelia's hand tightened on the parchment. Who endorsed it? She asked. The goblin's eyes glittered. Cornelius Fudge, it said. Susan's face went pale. Harry felt heat flare behind his ribs. Fudge. Of course. The man who had tried to ruin him and then pretended it never happened. Amelia's voice stayed calm, but there was rage under it. Fudge is no longer minister, she said. The goblin tilted its head. The endorsement still stands until revoked, it said. That is how bureaucracy works. Harry's throat tightened. He looked at Amelia. So I cannot touch anything. Amelia's gaze stayed on the documents. Not through normal means, she said. But that is why we are here. The goblin continued, voice sharp. There is also the matter of Sirius Black's estate, it said. Portions were transferred to you by will. Portions remained contested because of Black family claims, but Gringotts recognizes you as primary heir. Harry's stomach twisted. Contested by who? The goblin's eyes glittered. By those who profit if you never claim it, it said. Amelia's mouth tightened. Names, she said. The goblin lifted one parchment. Walburga Black's portrait attempted to file objections, it said flatly. Susan blinked. A portrait, she repeated. The goblin shrugged. Black magic is stubborn, it said. The objection is meaningless legally, but it caused delays because your guardian representative did not respond to our inquiries. Harry's jaw clenched. Because they blocked my mail. The goblin nodded once. Yes, it said. Gringotts does not like being ignored. Amelia's eyes narrowed. So your bank is annoyed, she said. The goblin's expression sharpened. Gringotts is insulted, it corrected. We were prevented from speaking to our client. That is a violation of protocol. That is a breach of trust. We do not forgive breaches. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. He did not like the sound of that, but he also liked that someone in the world cared about rules being broken. Amelia tapped the papers. Then revoke the hold, she said. The goblin laughed once, a harsh sound. You do not command Gringotts, it said. Amelia's gaze did not flinch. I can compel cooperation under investigation, she said. And you know it. The goblin's eyes narrowed. You can request review, it admitted. But the hold is lawful under your ministry's rules. If you want access for the boy, you must create a lawful guardian status that overrides Dumbledore's claim, or you must force the ministry to revoke the endorsement. Harry's throat tightened. So he wins, he said, bitter. Amelia's voice went sharp. He does not win, she said. He delays. Susan leaned forward slightly. What counts as lawful guardian status? She asked, voice controlled. The goblin's gaze shifted to her. Blood adoption, it said. Marriage contract. Betrothal contract. Emancipation granted by Wizengamot. Appointment of legal guardian by ministry court. Harry's stomach twisted again at the words marriage contract. He glanced at Susan. Her cheeks flushed, but she did not look away. Amelia's gaze stayed sharp. Emancipation is possible, she said, thinking aloud. But it takes time. And the Wizengamot will not move quickly without pressure. The goblin's mouth curled. Then use ancient methods, it said. Harry's chest tightened. Ancient methods, he repeated, and the phrase made his skin crawl. Susan's voice came quiet, firm. It is not about purity, she said again, like she was planting a stake. It is about law and wards. The goblin's eyes glittered. It is about power, it corrected. Law is one face of power. Wards are another. Amelia leaned back slightly. If I create a family bond with him, she said, eyes on the goblin, Gringotts would recognize it. The goblin nodded. If it is properly executed, it said. Family magic has signatures. Banks can read them. Harry swallowed. So you are pushing us toward the betrothal, he said, and his voice came out rough. The goblin's eyes flicked to Susan, then back to Harry. I am pushing you toward survival, it said. If you want clean methods, you should have been born to a clean world. Susan's jaw clenched. He was 15. She snapped. He did not choose any of this. The goblin looked at her like he found her anger amusing. No, it said. He did not. Amelia's voice cut in cold. Enough, she said. Tell me what you can do for us now. The goblin tapped the parchments. We can confirm holdings, it said. We can hold them stable. We can log interference. We can provide documentation for your investigations. We can also offer a compromise. Amelia's gaze sharpened. Speak. The goblin's mouth curled slightly. Provisional access, it said. Limited funds released for living expenses and security, under guardian oversight recognized by Gringotts. If you cannot override Dumbledore yet, you can at least keep the boy from being starved of resources. Harry's stomach twisted. He hated the idea of being rationed. Amelia nodded slowly. If I accept guardianship temporarily, she said, Gringotts can treat me as oversight. The goblin nodded. If you file the proper forms, it said, and there was a faint hint of satisfaction like it enjoyed watching humans drown in paperwork. Susan exhaled sharply. Fine, she muttered. Harry swallowed. And the betrothal would do more than that, he said. The goblin's eyes glittered. It would create a bond older than ministry paperwork, it said. Wards would recognize it. Some contracts would recognize it. Some votes would shift because alliances speak louder than sympathy. Amelia's gaze turned inward, calculating. Harry looked at Susan again. Do you want to hear the details? He asked quietly. Susan's eyes met his. She swallowed. Yes, she said. I want to know what it actually means. Amelia nodded once. Then we hear, she said. The goblin leaned forward slightly, voice turning more formal. A betrothal contract between Harry Potter and Susan Bones would be recognized as an alliance between the Potter line and the Bones line, it said. It would not force marriage until majority, but it would create obligations, protection, representation, shared ward access under strict conditions. It would also create a public tie that some will interpret as political intent. Susan's cheeks flushed. What obligations? She asked, voice tight. The goblin's eyes flicked to her. You would be bound to act in his interest legally, it said. He would be bound to act in the interest of the Bones family. Breach of contract would carry penalties, but minors are protected from harsh punishment. The contract would mostly function as shield and signal. Harry's throat tightened. So it is a shield, he said, and the words sounded like something he could understand. The goblin nodded. Yes, it said. A shield. And a cage if you sign it with the wrong intent. Harry flinched at the word cage. Susan's voice went low. We would not, she said, and it sounded like a vow to herself. Amelia's eyes narrowed. How is it executed? She asked. The goblin's mouth curled. Ritual, it said. Family magic. Blood signature. Witnesses. Then registration with Gringotts and ministry. Harry's stomach rolled at Blood's signature. He remembered the cut on his arm in the graveyard. He remembered his blood used against him. Susan saw his expression. Her voice softened. It does not have to be much, she said. Family magic is picky. It wants proof you exist. It does not want to hurt you. Harry swallowed. You sound like you have done it, he said. Susan's cheeks flushed more. No, she said quickly. I have read about it. I had to. People talk. Amelia leaned forward. If we do this, she said, voice firm, it will be on the boys' terms. And Susan's. No coercion. No pressure. The goblin's eyes glittered. Then decide quickly, it said. Because the longer you wait, the more likely others will move. Harry's pulse jumped. Who? He demanded. The goblin's smile was thin. The Ministry, it said. The Order. And perhaps the Dark Lord. Silence settled like weight. Amelia's eyes stayed on Harry. You heard, she said. This is not romance, she added, almost like she was speaking to his fear. This is defense. Harry swallowed. It still involves Susan, he said, and his voice went tight because he hated dragging someone else into his mess. Susan leaned forward slightly, eyes steady. I am already in it, she said. Whether we sign paper or not. Harry stared at her. The steadiness in her voice hit him harder than any spell. Amelia spoke again. Goblin, she said. What documentation can you provide tonight? The goblin slid another parchment forward. A full list of holdings, it said. The hold filing, with signatures. The record of interference. And a provisional release option if you file as temporary guardian. Amelia nodded. Good, she said. You will remain until I copy these, she added, and it sounded like a command. The goblin's eyes glittered. I will remain, it said, and there was a hint of satisfaction, like it liked being treated as important. While Amelia copied parchments with precise spells, Susan shifted closer to Harry, voice dropping. Are you okay? She asked. Harry swallowed. I feel like someone punched a hole in my chest and called it legal, he muttered. Susan snorted softly. That is a mood, she said. Harry glanced at her. You are not terrified, he said, and it was half question. Susan's cheeks flushed. I am, she admitted. I just do not want you to see it. Because if you see it, you will back out to protect me, and I am sick of people making decisions for other people. Harry's throat tightened. That is familiar, he said. Susan's eyes softened. Yeah, she said. That is why I am angry. Harry stared at the desk where Amelia worked, quill moving like a weapon. If we do this, he said quietly, I do not want to trap you. Susan's voice came firm. Then do not trap me, she said. We set rules. Boundaries. We make it clear it is a shield. And if later we want something else, we choose it. Not because a contract told us. Harry swallowed hard. You talk like Hermione, he said before he could stop himself. Susan blinked, then rolled her eyes. That is a compliment and an insult, she said, and her tone turned softer. I will take it. Harry felt his mouth twitch again. She would correct your grammar, he said. Susan's mouth curled. I correct my own grammar, she said, offended. Harry huffed a breath. Sure, he said. Amelia looked up sharply. Enough, she said, not angry, but focused. Talk later. Decide now. Harry's stomach clenched. No, he repeated. Amelia nodded. You have the facts, she said. Dumbledore filed the hold. Fudge endorsed it. Gringotts can provide evidence. We can fight it. That will take time. The betrothal creates immediate defensive leverage. The alternative is to remain a guest and hope the law moves faster than the people who want you. Harry's throat tightened. Hope did not feel like armor. Susan's voice came quiet, firm. If you say no, she told Harry, I will still help. I will still be on your side. But if you say yes, I need you to mean it as defense, not as pity. Harry met her gaze. His chest burned. He could feel the weight of the decision like a stone. He thought of Sirius, dying because Harry ran headfirst into a trap. He thought of the Order talking about him like a problem. He thought of Voldemort watching, waiting. He thought of Hedwig being pushed back through a ward like she was nothing. Harry exhaled slowly. Yes, he said, and his voice shook slightly. I will do it. Susan inhaled sharply. Her cheeks flushed, and for a second she looked like she might panic. Then she straightened. Okay, she said. Then we do it properly. Amelia nodded once, satisfied. Good, she said. Then we do it tonight. Before the ministry hears you are here and tries to shove you into a public hearing. Harry swallowed. Tonight, he repeated, and the word tasted like a cliff edge. The goblin's eyes glittered. Wise, it said, and it sounded like approval. Amelia stood. You, she said to the goblin. Stay. Witness. The goblin's mouth curled. Gladly, it said. Amelia turned to Susan. You will fetch the family book, she said. From the inner vault. You know the charm. Susan nodded once, face serious. I will, she said. Amelia turned to Harry. You will follow me, she said. We will do this in the ward chamber. Harry's stomach clenched. Ward chamber, he repeated. Susan's voice came quick. It is not a dungeon, she said. It is just where the core wards are anchored. It is intense, but it is safe. Harry nodded, throat tight. They moved through the house with purpose. The goblin walked behind Amelia like it was enjoying being part of a human drama. Harry walked beside Susan, and Dobby was gone, which made Harry's stomach twist with worry. They went down a staircase this time, deeper into the manor. The air cooled. The stone walls grew older, rougher. The ward pressure thickened, like the house was narrowing its focus. Amelia stopped at a heavy door. She placed her palm against it and murmured a spell. The door shivered, then opened. The room beyond was circular. The floor was etched with runes that looked carved, not painted. There were no skulls, no dramatic candles, no nonsense. Just stone, runes, and a feeling like standing under a storm cloud. Harry stepped in and felt the wards press against his skin so hard his breath caught. His scar prickled faintly. Susan touched his sleeve lightly, a quick grounding contact. Breathe, she said. It always feels like that the first time. Harry forced air into his lungs. Right, he muttered. Amelia moved to the center and raised her wand. This chamber is bound to the bones line, she said. It will recognize Susan. It will recognize me. It will not recognize you until you are tied to us. That is why it feels hostile. Harry swallowed. So it is testing me, he said. Amelia nodded. Yes, she said. And you will not fight it with force. You will stand and let it measure you. Harry's hands trembled. He clenched them, forced them still. Susan stepped a bit away, giving him space while still staying close. You are not alone, she said quietly. Harry's throat tightened again. I know, he said, and it surprised him because it felt true. Amelia flicked her wand. The runes on the floor glowed faintly, not bright, just awake. The air thickened. The betrothal contract is 2 parts, Amelia said. Words and magic. The words are the law. The magic is the ward's signature. Harry swallowed. And the blood, he said, voice rough. Susan's cheeks flushed. Just a drop, she said. For the signature. That is all. Harry nodded slowly. He could handle a drop. He had bled enough for worse. Amelia glanced toward the door as it opened again. Susan walked in carrying a thick book bound in dark leather, both hands under it like it was heavy. Her face was serious, jaw tight. She set the book on a stone pedestal near Amelia. I have it, she said. Amelia nodded. Good, she said. Open to the bond section. Susan did, fingers careful. The pages were old, but clean. Harry could see neat handwriting and a few pressed flowers, like someone had used it and loved it. The goblin stepped closer, eyes bright. Family registry, it murmured, tone almost reverent. Amelia ignored it and looked at Harry and Susan. Last chance, she said. If either of you says no, we stop. Harry's mouth was dry. I am still yes, he said. Susan met his gaze. Her cheeks were flushed, but her eyes were steady. Yes, she said. Amelia nodded once. Then we proceed, she said. She lifted her wand and murmured a spell that made the air hum. The runes on the floor glowed a shade brighter. Harry's skin prickled. His scar pulsed once, then settled. Susan stepped to the center, opposite Harry. She kept her hands at her sides, posture straight. Harry mirrored her without thinking, like he did not want to look weaker. Amelia spoke, voice clear, carrying in the stone room. By family law and by ward law, we bind an alliance for protection and representation, she said. This bond does not force marriage. This bond does not remove choice. This bond exists to shield and to anchor. Harry's throat tightened. The words mattered. Susan's voice came quiet, but she spoke clearly. I am Susan Amelia Bones, she said, and her voice steadied as she said the name. I consent to this bond as defense and as promise of good faith. Harry swallowed, then spoke. I am Harry James Potter, he said, and the name sounded heavier than usual in the chamber. I consent to this bond as defense and as promise of good faith. I do not consent to being owned. I do not consent to being controlled. The runes flared slightly at his words, and the air shivered like the chamber approved the clarity. Susan's eyes widened a fraction. Then her mouth twitched, like she liked that he had said it out loud. Amelia's gaze sharpened. Good, she said. She produced a small silver blade from her robe. It looked ceremonial, clean. She held it out towards Susan first. Susan swallowed, took it, and pricked her finger. A bead of blood welled. Harry's stomach rolled, not from the blood, but from the memory of Voldemort's ritual. He forced his breathing steady. Susan pressed her blood to the page in the book. The ink shimmered faintly, absorbing it. Then she handed the blade to Harry. Harry hesitated for half a second. Susan's eyes stayed on him, steady. Just a drop, she whispered, like she knew the thoughts behind his eyes. Harry nodded, took the blade, and pricked his finger. The sting was sharp and clean. A bead of blood appeared. He pressed it to the page beside Susan's. The runes on the floor flared brighter, and Harry's breath caught as the ward surged. The air pressed against his chest like a hand, testing his heart. Harry clenched his jaw and stayed standing. The chamber hummed. The book's ink shimmered. The blood marks sank into the page like the parchment had drunk them. Amelia raised her wand and spoke a spell that made the room pulse. The runes flared, then settled into a steady glow. For a second, Harry felt something slide around him. Not a chain. Not a cage. Something like a cloak, heavy and protective, wrapping his shoulders. His lungs pulled in air easier. Susan exhaled sharply, and Harry realized she had been holding her breath. The goblin made a small sound like satisfaction. Signature accepted, it murmured. Amelia's voice stayed firm. The bond is formed, she said. Now the wards will recognize him. Now the law will recognize the alliance once registered. Harry blinked. His fingers still stung. He looked down at the blood bead now drying on his skin. Susan stepped closer, careful. Her eyes searched his face. Are you okay? She asked, voice quiet. Harry swallowed. I feel, he said, and he had to pause because the feeling was strange. I feel like the house stopped pushing me. Susan's shoulders dropped in relief. Good, she said. Amelia closed the book with a sharp motion. We are not finished, she said. This was step 1. Harry's stomach tightened. What else? Amelia's gaze flicked to the runes. Family magic recognizes intent, she said. If your intent is unclear, the bond stays weak. I need the wards to know you mean protection, not convenience. Susan's eyes widened. And Amelia, she said, warning. Amelia's gaze stayed on Harry. Harry, she said, and using his first name sounded deliberate. What do you want? Harry swallowed, chest tight. To live, he said, voice rough. To fight Voldemort and not be handled like a tool. To keep the people I care about safe. The runes pulsed softly. Susan's voice came low. And what about me? She asked, and her cheeks flushed as if she hated asking. Harry looked at her. The truth sat in his throat like a stone. He remembered her voice in the lift, blunt and steady. He remembered her standing between him and Dollish. He remembered her saying she wanted him alive like it was personal. I want you safe too, he said, quiet. I do not want you dragged into this because of me. Susan's eyes softened. Too late, she murmured. Harry's chest tightened again. Then I want you beside me because you choose it, he said. Not because a contract says you must. The runes flared softly, then settled. Amelia nodded once, satisfied. Good, she said. That is clear. Susan looked away for a second, cheeks hot. When she looked back, her expression was steadier, but her eyes were bright. Harry realized his own finger had stopped trembling. The door to the chamber cracked open suddenly, and the ward pressure shifted like the house had flinched. Amelia's head snapped up. Her wand was in her hand instantly. Harry's stomach dropped. Susan's eyes widened. The Manor elf appeared in the doorway, breathless. Ma'am, it said. There is intrusion at the perimeter. The wards are singing. Amelia's expression turned cold. Who? She demanded. The elf's ears flattened. Masked wizards, it said. Dark magic is touching the hedge line. Harry's blood went cold. Death Eaters. Susan's jaw clenched. They found us, she whispered. Amelia's eyes narrowed. They felt the ritual flare, she said, voice hard. Or someone followed the goblin's arrival. Either way, they are here. Harry stood, wand already in his hand. His heart hammered, adrenaline flooding him so fast he felt dizzy. Susan stepped close, voice tight. "Stay near me," she said, echoing her earlier words, but now there was real fear under it. Harry nodded once. "Okay," he said, and he meant it. Amelia moved first, striding out of the chamber. "No panic," she said sharp. "Panic kills." They moved fast through the corridors, up the stairs, toward the back of the house. The ward pressure thickened as they approached an outer wing, like the house was bracing. Harry's lungs burned. His hands were steady now, not calm, but ready. They reached a room with tall windows looking out onto the garden. Snow covered the hedges. The night sky was a dull gray. The perimeter line was visible in the distance as a faint shimmer, like heat haze in cold air. Then the shimmer rippled. A figure appeared near the hedge, dark robes, mask white. Another beside it. Then another. Harry's stomach dropped. 3, 4, 5. Susan inhaled sharply. "That is too many," she whispered. Amelia's voice was cold. "They are testing," she said. "They want to see if I am alone. They want to see if he is here." Harry's jaw clenched. "They know I am," he said, and the certainty made his blood boil. Amelia's gaze flicked to him. "Do not let anger make you stupid," she snapped. Harry swallowed hard. "I will not," he said, and he forced it to be true. Outside, a spell hit the hedge line. The wards flashed, a dull red ripple that spread along the boundary like a heartbeat. Then a second spell hit, heavier. The wards flared brighter, and Harry felt it in his bones, like someone had punched the house. Susan's voice went tight. "They are trying to breach," she said. Amelia nodded once. "Yes," she said. "We do not wait." She turned to Harry and Susan. "We meet them at the ward edge," she said. "We do not let them reach the house." Susan's eyes widened. "And," she said, voice sharp, "if you go out there, they will try to kill you." Amelia's gaze stayed hard. "They already will," she said. "Better at the edge than in my hallway." Harry's pulse roared. "I will go," he said immediately. Amelia's gaze snapped to him. "No," she said. "You stay behind me." Harry's jaw tightened. "I am not hiding," he said. Susan's voice cut in tight. "Both of you stop," she snapped, and for a second she sounded exactly like her aunt. "If you argue, you waste time. We go together. We watch each other." Amelia's eyes narrowed, then she nodded once. "Fine," she said. "But you follow commands." Harry swallowed. "Okay," he said, even though he hated the idea of obeying. They moved again, fast, through a side door into the cold night. Snow crunched under their boots. The air bit Harry's lungs, and it smelled sharp and clean compared to the soot and dust he had been drowning in. They crossed the garden at a run, keeping low. Amelia moved like an oar, efficient and sure. Susan kept pace beside Harry, wand out, face pale and focused. The ward line shimmered ahead, a faint wall in the air. Beyond it, the masked figures stood spaced out, wands raised. Harry's stomach rolled, not from fear exactly, but from the memory of the graveyard and the way Death Eater masks turned people into monsters. Amelia stopped 5 paces from the ward line and raised her wand. "Show yourselves," she called, voice carrying through the cold. "You are trespassing on a protected property. State your intent." A laugh drifted through the night, muffled by a mask. "Bones," a voice said, smooth and cruel. "Always the law." Susan's jaw clenched. Harry could hear her breathing quicken. Amelia's eyes narrowed. "Name," she demanded. The voice laughed again. You do not get names, it said. You get warnings. A spell hit the wards again, a green bolt that splashed against the shimmer and dissolved. Harry's stomach dropped. Killing curse. They were not playing. Susan inhaled sharply. They are trying to scare you, she whispered. Amelia's voice stayed cold. They will do more than scare, she said. Harry, shield. Harry raised his wand. Protego, he snapped, and a shield flared in front of them, faint but solid. Another spell hit the ward line, then another. The wards flashed, vibrating. The air hummed like a string pulled too tight. Harry's scar prickled. Amelia flicked her wand. Reinforce, she murmured, and the ward shimmer thickened slightly. Then the attackers changed tactic. A dark spell hit the ground near the ward line, and the snow blackened like it had been burned. The blackness crawled forward, thin tendrils like smoke, reaching for the ward shimmer. Susan's voice went tight. That is not normal, she said. Amelia's eyes narrowed. Cur seep, she said. They are trying to rot the anchor. Clever. Harry's blood went cold. The black tendrils touched the ward shimmer and the air screamed, not a sound exactly, more a feeling that made his teeth ache. Amelia moved. Susan, she barked. Counter curse. Harry, burn it. Harry blinked. Burn it, he repeated. Amelia's gaze snapped to him. Fire, she said. Now. Harry's throat tightened. He had used fire spells in practice, but not like this. Still, the black tendrils were spreading, and the ward shimmer was shaking. Harry raised his wand, focused on heat, on light, on anything that was not darkness. Incendio, he snapped. Fire burst out, bright orange, and rolled over the black tendrils. They hissed like a living thing. The air stank like rotten earth. Susan's wand flicked beside him. She spoke a counter curse Harry did not recognize, voice sharp and precise. The blackness shrank, resisting, then cracked and dissolved into ash. Harry's lungs burned. His hands shook with effort. Sweat broke out on his neck despite the cold. Beyond the ward line, one of the Death Eaters laughed. Potter, the voice called, amused. There you are. Harry's stomach dropped. They knew. Amelia's face turned colder. They have confirmation, she said quietly. Now they will try harder. Susan's eyes flicked to Harry, then away. Do not listen, she said, voice tight. They want you to rush. Harry clenched his jaw. I know, he said, and he forced himself to breathe. The attackers shifted positions. 2 moved to the left, 3 to the right, spreading like they wanted to surround the ward edge. Then the air ripped. A figure appeared inside the perimeter, just beyond the ward line, like it had slipped through a thin spot. Harry's blood went ice cold. Apparition. Inside the wards. Amelia's voice went sharp. How? She snapped. The figure raised a wand, and a spell fired straight at Amelia. Harry moved without thinking. He stepped in front of her, shield snapping up. Protego, he shouted. The spell hit the shield and exploded into sparks that burned Harry's arms like nettles. Pain flared. Harry's teeth clenched. He held. Susan shouted a hex, and the figure stumbled. Amelia's wand flicked. Incarcerus, she snapped. Ropes shot out and wrapped the intruder, slamming them to the ground. Snow sprayed. The figure thrashed. Harry's heart hammered so hard he felt dizzy. How did they get inside? He demanded. Amelia's voice was tight with anger. They used the key breach, she said. Someone gave them a signature. Susan's face went pale. A signature, she whispered. Harry's stomach twisted. Betrayal. Always betrayal. The intruder struggled, mask still on. Amelia strode forward, wand pointed at their head. Who gave you the key? She demanded. The intruder laughed, harsh. You think it matters? They hissed. The Dark Lord knows where you hide your boy. Harry's scarf flared with pain, sharp enough that his vision blurred. He gasped, hand going to his forehead. Susan turned instantly, panic in her eyes. Harry, she said, voice tight. Harry forced his hand down. He could not show weakness now. Amelia's gaze snapped to him. You feel him, she said, and it was not a question. Harry swallowed, jaw clenched. Not him, he said, voice rough. Just the mark. The pull. Like he is looking. Susan's throat worked. He cannot see you here, she said, but it sounded like she was trying to convince herself. Amelia's voice turned cold. He can sense activity, she said. Magic flares. Bonds flares. Rituals flare. Harry's stomach dropped. So the bond, he said. Amelia nodded. Yes, she said. But if that is what drew them, it also means the wards recognize you now. They will fight for you. Harry did not know if that made him feel better or worse. The intruder spat, and a dark curse shot from their wand even while bound. It hit the snow near Amelia's feet and exploded into jagged black shards that slashed upward. Amelia jumped back, but one shard clipped her calf. Blood blossomed through her trouser leg. Susan made a choke sound. Aunt, she hissed. Amelia's face tightened. She did not look at the wound. She flicked her wand and the intruder's wand flew out of their grip, skidding across the snow. Harry's breath came fast. The sight of blood made his stomach roll, and it made rage spike like a flare. Susan's voice went sharp. Harry, she warned, like she could see it rising in him. Harry swallowed hard. I know, he said through clenched teeth. Beyond the ward line, the other Death Eaters started firing again, spells hammering the shimmer. The wards flashed, vibrating. The air hummed like it might snap. Amelia's voice went sharp. Susan, she barked. Hold the left. Harry, hold the center. I will drop the intruder and reinforce. Susan moved instantly, sprinting along the ward line to the left, wand firing hexes that hit the shimmer and ricocheted outward, like she was using the wards as a mirror. Harry stayed center, shield up, sweat dripping down his spine despite the cold. The Death Eaters fired another green curse. It hit the ward shimmer and splashed. The ward shook, but held. Harry's throat tightened. They will break it, he said, voice low. Amelia's face was hard. Not if we break them first, she snapped. She flicked her wand, and the bound intruder went limp. Stunned. Amelia did not waste another second. She raised her wand toward the ward line and murmured a spell that made the shimmer thicken, turning from faint haze into something almost visible. The Death Eaters hesitated, like they had not expected the wards to strengthen under assault. Harry took the opening. He aimed at the nearest attacker beyond the ward line. He could not hit them directly through the wards, but he could use the wards as a surface, like Susan had. Expelliarmus, he shouted. The red bolt hit the ward shimmer and snapped outward like a whip. It struck the attacker, and their wand flew into the snow. A second Death Eater turned furious, and fired a curse that hit the ward's shimmer and splashed. The backlash struck their own side, and they stumbled, swearing. Susan's voice carried from the left. "Keep doing that," she shouted, and her tone was fierce. Harry's lungs burned. He fired again, disarming another. He fired a stunning spell next, and the ward's shimmer flung it outward. One of the attackers dropped, slamming into the hedge line. Amelia's voice came sharp behind Harry. "Do not overcast," she warned. "You will drain and then they will rush." Harry swallowed, forcing himself to pace. He could feel power in him, hot and dangerous, begging to be used. It was tempting to let it explode. It would be easier. It would be honest. But Amelia's earlier words echoed. "Choose." Harry gritted his teeth and chose control. Then the attackers changed again. Two of them stepped back, wands raised, and began a chant. Low, rhythmic, like they were stirring something in the air. The snow around the ward line darkened. Frost turned gray. The air thickened with a smell like damp earth and rot. Susan's voice went tight. "They are summoning," she snapped. Amelia's face turned cold. "Inferius," she said. Harry's stomach dropped. The ground beyond the hedge line moved. At first it looked like shadows shifting. Then hands broke through the snow, blackened and stiff, fingers curling. A corpse dragged itself up, then another, then another. Harry's blood went ice cold. He had seen Inferius in the lake. He remembered their dead hands, their cold grip, the way they had pulled. Susan's breath came fast. "How many?" she whispered. Amelia's jaw clenched. "Too many," she said. The corpses lurched forward toward the ward line, pushing against the shimmer. The wards flared, resisting, but the pressure was different. It was physical. It was relentless. Harry's heart hammered. His scar prickled. His stomach rolled hard, and he swallowed bile. Susan's voice cut through. "Fire!" she snapped, and she sounded like she was commanding herself as much as Harry. Harry raised his wand. "Incendio!" he shouted again, and fire burst across the ward shimmer, flinging outward in a sheet. The first Inferius caught fire and collapsed, twitching. Susan's spells joined his, smaller and faster, precise bursts of flame. The air filled with the smell of burning rot. Harry gagged, eyes watering. Amelia's voice went sharp. "They are trying to tire you," she said. "Do not chase every corpse. Burn a path. Hold the line." Harry clenched his jaw and focused on the center, burning the ones that pressed hardest. His arm ached. Sweat dripped into his eyes. He blinked it away, vision blurring. The Inferius kept coming. Harry's breath hitched. "This is not enough," he gasped, and the words came out ragged. Susan's voice was tight with strain. "Then do more," she snapped, and it was not cruel, it was desperate. Harry felt something inside him flare. He had always had power. It had come out in bursts. Accidental. Angry. Wild. He had tried to fear it, tried to bottle it, because the adults around him always treated it like danger. Now there was no room for fear. Harry inhaled deep, and felt the wards around him. He felt the Bones Manor signature pressing against his skin like a cloak. He felt Susan's presence to his left, her magic sharp and steady. He felt Amelia behind him, cold and relentless. He focused on the idea of protection. Not rage. Not revenge. Protection. His wand hand lifted, and he spoke without thinking too much. Confringo! He snapped. The blasting curse hit the ward's shimmer and flung outward, but it did not just explode one target. It rippled along the line, like the wards carried it, amplifying and spreading it in a controlled wave. The Inferius line detonated. Fire and force rolled through them. Bodies flew backward, limbs snapping, burning. The snow beyond the hedge line flashed into steam. Harry's arm jolted with feedback. Pain shot up his shoulder like someone had punched him from the inside. He cried out, jaw clenched, knees buckling. Susan grabbed his sleeve, hauling him upright. "Harry!" she hissed, voice tight. "Breathe!" Harry sucked in air, lungs burning. His vision swam. He could feel his heart slamming against his ribs. Amelia's voice came sharp. "Good," she said, and it sounded like praise wrapped in steel. "Now rest your arm and hold shield." Harry forced his wand back up, shield snapping into place again. His arm screamed. His fingers tingled. The Death Eaters beyond the ward line had stopped chanting. They stared at the burned field like they had not expected the wards to amplify Harry's curse like that. One of them shouted, furious, "Potter!" Harry's stomach clenched. His scar prickled again, and for a second he felt a cold presence like a finger brushing the back of his mind. Then it was gone. Susan's voice went low, tight. "He is sensing you," she whispered, and her eyes were wide with fear. Harry's throat tightened. "I know," he said, voice rough. Amelia's voice cut through. "Enough," she barked. "They got what they came for. They confirmed he is here. Now they will retreat and report." The Death Eaters shifted, stepping back. One raised a wand and fired a final curse at the wards, more spite than strategy. The shimmer flared, held, and the curse dissolved. Then, one by one, the masked figures vanished with sharp cracks, apparating away from the hedge line. The night went quiet again, except for Harry's breathing and the crackle of dying fire beyond the wards. Harry stood shaking, sweat freezing on his skin. His arm ached so hard he felt nauseous. His stomach rolled, and he swallowed bile again, throat burning. Susan's hand remained on his sleeve, steadying him. "You did that," she said, voice tight with disbelief. Harry's mouth was dry. "The wards did," he muttered. Susan's eyes flashed. "No," she said. "You did. The wards just listened." Amelia strode toward the bound intruder on the snow. The figure was still stunned, mask tilted slightly. Amelia crouched, ripped the mask off, and Harry's stomach dropped when he saw the face. It was a man he did not recognize. Pale. Thin. Eyes half rolled back. Susan flinched. "I do not know him," she whispered. Amelia's jaw clenched. "Foot soldier," she said. "Disposable." Harry's breath came fast. "He operate inside," he said, voice low. "How?" Amelia's gaze was cold. "Someone gave them a key breach," she repeated. Then she looked at Harry, eyes sharp. "Or they used something of yours." Harry's stomach dropped. "Something of mine." Amelia nodded once. "Hair. Blood. A signature," she said. "You have enemies. They collect." Harry's throat tightened. He remembered the graveyard again. He remembered Voldemort using his blood like a key. Susan's voice came tight. "We need to move him," she said, nodding at the prisoner. Amelia nodded. "Yes," she said. "And we need to alert the Ministry without alerting the Ministry in the wrong way." Harry blinked. "What does that mean?" Susan huffed, breath shaky. It means my aunt is going to file it in a way that forces action without giving them the whole truth, she said. Amelia shot her a look. Less commentary, she said. Susan's mouth twisted. Sorry, she muttered, not sorry at all. Amelia flicked her wand. The prisoner levitated, floating just above the snow, limp. Inside, she snapped. They moved back toward the house. Harry's legs felt shaky now that the adrenaline was draining. His arm throbbed with every step. His stomach rolled again, and this time he gagged slightly. Susan noticed instantly. Do not, she said, voice tight. Not in the snow. Not like this. Harry swallowed hard, breathing through his nose. I am fine, he lied. Susan's eyes narrowed. You are not, she said, and her tone was flat. Harry clenched his jaw. I can walk, he said. Susan moved closer, shoulder brushing his. Then walk, she said, voice softer. But if you fall, I am dragging you, and you will hate it. Harry huffed a rough breath. Noted, he muttered. They reached the door and stepped into warmth. The manor felt different now, like it was awake. The wards pressed around Harry like a tight grip, protective and tense. Amelia ordered the manor elf to bring restraints and a secure room. The elf vanished and returned quickly, moving like it had rehearsed. Harry followed Susan into the entry hall again. His boots left wet marks on the floor. He felt suddenly aware of how young he was, how tired, how close he had come to dying in a garden that was not even his. Susan's voice came low. Sit, she said, pointing at the chair from earlier. Harry sat, arm cradled slightly. Pain pulsed up his shoulder. His fingers tingled like they were half asleep. Amelia strode in, blood still staining her trouser leg. She did not look at it. She did not care. Susan's eyes flicked to the blood. Aunt, she said, voice sharp. You are bleeding. Amelia waved it off. Later, she said. Susan stood, jaw clenched, and stepped in front of Amelia. No, she said, and there was steel in her voice that made Harry blink. Amelia stared at her niece for a beat, then sighed like she was annoyed to be related to someone stubborn. Fine, she said. Susan turned and grabbed a cloth from a side table, then crouched by Amelia's leg. She pressed the cloth to the wound, and Amelia hissed softly, finally acknowledging pain. Harry watched, chest tight. Susan's hands were steady, quick. She murmured a healing charm that sealed the cut enough that the bleeding slowed. Amelia's voice came low. You are improving, she muttered to Susan. Susan's cheeks flushed. I would hope so, she snapped. Harry swallowed. The family dynamic was strange, sharp, and real. Not like the Order, with all their soft voices and hidden decisions. Dobby popped into the entry hall suddenly, clutching Hedwig in both arms like he had stolen a priceless treasure. Hedwig looked furious and slightly damp. The moment she saw Harry, she made a sharp noise and wriggled free, flapping onto his shoulder. Harry's throat tightened hard. Hedwig, he whispered. She nipped his ear, not gently. Harry huffed a shaky breath. Yeah, he murmured. I deserve that. Susan's eyes widened. You got her, she said, looking at Dobby. Dobby puffed up. Dobby is bringing the owl, he declared. The nasty wizards is trying to stop Dobby, but Dobby is too fast. Harry's chest tightened. Thank you, he said quietly. Dobby sniffed like he might cry, then glared at the room like he dared anyone to insult him. Hedwig shifted on Harry's shoulder, feathers brushing his cheek. The warmth of her body grounded him in a way nothing else did. He leaned his head slightly toward her without thinking. Susan watched him, expression soft for a second. Amelia's voice cut in, sharp again. Enough, she said. We have a prisoner and a report to file. Harry, you will rest after I know the perimeter is secure. Harry swallowed. I want to see him, he said, and the words surprised him. Susan's eyes widened. Why? She asked, voice tight. Harry's jaw clenched. Because he got inside, he said. Because someone gave him a key? I want to know how. Amelia's gaze sharpened. Curiosity is good, she said. Recklessness is not. But you can observe. Susan stood, wiping her hands on the cloth. I am coming, she said immediately. Amelia did not argue. Then come, she said. They moved down another corridor to a small stone room with iron bars across the door, like a holding cell built into the manor. The prisoner lay on the floor inside, wrists bound by glowing ropes, wand gone. Amelia stepped to the bars and flicked her wand. The man jerked, waking with a gasp, eyes snapping open. His gaze landed on Amelia and he flinched. Then his eyes found Harry. Even without the mask, there was something dead behind them. Fanatic. Hollow. Potter, he whispered, and there was hate in the word like poison. Harry's stomach rolled, but he forced himself to step closer to the bars. Hedwig's claws dug into his shoulder slightly, like she sensed danger. Amelia's voice was cold. How did you breach my wards? She demanded. The man laughed, harsh. You think I will tell you? He spat. Amelia flicked her wand. Pain flared across the man's face. He screamed and curled. Susan flinched, but her face stayed hard. Harry's stomach lurched. His throat tightened. He hated torture. He hated seeing pain used like leverage, even when the person deserved it. Amelia watched the man writhe, expression flat. Speak, she said. The man spat blood. No, he hissed. Amelia raised her wand again. Harry's voice cut in, rough. Stop, he said. Amelia's head snapped to him. This is war, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. I know, he said. But I want answers, not screams. Susan's eyes flicked between them, tense. Amelia's gaze sharpened. Then get answers, she said, and her voice turned colder. Try your way. Harry swallowed hard. His heart hammered. He had never interrogated anyone. He had been interrogated, in a way, by Umbridge and by the Ministry, and he hated it. He stepped closer to the bars, forcing himself to meet the man's eyes. Who are you? Harry asked, voice steady. The man's lips curled. Nobody, he spat. Harry nodded slowly, like that did not matter. Fine, he said. Then tell me this. Did you breach the ward with my blood? The man's eyes flickered for half a second. Harry's stomach dropped. Yes, he said quietly, and it was not a question. The man laughed, harsh. You bleed everywhere, Potter, he hissed. You give gifts without knowing. Harry's throat tightened. Memories hit. The graveyard. The battle. The Department of Mysteries. Susan's voice went tight. How did you get it? She snapped. The man's grin widened. You think we do not have eyes, he said. You think the Dark Lord does not plan. Harry's jaw clenched. Where? Harry demanded. Where did you get it? The man's eyes glittered with cruel delight. From the place where you left it, he whispered. From the place you thought was safe. Harry's stomach twisted. Grimmauld Place. He felt heat spike under his ribs. His hand tightened on his wand. Susan saw it. Her voice went low, urgent. Harry, she warned. Harry swallowed hard. Choose. He forced his hand to loosen. He forced his breathing steady. Amelia's voice was cold. Who collected it? She demanded. The man laughed again. A servant, he hissed. A faithful servant. Harry's stomach dropped. Creature, he whispered. Susan inhaled sharply. The house elf, she said, and her voice was tight with anger. Amelia's jaw clenched. Black family elf, she said. It makes sense. Harry's chest burned. Creature. The elf who had lied and betrayed Sirius. The elf who had been in that house, listening, watching. Harry felt sick. He swallowed bile, throat burning. Susan stepped closer to him, voice low. It is not your fault, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. It is, he said, and his voice shook. I left him there. I left everything there. Amelia's gaze stayed hard. We will deal with it, she said. Later. Harry stared at the prisoner again. So Voldemort knows I am here, he said quietly. The man's grin widened. He knows, he whispered. And he will come. And he will take your little bones girl too. Susan's face went white. Her wand snapped up, trembling with fury. Say that again, she hissed. Harry's stomach clenched. He stepped slightly in front of Susan without thinking, shield instinct in his bones now. Amelia's voice turned lethal. You will not threaten my niece, she said, and her wand lifted. The man laughed, spitting blood. You cannot stop him, he hissed. Amelia flicked her wand. The ropes tightened. The man choked, eyes bulging. Harry's stomach turned, but he did not stop her this time. The threat had landed too close. Susan's breathing was fast. Her hand trembled on her wand. Harry looked at her. Susan, he said, voice low. She blinked, eyes wide. He said my name, she whispered, like that was the part that made it real. Harry swallowed. They will try to use you, he said. Because you are close. Susan's jaw clenched. Then they should have stayed away, she snapped, and the fury in her voice made Harry's chest tighten. Amelia lowered her wand, eyes cold. Enough, she said. He has given us the key. Creature. Grimmauld Place is compromised. That means Dumbledore's safe house is not safe. Harry's stomach dropped again. My things, he said, voice rough. My school trunk. My books. Everything is there. Amelia nodded once. We will retrieve what matters, she said. Later. With force. Harry swallowed. They will be waiting. Amelia's gaze stayed hard. Let them, she said. They left the holding room and returned to the entry hall. Harry's body felt heavy now, adrenaline draining, leaving pain and exhaustion. Amelia moved like she was running on anger and purpose alone. She strode to her study, grabbed parchment, and began writing like the quill was a knife. Susan hovered nearby, tense, eyes still bright with fury. Harry stood by the fireplace, Hedwig still perched on his shoulder, feeling the weight of everything settling. Dobby appeared and tugged at Harry's sleeve. Harry Potter is needing sleep, Dobby whispered, voice urgent. Harry swallowed. Soon, he promised. Susan turned and looked at him, eyes steady. "Are you okay?" she asked again, and this time the question held more weight. Harry exhaled. "No," he admitted quietly. "But I am here. And I am not alone." Susan's cheeks flushed. She nodded once. "Good," she said, voice tight. Amelia finished the letter with a sharp motion. She sealed it with wax and a stamp. "This goes to Scrimgeour," she said. "Official report. Intrusion attempt. Dark magic at my perimeter. Captured suspect. That forces a response." Susan's eyes narrowed. "And it forces them to come," she said. Amelia nodded. "Yes," she said. "But on my terms." Harry's stomach tightened. "Will he try to take me?" he asked. Amelia's gaze sharpened. "He will try," she said. "And he will fail." Susan's mouth twitched. "That is the spirit," she muttered, but her eyes were still tense. Amelia looked at Harry. "No," she said. "You rest. You are no use to me unconscious." Harry swallowed. "I want to send letters," he said quickly. "To Ron and Hermione. Before rumors." Amelia's gaze narrowed. "Brief," she said. "No location. No details. Just enough to keep them from panicking." Harry nodded hard. "Okay," he said. Susan moved to the desk and shoved parchment toward him. "Right," she said, and her tone was firm, like she would not let him back out. Harry sat and wrote with a hand that still trembled slightly. He kept it short, like Amelia said. "Ron, Hermione. I am safe. I left Grimmauld Place because my post was being blocked. I am with someone who can help me legally. Do not do anything stupid. I will contact you properly soon, Harry." He wrote a second copy for Hermione with one extra line because Hermione would demand precision. "I am not running off to fight alone. I am handling this with law and planning. I need you to trust me for a few days, Harry." He read both twice, then handed them to Amelia. Amelia nodded once. "I will send them through official all routes that cannot be intercepted easily," she said. "If the order tries, I will know." Harry's chest loosened a fraction. "Thank you," he said. Susan watched him, then spoke quietly. "Come on," she said. "I will walk you to your room." Harry stood, arms still aching. Hedwig shifted on his shoulder. Dobby hovered at his side, eyes sharp. They moved up the stairs again, slower this time. The house felt awake, but not hostile. The wards pressed around Harry like a guard who did not blink. At the corridor, Susan stopped outside his room. She hesitated, then spoke, voice low. "About the contract," she said. Harry's stomach tightened. "Yeah," he said. Susan's cheeks flushed. "You do not owe me romance," she said quickly. "Do not think that because we signed something, you have to act like you feel something." Harry stared at her. The blunt honesty hit again. "I do not know what I feel," he admitted, voice rough. "I feel tired. I feel angry. I feel like everything is a trap." Susan nodded, eyes steady. "That is fair," she said. "But you did look at me like you trusted me. That is something." Harry swallowed. "I do trust you," he said quietly, and it was the truth. Susan's breath caught slightly. Her cheeks went pink. She looked away, then back, and her voice came softer. "Then promise me something," she said. Harry's throat tightened. "What?" "Do not shut me out," Susan said, and the words were quiet, but sharp. "If you start spiraling, tell me. Even if you hate it. Even if you think it makes you weak. Harry's chest burned. I do not want to make you responsible for me, he said. Susan's eyes flashed. I did not ask to be your nurse, she snapped. Then her voice softened again. I asked to be your partner in this. Defense. Planning. And if we end up liking each other, then fine. But I will not be another adult making decisions behind your back. Harry swallowed hard. Okay, he said. I promise. Susan exhaled slowly, like she had been holding her breath. Then she stepped closer, and for a second she just stood there, eyes on his face. Harry's heart hammered, not from fear this time. Susan's voice came quiet. Can I? She started, then stopped, and her cheeks flushed darker. She looked annoyed at herself. Can I do something stupid? She corrected. Harry blinked. What kind of stupid? He asked, voice rough. Susan's eyes flicked to his mouth, then back to his eyes. This kind, she said, and her voice shook slightly. Harry's throat tightened. He did not want to be used. He did not want to use her. He wanted something real, even if it was small. Only if you want it, he said, and the words came out quiet and honest. Not because of paper. Susan's breath hitched. I want it, she whispered. Then she leaned in and kissed him. It was brief. Soft. Not dramatic. Just warm lips pressing to his for a second, like a promise that the world had not stolen every good thing. Harry's chest tightened hard. His hands stayed at his sides because he did not want to grab, did not want to make it too much. He leaned in slightly, enough to return it. Susan pulled back quickly, cheeks flushed, eyes wide like she could not believe she had done it. Harry's mouth was dry. His heart hammered. That was... he started. Susan cut him off, voice sharp with embarrassment. Do not make it weird, she snapped. Harry huffed a breath that turned into a rough laugh. Okay, he said. Not weird. Susan's mouth twitched despite herself. Good, she said, then stepped back. Sleep, she added, and her tone turned firm again. If you collapse tomorrow in front of Scrimgeour, I will hex you. Harry swallowed. Noted, he muttered. Susan turned to leave, then paused. Harry, she said, voice softer. He looked at her. Her eyes were steady again. They came for you tonight, she said. That means this is real. But you fought. You did not run. You stayed. Harry's throat tightened. I almost lost it, he admitted. Susan nodded. Almost is not the same as did, she said. Sleep. Then she left, footsteps quiet down the corridor. Harry went into his room and shut the door. He leaned his forehead against it for a second, breathing hard, heart still racing from the kiss, from the fight, from everything. Hedwig flew off his shoulder and perched on the bed, watching him like she was judging every decision he had ever made. Dobby appeared near the window. Harry Potter is sleeping now, Dobby declared. Harry swallowed, then nodded. Yeah, he said. Now. He sat on the bed, arm aching, and the exhaustion finally slammed into him. His body felt heavy. His mind felt too loud. He lay down and stared at the ceiling. For a second, he felt calm. Then the ward shivered faintly, like the house had heard something far away. Harry's eyes snapped open. He sat up, heart hammering. Outside the window, the garden was dark and still. But in the air, beyond the glass, a tiny flicker of green fire appeared, like a signal. It hovered for a heartbeat, then vanished. Harry's stomach dropped. That was not the Manor's magic. That was someone else knocking on the edge of the world. Harry's hand closed around his wand, and he did not even notice his fingers were steady. In the corridor outside, a door opened fast, and Amelia's voice cut through the silence, sharp and cold. "They are back," she said. "And this time, they brought someone who thinks he has authority." Harry woke to the wards humming like they were clearing their throat. It was not the gentle pressure he had felt the night before. This was alert, tight, and irritated, like the house had sensed someone important stepping onto its land and decided it did not like them. He sat up fast, hard hammering, wand already in his hand before he fully remembered where he was. Hedwig fluffed her feathers on the foot of the bed and gave him a look that said, "You are being loud again." Then he heard Amelia's voice in the corridor, sharp and calm at the same time. "Up, Potter. You wanted authority. You have it." Harry swung his legs off the bed. His shoulder screamed the moment he moved too quickly, a hot ache from the blast curse he had thrown through the wards. He bit down on a hiss, pulled on his jumper, and shoved his glasses up his nose. He opened the door and nearly ran straight into Susan. She looked like she had not slept. Her hair was tied back in a messy knot, and she had that focused look she got in a fight, except now she was in the hallway of her own house. "You okay?" she asked, low and quick. "My arm hates me," Harry said. "Is that the authority you meant, or something worse?" Susan's mouth tightened. "Minister," she said. Harry's stomach dropped. They moved together, not running but fast, down the corridor and toward the front of the house. Amelia was already in the entry hall, wand out, robe neat like she had been waiting for this moment her whole life. Dobby stood on a side table with his fists clenched, glaring at the front door like he wanted to punch it. The Bones house elf stood near the staircase, hands behind its back, watching Amelia for orders. The wards pressed on Harry's skin as they neared the door. The Manor was braced. Amelia did not glance back at him. "Stand behind the line," she said. "Do not speak unless spoken to." Harry's jaw tightened. He hated being told to stand behind anything. Susan leaned closer and muttered, "Do it for 30 seconds. Then be stubborn." Harry huffed a breath that was almost a laugh. "Noted," he whispered. Amelia flicked her wand, and the front door unlocked with a solid click. She did not open it all the way. She opened it just enough to show the outside steps and the cold gray morning beyond. Rufus Scrimgeour stood there in a thick coat, lion mane of hair catching the weak light. Two Aurors flanked him, faces hard, wands visible but not raised. One of them was Dollish, and Harry felt his stomach twist on instinct. Scrimgeour's eyes swept the doorway, then locked on Amelia. "Madam Bones?" he said, voice like gravel. "Minister," Amelia replied, tone flat. "You are early." "I am informed you captured a Death Eater on your property last night," Scrimgeour said. His gaze flicked past her shoulder for a fraction of a second, like he was searching for Harry. Amelia stepped slightly to block that line. "I captured an intruder using Unforgivables at my perimeter," she said. "His affiliations are under investigation. He is restrained and alive." Scrimgeour's jaw tightened. "I am also informed," he said, "that Harry Potter is on your premises." Harry felt Susan stiffen beside him. Amelia's voice did not change. "He is." Scrimgeour's eyes hardened. "Then open the door," he said. "I have questions for him. Now." Amelia's smile was thin. You are not coming into my house with demands, she said. Not without warrant. Scrimgeour's nostrils flared. You are obstructing a ministry investigation. Amelia's eyes turned colder. I am leading a ministry investigation, she corrected. And you will speak to me with the same respect you would show any other head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The auras shifted slightly. Dollish's eyes darted, like he wanted to do something and could not decide what. Scrimgeour's gaze flicked again, sharper now. Where is he? He demanded. Harry stepped forward before Susan could grab him. He moved into the line Amelia had drawn, just behind her shoulder, close enough that Scrimgeour could see his face clearly. Harry's heart hammered, but his voice came out steady. Here, Harry said. You found me. Congratulations. Susan sucked in a sharp breath, annoyed and worried at the same time. Amelia did not look back, but Harry could feel her irritation like heat. Scrimgeour stared at Harry for a beat. You look like you have been in a fight, he said. Harry's mouth twisted. Funny you mention that, he said. Someone tried to kill us last night. Scrimgeour's gaze flicked over Harry, then to Susan, then back to Harry. You left the Order's protection, he said, tone accusing. And you ran to the Bones family. Harry felt his stomach tighten. I left a place where my mail was being blocked, he said, and where my money was being controlled without my consent. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. That is a serious accusation. It is true, Harry said, and his voice was flat. Gringotts confirmed interference. Dumbledore filed a hold on my vault access. The auras behind Scrimgeour shifted again. Dollish's face twitched, like he did not like hearing Dumbledore's name linked to anything dirty. Scrimgeour's jaw clenched. That will be investigated, he said. It is being investigated, Amelia cut in. Under my authority. Scrimgeour's gaze sharpened. You are not neutral, he said to Amelia. Amelia's smile did not reach her eyes. I am lawful, she said. Neutral is for people who can afford it. Scrimgeour stepped closer to the threshold. Potter, he said, voice dropping. Come outside. We speak alone. Harry's pulse jumped. No, he said. Scrimgeour's eyes hardened. That was not a request. Harry felt Susan's hand touch his sleeve, light but firm, like a reminder to keep his head. Harry met Scrimgeour's stare. I am not leaving this doorway, he said. Not with you. Not with Dollish. Not after last night. Dollish's face tightened. Watch your tone, he snapped. Harry's eyes flicked to him. Watch your wand, he shot back. Susan inhaled sharply, and Harry could hear the quiet panic under it. Scrimgeour's expression turned ugly. You are a minor, he said. You do not get to decide your own security. Harry felt something cold and sharp settle in his chest. Funny, he said. Because everyone keeps telling me I am the key to winning this war, and yet nobody thinks I can decide anything about my own life. Scrimgeour's gaze flicked, like he was adjusting tactics. This is not about your pride, he said. It is about keeping you alive. Harry's voice went rough. Then stop trapping me, he said. Stop treating me like a problem to be managed. Scrimgeour's jaw worked. For a moment, Harry thought he might actually step into the house just to prove he could. But Amelia's words thrummed, and Scrimgeour was not stupid. He took a slow breath. Madam Bones, he said stiff, I require custody of your prisoner. He is evidence. You will receive him after I have extracted what I need, Amelia replied. And you will sign for him. And you will not move him without notifying me. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. You are dictating terms to the minister. Amelia's voice was flat. Yes, she said. Because if you take him and he vanishes into a convenient accident, this house will not forget it. Scrimgeour stared at her for a long beat. Then he looked at Harry again. You will return to Hogwarts when term begins, he said. Harry's mouth twisted. That is months away, he said. Try again. Scrimgeour's voice turned colder. You will not form private militias, he said. You will not start political blocs. You will not become another Dumbledore. Harry felt a flare of anger. I am not trying to become him, he said. I am trying to stop him deciding for me. Scrimgeour's gaze flicked to Susan, then back. And what is she? He asked, and there was contempt in the edge of it. Your new handler. Susan's face flushed. Her wand hand tightened. Harry stepped forward again, closer to the threshold, close enough that Amelia's words brushed his skin like a warning. She is not my handler, Harry said, voice low. She is the first person who asked me what I want and listened to the answer. Scrimgeour's expression shifted, not softer, but more calculating. Then answer me, he said. Do you intend to oppose the ministry? Harry held his gaze. I intend to oppose anyone who tries to control me by locking me in a room and calling it protection, he said. If that includes the ministry, then yes. Susan made a small sound, like she wanted to grab his collar and shake him and hug him at the same time. Amelia's voice cut in, sharp. That is enough, she said. Minister, you have your confirmation. Now leave my threshold. I will deliver your prisoner to your custody within the day, under escort. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. You are making enemies, he said. Amelia's smile was thin. Good, she said. Then I will know who to watch. Scrimgeour's gaze lingered on Harry for a last beat. Do not make me regret not forcing this, he said. Harry's mouth twisted. Try not to, he said. Scrimgeour turned sharply and stepped back down the stairs. The Aurors followed. Dollish's eyes flicked toward the doorway again, and for a second Harry felt like he was being measured. Then they were gone, boots crunching on frozen gravel, operating out beyond the ward line with a series of cracks. The moment they vanished, the Manor's pressure eased slightly. Not calm, but less tight. Amelia shut the door and locked it with a flick of her wand. She turned eyes hard, and stared at Harry like he had personally broken 3 laws. Susan got there first. You did not have to poke him, she snapped. Harry blinked. He poked first, he said. Susan's cheeks flushed. That is not how it works, she hissed. He can order things. He can drag people into hearings. He can make your life worse. Harry's voice went rough. My life is already worse, he said. I am done being polite while people decide whether I get to breathe. Susan's expression flickered, anger cracking into something softer. I know, she said, quieter. But you cannot punch every wall just because it is there. Amelia cleared her throat, and the sound was sharp enough to cut through both of them. Kitchen, Amelia said. Now. They followed her without argument, because Amelia Bones walking with purpose made the house feel smaller. In the kitchen, the Manor elf had laid out tea and bread again. Harry's stomach growled at the smell, and he hated that his body was that easy to bribe. Amelia sat at the head of the table and placed a thick stack of parchment down like she was slamming down a verdict. Scrimgeour will try to use this, she said. He will frame you as unstable. He will frame me as corrupt. Harry's jaw tightened. Are you? He asked, and it was half joke, half not. Amelia's eyes flicked to him. If I were corrupt, she said, I would already have sold you. Harry swallowed and nodded. Fair. Susan poured tea with hands that were still slightly shaky. She pushed a cup toward Harry. Drink, she said. You look like you might bite someone. Harry took it. The warmth helped, even if his chest still felt tight. Amelia tapped the papers. Gringotts has delivered copies of the hold filing, she said. It is Dumbledore. It is endorsed. It is legal enough to stall. Harry's stomach twisted again. So I am still trapped. Amelia's eyes narrowed. You are not trapped, she said. You are delayed. There is a difference. Susan leaned forward slightly. We need leverage, she said. Leverage that does not rely on waiting for the Wizengamot to grow a spine. Amelia's gaze shifted to her niece. Yes, she said. We do. Harry looked between them. You already did the contract, he said, voice low. That was leverage. Susan's cheeks flushed, but she did not look away. It was a start, she said. It makes you harder to grab. It does not give you allies. Harry's jaw clenched. Ron and Hermione are my allies. Susan's voice softened slightly. They are your friends, she said. And I am not insulting them. I am saying they are in the Order's pocket right now, whether they want to be or not. If you want power that cannot be turned off by one headmaster and one minister, you need a block. Harry's stomach turned. The word block made him feel like a politician, not a person. Amelia watched him, sharp. You hate the idea, she said. Harry did not bother denying it. I hate the idea of collecting people like chess pieces, he said. I hate the idea of dragging girls into a war because it helps me. Susan's expression tightened. Then do not drag, she said. Invite. Give them choice and terms. Give them protection they cannot get alone. Harry stared at his tea. He could still taste smoke in his mouth from last night. He could still see Death Eaters vanishing into the dark after confirming he was here. He looked up. Who? He asked. Susan's gaze did not waver. Daphne Greengrass, she said. Neutral block. Money. Trade. A family that plays both sides and stays alive. If she chooses us, it is a message. Harry's mouth twisted. She barely speaks to anyone. She speaks when it matters, Susan said. And she listens more than she talks. That is useful. Amelia's voice cut in. And Hannah Abbott, she said. Harry blinked. Hannah, he repeated. Susan nodded. Hufflepuff loyalty block, she said. She is quiet, but she is not weak. Her family has suffered. She understands fear, and she does not like bullies. She will not play games like Daphne. She will anchor us. Harry's stomach tightened. You are talking like this is normal. Susan's cheeks flushed with irritation. It is not normal, she said. It is war. Normal died months ago. You can either pretend and get crushed, or you can build something that keeps you standing. Harry's voice went low. And what does building mean? He asked. Another contract. Susan's expression flickered. She glanced at Amelia, then back at Harry. Yes, she said. But not marriage, not forced romance. Think of it like this. We build a coven. Political alliance. Mutual protection. Shared resources. Clear roles. Clear consent. Harry's face heated slightly. Consent, he echoed. Susan's mouth tightened. Yes, she said, stubborn. Because if you do this like a creep, I will hex you myself. Harry huffed a breath. Thanks, he muttered. Susan's eyes softened for a second. You are welcome, she said. Amelia leaned back slightly. You want freedom, she said to Harry. Freedom requires support. You are one person. You cannot outvote the Wizengamot alone. You cannot outmuscle the Ministry alone. You cannot outlast Voldemort alone. Harry's throat tightened. I know, he said. Susan reached across the table and touched his wrist briefly, just a grounding contact. We are not asking you to become a pure-blood lord who collects wives, she said. We are asking you to build a team, one that the world cannot ignore. Harry stared at her hand on his wrist. It was warm. Real. Not a chain. He swallowed. Okay, he said. We invite them. But if they say no, we stop. Susan nodded once. Agreed, she said. Amelia stood. Then right, she said to Susan. Susan got up too, grabbed parchment, and moved to the side table where a writing kit sat. She dipped a quill, then paused, glancing at Harry. You should sign too, she said. Potter crest matters. Harry's mouth twisted. I do not even know how to use the crest properly, he admitted. Amelia's eyes narrowed. You will learn, she said. You are Lord Potter and Lord Black whether you like it or not. Your enemies will use that. You will use it first. Harry's stomach dropped. Lord, he repeated. Susan glanced at him. Gringotts documents, she said quietly. Sirius left you the black seat, and the Potter seat is yours by blood. Dumbledore has been using proxy votes. That ends when you revoke it. Harry's chest tightened hard. Proxy votes. He could almost see Dumbledore's calm smile while he did it. Harry's jaw clenched. How do I revoke? He asked. Amelia reached into the stack and pulled out a form. With this, she said. And with witnesses. And with a spine. Susan gave him a look that was half warning, half encouragement. We do it after the summit, she said. Make it public. Make it hurt. Harry swallowed. Okay, he said. Susan started writing, careful, formal. The bone seal sat ready, and beside it the Potter seal, pressed into wax like it had been waiting years to be used by someone who actually owned it. Harry watched her hand move. It hit him again that Susan was not doing this because she was dazzled by his name. She was doing it because she was angry, and she wanted control over her own life too. When Susan finished the first letter, she read it aloud, voice crisp. Miss Daphne Greengrass, she said. By authority of the Bones family and by invitation of Lord Potter, you are requested at Bones Manor for a private summit regarding wartime protection, lawful alliance, and mutual interest. Attendance is voluntary. Terms will be negotiated, not imposed. Confidentiality is expected. She glanced at Harry. Too stiff? She asked. Harry blinked. It sounds like you are inviting her to a trial, he said. Susan rolled her eyes. That is the point, she said. Daphne likes trials. She likes knowing the rules. Amelia's mouth twitched slightly. Add one line, Amelia said. Tell her why she should bother. Susan dipped the quill again. Fine, she muttered. She wrote, then read it aloud. You are invited because neutrality is collapsing. Choose your protection before someone chooses it for you. Harry felt a chill. That line sounded like a threat and a promise at the same time. Susan sealed the letter, then started the second. Hannah Abbott, she said under her breath. Her tone softened without her meaning to. She wrote slower this time, like she wanted the words to land gently even though the situation was brutal. When she read that one aloud, it was still formal, but the edge was different. You are invited because you deserve safety, Susan read. Not silence. Not hiding. Safety. Harry's throat tightened. Susan finished, sealed both letters, and handed them to the Manor elf. Direct delivery, she said. No stops. No detours. The elf bowed. Yes, Miss Susan, it said, then vanished. Harry exhaled slowly. The invitation was sent. That meant there was no going back. Susan looked at him, then looked away quickly, cheeks faintly pink. Also, she said, voice too casual, do not be weird when they arrive. Harry blinked. Me, he said. Be weird. Susan shot him a look. Yes, she said. Because you have a face that does this thing where you look like you are about to bolt, and that makes people nervous. Harry huffed. I will try, he said. Amelia picked up the stack of forms again. While you wait, she said, we handle the prisoner. Harry's stomach tightened. You are giving him to Scrimgeour, he said. Amelia nodded once. Yes, she said. And we will not do it alone. Susan's eyes narrowed. We escort, she said. Amelia gave her a look. No, she said. You stay. I will not have my niece dragged into a ministry corridor ambush. Susan's jaw clenched. I am already dragged, she snapped. Amelia's gaze was hard. And I am trying to keep you alive, she said. Harry watched them, tension tight in his chest. The way they fought was not cruel. It was fear and love with sharper edges. Amelia looked at Harry. You, she said, are staying here. Harry's jaw tightened. What? He snapped. Amelia did not flinch. You are staying, she repeated. Because if you go to the ministry today, you will be surrounded by people who want to pull you in different directions. You are not ready for that without allies. Harry's mouth twisted. So we wait in the house and play politics. Susan cut in before Harry could spiral. We do both, she said. We do politics and we train. We do paperwork and we build. You hate it, but you can do it. Harry stared at her. He wanted to argue. He wanted to throw something. Instead, he breathed. Fine, he said, voice rough. But I want to be useful. Susan nodded. Then be useful, she said. Start by writing to Hermione properly. She will be suspicious. She will also be terrified. Harry swallowed hard. Hermione's face flashed in his mind, eyes fierce and worried, mouth tight when she was trying not to cry. He nodded. Okay, he said. Later, Harry sat at the desk in the guest room and wrote a longer letter, careful with details, careful with what he did not say. Hedwig watched him like a supervisor. He told Hermione that Gringotts confirmed the hold, that Dumbledore had filed it, that Amelia was investigating. He told her he was safe. He told her to keep Ron from doing anything stupid. He did not tell her about the contract. Not yet. He could already hear Hermione's voice in his head, sharp and panicked, and trying to fix everything at once. When he finished, he sat back, fingers aching. Susan knocked lightly, then came in without waiting, like she had decided they were past formalities. She looked at the parchment. Let me read, she said. Harry hesitated. Then he slid it toward her. Susan read quickly. Her eyes moved fast, but her face softened on certain lines, like she could see how much effort it took for Harry to sound calm. When she finished, she nodded. Good, she said. No dramatic nonsense. Hermione will respect that. Harry huffed. Hermione respects footnotes, he muttered. Susan's mouth twitched. Then maybe add one, she said. Harry gave her a look. Susan lifted her hands. Joke, she said. Mostly. Harry's shoulder ached again when he shifted, and Susan's eyes flicked to it. Sit still, she said sharp. Harry blinked. What? Susan crossed the room, grabbed a small jar from the shelf near the washstand, and held it up. My aunt keeps salves, she said, because she is obsessed with being prepared. Harry stared. You are going to, he started. Yes, Susan said flat. Because you look like you are trying to pretend pain is not real, and that is stupid. Harry's face heated. I am not pretending, he muttered. Susan's eyes narrowed. You are, she said. Take your jumper off. Harry froze. Susan, he hissed. Susan rolled her eyes. For your shoulder, she snapped. Do you think I am trying to undress you in the middle of the day in my aunt's house? Harry's cheeks burned. I did not say that, he muttered. You did with your face, Susan said. Harry grumbled, then pulled the jumper off carefully. The movement made him hiss, and Susan's expression went instantly focused. She came closer, dipped her fingers into the salve, and pressed it gently into the sore muscle near his shoulder. Harry sucked in a breath. The salve was cold at first, then warmed like it was sinking into the ache. Susan worked carefully, hands steady, not too gentle, not too rough. Harry could smell soap on her fingers, and something faintly herbal from the jar. This is the part where you say thank you, Susan said, voice clipped. Harry swallowed. Thank you, he said. Susan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not look away. Good, she said. Harry stared at the wall because looking at her while she was touching him like this made his stomach do something stupid. Susan finished, wiped her hands on a cloth, and stepped back. Better? She asked. Harry rolled his shoulder carefully. The pain was still there, but it was less sharp. Yeah, he admitted. Better. Susan nodded once, satisfied. Then she hesitated, like she was arguing with herself, and finally spoke quieter. About last night, she said. Harry's heart kicked hard. The attack, he said quickly. Susan gave him a look. Not just the attack, she said. Harry's face heated again. Oh, he muttered. Susan's cheeks flushed, but her eyes stayed steady. We do not have to do that again, she said, voice tight. It was not part of the contract. I just did it because I wanted to. Harry swallowed. I wanted it too, he said, and the honesty came out before he could stop it. Susan blinked, and for a second she looked surprised. Then her mouth tightened, like she was trying not to smile. Okay, she said. Good. Harry exhaled slowly. His chest felt less tight than it had all morning. Susan cleared her throat like she was embarrassed by calm. Anyway, she said, voice turning brisk again, you have to be presentable when Daphne arrives. She will judge you. Harry blinked. Daphne judges air, he said. Susan nodded. Exactly, she said. So at least make the air around you look competent. Harry huffed a breath that might have been a laugh. I will try, he said. Susan left, and Harry put his jumper back on, shoulder warmer now. He stared at Hermione's letter for a long moment, then sealed it and handed it to Hedwig. Straight to Hermione, he murmured. Hedwig clicked her beak like she was offended he even had to say it, then flew off with a sharp flap. Harry watched her go and felt that familiar twist of fear. Every time Hedwig left, he worried she would not come back. He forced himself to breathe and turned back toward the window. Outside, the manor grounds looked quiet, but the wards still pressed like a taut wire. The house was waiting. Daphne Greengrass received the letter in silence. She was in the Greengrass sitting room, a place designed to look comfortable while still reminding you that money existed. The fire was lit even though the day was not that cold, because the point was not heat. The point was control. Astoria sat on the rug with a book open on her lap, pretending to read while actually watching Daphne from the corner of her eye. A house elf appeared with a pop and held out a sealed envelope on a silver tray. The wax bore two crests pressed side by side. Astoria's eyebrows rose. That is Potter, she said, voice sharp with interest. Daphne did not react outwardly. She reached for the envelope with calm fingers and broke the seal. Her eyes scanned the first line, then the second, then the line that mattered. Neutrality is collapsing. Choose your protection before someone chooses it for you. Daphne's mouth did not move. Her pulse did. Astoria leaned forward. Well, Astoria said, trying to sound casual and failing. What does it say? Daphne folded the letter once, neatly. It says, she replied, voice cool, that Potter has stopped being a boy. Astoria blinked. That is dramatic, she said. It is accurate, Daphne replied. Astoria's eyes narrowed. Bones, she said, and it was half question. Daphne nodded once. Amelia Bones, she said, and Susan Bones, together with Potter. Astoria sat up straighter. That is a triangle of doom, she said. Daphne's gaze flicked to her sister. Do not be childish, she said, automatic. Astoria rolled her eyes. I am not, she said. I am being observant. If Potter is under Bones' protection, Dumbledore cannot touch him easily. If Dumbledore cannot touch him easily, the whole board shifts. Daphne's mouth tightened slightly, like she was pleased and annoyed at the same time. Astoria pointed at the seal on the letter. Two crests, she said. That is not just a visit invite. That is a statement. Daphne's eyes shifted, thoughtful. Yes, she said quietly. Astoria stared at her. Are you going? She asked. Daphne did not answer immediately. She rose, moved to the window, and looked out at the frost on the glass. Neutrality had always been the Greengrass play. Stay polite. Stay quiet. Trade with everyone. Never take a public side. Never be the first to bleed. It had kept them alive so far. But the war was changing. Voldemort did not care about polite. The Ministry was cracking. Dumbledore was losing his grip, and that was dangerous, because Dumbledore held the light faction together by force of reputation more than law. If Potter was slipping free, the next power vacuum would be violent. Astoria spoke again, quieter. If you go, she said, take me. Daphne turned her head. No, she said, immediate. Astoria's mouth tightened. Of course, she said, bitter. Because I am a child. You are younger, Daphne corrected, voice still cool. And you are not a bargaining chip. Astoria's eyes flashed. Neither are you, she snapped. Daphne stared at her sister for a beat. Astoria had always been sharper than people realized. That was part of the danger. Sharp people got noticed. Daphne exhaled slowly. You will come, she said, and the words surprised even her. Astoria's eyes widened. What? She said. Daphne's gaze went flat. If Bones Manor is what I think it is, she said, then it is safer than this house is right now. And if Potter is building a block, I want to see it with my own eyes. Astoria's mouth twitched. So you are going, she said. Daphne nodded once. Yes, she said. We attend. We listen. We do not commit until we see the terms. Astoria leaned forward, excitement sparking. Do you think Potter will be? She started. Daphne gave her a look. Do not, she said. Astoria shut her mouth, then grinned anyway. I was going to say angry, she said innocently. Daphne did not smile. She did not deny it either. Across England, Hannah Abbott received her letter in a much smaller room. Her kitchen was warm, but the warmth came from effort, not wealth. A kettle steamed. The table had small scratches from years of use. A single vase of winter flowers sat near the window, because Hannah's mom liked having something pretty even when everything else felt hard. Hannah sat with her hands wrapped around a mug, staring at the sealed envelope in front of her like it might bite. Her mum watched her, face tired but gentle. Open it, her mum said. Hannah swallowed. Her fingers were slightly shaky as she broke the seal. The wax imprint made her stomach twist. Bones. Potter. Two names that meant war. She read the letter once fast. Then again, slower. You are invited because you deserve safety. Hannah's throat tightened. Her eyes burned. Her mum leaned forward. What is it? She asked, voice careful. Hannah swallowed hard. It is Susan Bones, she said quietly. She is asking me to come to their house. To meet Harry. Her mum's face tightened. Harry Potter, she murmured. Hannah nodded. Yes, she said. Her mum exhaled. Do you want to go? She asked. Hannah stared at the table. She thought of Hogwarts, of the way people whispered, of the way the war seeped into everything. She thought of Cedric, and how Hufflepuff had learned grief too young. She thought of Harry's face at the Triwizard ending, when he looked like he had seen something nobody should see. I do not know, Hannah admitted. I want to help. But I do not want to be used. Her mum nodded slowly. Then go and make sure you are not, she said. You are not a child anymore, Hannah. You can say no. Hannah's throat tightened. What if saying no gets me killed? She whispered. Her mum's eyes flickered with fear, but her voice stayed steady. Then at least you will have said it, she replied. At least you will have chosen. Hannah stared at the letter again. Choice. Safety. A summit. She exhaled slowly. I will go, she said, voice shaking slightly. I will listen. Her mum reached across the table and squeezed her hand. Then pack, she said softly. And do not forget your wand. Hannah nodded. Her stomach still felt like it was full of stones, but under the fear there was something else too. Relief. Because for the first time in weeks, she felt like someone was offering her a door instead of a wall. Back at Bones Manor, Amelia's day turned into controlled chaos. By mid-afternoon, the prisoner had been transferred to ministry custody under Amelia's escort, and Harry had stayed inside like a caged animal, pacing the sitting room until Susan shoved him into the dueling room for another training session. She did not go easy on him. Neither did Amelia. Harry's shoulder ached, his hands stung from shield feedback, and his lungs burned, but the work kept his mind from spiraling into the dark places where Sirius lived. When he finally stopped, sweaty and shaking, Susan tossed him a towel and said, "If you pass out, I will laugh." Harry wiped his face and glared at her. "You will not," he said. Susan's eyes flicked. "I will," she said, then her mouth tightened like she regretted it. "After I make sure you are breathing." Harry huffed a breath. "Fair," he muttered. She stepped closer, eyes focused. "We need you sharp tonight," she said. "Daphne will test you. Hannah will watch you. My aunt will watch everything. Do not pick a fight for fun." Harry's mouth twisted. "I do not pick fights for fun," he said. Susan's eyebrows lifted. "You argued with the minister at the front door," she said. Harry's cheeks heated. "That was not fun," he insisted. Susan's mouth twitched. "Sure," she said. Then the words shifted again, softer this time, like the house was recognizing a familiar signature. A moment later, the Bones house elf appeared in the doorway, posture straight. "Miss Susan," it said. "Guest approaches. 2 females. One older, one younger." Susan's eyes sharpened. "Greengrass," she said. Harry's stomach tightened. Susan glanced at him. "Stop making that face," she said. Harry blinked. "What face?" he demanded. Susan pointed at him. "That one," she said. Harry exhaled hard through his nose. "Fine," he muttered. "I will try to look like a normal human." Susan's eyes softened slightly. "Good," she said. Then she paused, and her voice dropped a fraction. "And Harry," she added. He looked at her. Susan's cheeks flushed, but her eyes stayed steady. "I am here," she said simply. Harry swallowed. "I know," he replied. They moved together toward the formal dining room, because Susan insisted the summit happen in a place that looked like power, not comfort. The dining room was large without being showy. The table was long, polished wood, set with simple plates and silverware. Candles were lit, but not too many, and the windows were covered by heavy curtains that muffled outside noise. Amelia sat at the head of the table, posture straight, eyes sharp. Susan took the seat to her right. Harry sat beside Susan, not at the head, because Amelia refused to let him look like he was alone in charge. "You will take the Potter seat in the Wizengamot," Amelia had told him earlier. "Not at my table. At my table you are a protected guest. That matters." Harry had hated it. He understood it anyway. The door opened, and the first thing Harry noticed was the cold. Not literal cold. Daphne Greengrass walked in like the air was making space for her out of habit. She wore a dark robe, neat, fitted, nothing flashy. Her blonde hair was pinned back cleanly. Her face was calm, eyes sharp. Astoria followed half a step behind, younger, with a similar look but less controlled. Her eyes darted around the room, landing on Harry like he was a story. Daphne's gaze swept the table, landed on Amelia, then Susan, then Harry. She did not smile. She did not bow. She simply inclined her head like she was acknowledging equals. "Madam Bones," Daphne said, voice smooth. "Miss Bones." Susan's tone was polite but cool. Miss Greengrass, she replied. And Miss Greengrass, she added, nodding at Astoria. Astoria's mouth twitched into a grin. Hi, she said, a little too cheerful. Amelia's eyes flicked to her. Sit, Amelia said, not unkind, but not soft either. Daphne moved to the chair offered. Astoria sat beside her. Then Daphne looked at Harry directly. Lord Potter, she said, and the title landed like a weight. Harry's stomach tightened. He forced his voice steady. Daphne, he said. Susan's eyebrows lifted slightly at the use of her first name. Harry ignored it. Daphne's eyes flicked briefly to Susan, then back to Harry. You invited me, she said. So speak. Harry's mouth twisted. I did not invite you to admire my furniture, he said. Susan did the letter. Susan shot him a look. Harry ignored that too. Daphne's mouth tightened slightly, like she was amused and refused to show it. Then the matriarch speaks, Daphne said, eyes on Susan. Susan's cheeks flushed faintly, but her posture stayed straight. We are building a defensive block, Susan said, voice crisp. Not a fan club. You are here because neutrality is collapsing, and because your family does not like being cornered. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Correct, she said. Susan nodded once. Harry's assets were restricted through a hold filed by Dumbledore, Susan said. His communications were interfered with. He left. He came here. There was an attack last night. That attack confirmed he is a target, and it confirmed Bones Manor is now part of the war whether we want it or not. Astoria leaned forward, eyes bright. Death Eaters? She asked. Harry's jaw clenched. Yes, he said. Daphne's gaze did not flicker. And you lived? She said, like she was noting a fact. Harry's mouth twisted. Yes, he said. Daphne's eyes shifted to Susan. What do you want? She asked. Susan did not hesitate. Commitment, she said. Not blind. Not immediate. But real. We offer protection under Bones' wards, legal shield under my aunt's authority, and political cover under Potter and Black seats. In exchange, we want loyalty, resources, and competence. Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly. You mean money? She said. Susan's tone stayed flat. I mean influence, she corrected. Trade routes. Safe supplies. Neutral family networks. Information that does not come through the Order. Harry felt something twist in his stomach at the mention of information. He thought of the Order whispering in kitchens, deciding his life in soft voices. Daphne tapped a finger once on the table. And what do I gain besides safety? She asked. Susan's gaze was steady. The chance to be on the winning side without being eaten by it, she said. Astoria made a small sound, like she liked that line. Daphne's eyes stayed on Susan. You are blunt, she said. Susan's mouth tightened. War is blunt, she replied. Daphne's gaze shifted to Harry. And you, she said. What do you want? Harry's throat tightened. He forced himself to speak clearly. I want allies who will not lock me away from my own good, he said. I want people who will tell me if I am about to be stupid. I want people who will not sell me out when it becomes inconvenient. Daphne studied him. You are angry, she said. Harry's mouth twisted. Yes, he said. Daphne's eyes flicked to Amelia. And you allow this? She asked. Amelia's voice was cold. I allow reality, she said. And I will not apologize for building a shield around a child my colleagues treated like a tool. Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly. So it is true, she murmured. Dumbledore filed a hold. Susan nodded once. Gringotts confirmed it, she said. Daphne leaned back slightly, and for the first time her calm cracked into something sharper. He is losing control, she said quietly. Astoria blinked. That is good, she said. Daphne's gaze snapped to her sister. It is dangerous, she corrected. Harry watched Daphne's face and felt his stomach twist with grudging respect. She did not romanticize any of this. She saw the board and counted the bodies. Susan spoke again. This is not only about you, she said. We invited you because we are building a coven, a block of women with specific strengths. You would be part of it. Astoria's eyes widened. A coven, she echoed, delighted. Daphne's gaze sharpened. Explain, she said. Susan's cheeks flushed faintly, but her tone stayed controlled. Susan Bones is primary partner and matriarch, she said. The others who join are not trophies. They are allies with shared legal protection and a shared voice. Harry remains the political face because his name moves votes. We remain the spine because we refuse to let anyone use him. Harry's throat tightened at the word spine, because it sounded like Susan was talking about herself and Amelia too. Daphne's eyes flicked to Harry, then back to Susan. And what is my role? She asked. Susan did not hesitate. Finance and neutrality, she said. You understand deals. You understand leverage. You can track bribes and trace influence through money. You can help us build supply lines that do not rely on the ministry. Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly, like she was considering. You want me to make you independent, she said. Susan nodded once. Yes, she said. Daphne's gaze shifted to Harry. And what is the price? She asked him. Harry's stomach tightened. The price is trust, he said. And honesty. If you plan to betray us, do not join. Daphne's mouth tightened. That is not a price, she said. That is a demand. Harry's voice stayed flat. Then call it whatever you want, he said. I am done with people who smile while they plan my cage. Astoria inhaled sharply. Daphne's eyes sharpened again, and for a second Harry saw something like interest. Susan leaned slightly closer to Harry, voice low. Careful, she murmured. Do not provoke her for sport. Harry muttered back. I am not. Susan's fingers tapped his knee once under the table, like a warning. Daphne leaned forward. One more thing, she said, voice smooth. You said coven? You said primary partner? Harry's stomach tightened. Susan did not flinch. Yes, she said. Daphne's gaze turned colder. Is this a harem? She asked, blunt. The air in the room tightened. Harry felt heat crawl up his neck. Susan's cheeks flushed, but her eyes stayed steady. It can be framed that way by idiots, she said. We frame it as political alliance, mutual support, and personal bond. The romance is real only if it is chosen. There is no coercion. There is no collecting. Daphne's eyes held her for a long beat. An intimacy, Daphne said, voice still calm. Susan's jaw clenched slightly. Is private, she said, and consensual. If you are asking whether you would be forced into anything, the answer is no. Astoria's eyes were wide like she was watching a play. Harry's stomach rolled. He hated talking about this like it was a contract term. But he also knew it mattered. Daphne's gaze shifted to Harry. And you, she said. Can you say that without lying? Harry swallowed. Yes, he said, voice rough. I am not going to use anyone. I do not want people trapped around me. If someone joins, it is because they choose it, and because it helps them too. Daphne studied him. Humph, she said softly. Susan exhaled slowly, like she had been holding her breath. Amelia's voice cut in. Your invitation stands, Miss Greengrass, she said. If you accept, you will be protected here. If you refuse, you will leave with your memories intact and your safety maintained for the duration of your travel. My wards will not allow harm to guests. Daphne's eyes flicked to Amelia. You assume I fear leaving, she said. Amelia's smile was thin. I assume you are not stupid, she replied. Astoria's mouth twitched like she wanted to laugh and did not dare. Before Daphne could answer, the wards hummed again, a different tone, like a new signature approaching. The Bones house elf appeared in the doorway. Miss Susan, it said. Second guest arrives. Hannah Abbott. Susan's expression softened slightly. Bring her in, she said. Hannah entered the dining room like she expected someone to shout at her. Her cheeks were flushed from cold. Her hair was slightly windblown. Her eyes flicked around the table, landing on Amelia first, then Susan, then Harry. She froze for half a second when she saw Harry, like she did not know whether to smile or bow or run. Harry stood because his body moved before his brain did. Hannah, he said, voice quieter than it had been for Daphne. Hannah swallowed. Harry, she replied. Her voice was soft, but there was steel under it. Susan stood too, posture straight. Sit, Susan said, gentler than Amelia had been. You are safe here. Hannah's shoulders dropped a fraction, but her hands still trembled slightly as she took the offered chair across from Harry. Her eyes flicked to Daphne and Astoria, confusion flashing. I did not know, she started. Susan nodded once. You did not need to, she said. This is a summit, not a club meeting. Astoria's mouth twitched. It kind of is, she muttered. Daphne shot her a look. Hannah looked like she wanted to disappear into her chair. Harry forced himself to breathe and speak normally. Thanks for coming, he said to Hannah. Hannah's cheeks flushed. I did not want to ignore it, she said quickly. She paused, swallowed. I did not know if it was safe. Harry's throat tightened. It is, he said. We had an attack last night. We stopped it. The house is warded like a fortress. Hannah's eyes widened slightly. Death Eaters, she whispered. Susan nodded once. Yes, she said. Which is why we are doing this now. Hannah's mouth tightened. You mean the Alliance? She said. Susan's gaze was steady. Yes, she said. A block. A coven. A team. Call it what you want. Hannah's eyes flicked to Harry again, then down to her hands. What do you want from me? She asked, voice tight. Harry swallowed. I want you safe, he said honestly. I also want you to have a choice. If you do not want this, you can leave. Hannah looked up fast, surprised. You would let me? She asked. Harry's mouth twisted. I am not going to trap people, he said. Hannah's eyes burned slightly. She blinked hard. Okay, she whispered. Susan spoke, voice crisp again. Hannah, you are Hufflepuff, she said. You know loyalty. You know what it feels like when the world ignores your grief. You also know healing and support. We need someone who holds the line from the inside, not just in fights. Hannah's cheeks flushed. I am not a healer, she said quickly. Not yet. Susan nodded. But you know basics, she said. And you have a brain. That matters. Daphne leaned back and watched Hannah like she was evaluating a new piece on the board. Hannah noticed and stiffened. What? She asked, voice sharper now. Why is she looking at me like that? Astoria's grin flickered. That is just her face, she said. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Astoria, she said, warning. Astoria lifted her hands. What? She said. It is. Harry's mouth twitched faintly, then he forced it away. He needed to stay serious. Susan leaned forward slightly. Hannah, she said, voice softer again. This is Daphne Greengrass. If she joins, she handles money and influence. She is not here to judge you. She is here because she knows neutrality is dying. Hannah's eyes widened. Greengrass, she repeated, and there was a small hint of awe. Daphne nodded once. Abbott, she said, and her tone was polite enough to be dangerous. Hannah's jaw tightened. Greengrass, she replied, and her voice found more steel. Harry watched that exchange and felt something ease slightly in his chest. Hannah was not a doormat. She was scared, but she had a spine. Amelia spoke, cold and clear. Terms, she said. We are not here to circle feelings all night. You can feel later. You can survive first. Hannah flinched slightly, then nodded. Daphne's eyes flicked to Amelia. Agreed, she said. Susan took a slow breath. The terms are simple, she said. You stay at Bones Manor for the summer under protection. You maintain confidentiality. You act in Harry's interest politically and legally. You receive protection, resources, and representation. In addition, if you choose deeper bond, you can enter a formal alliance contract under the coven structure. Hannah's cheeks went pink. Deeper bond, she repeated. Susan's tone stayed firm. Not force, she said. Optional. Daphne's gaze sharpened. And who decides? She asked. Susan's eyes did not waver. The person entering it decides, she said. Always. Harry swallowed. That includes me, he said, voice low. I do not want to be used either. Daphne's mouth tightened slightly. Fair, she said. Hannah's hands clenched on her lap. If I say yes to staying, she asked, voice shaking slightly, does that make me a target? Amelia answered before Susan could. You are already a target, Amelia said. You are a Hogwarts student during war. Your family name is known. You just have not been useful enough to be attacked directly. Yet. Hannah went pale. Amelia's voice did not soften. I do not say that to scare you, she said. I say it because pretending is how people die. Susan's gaze flicked to Hannah, and her voice softened. Here you have wards, Susan said. Here you have people who will fight. Here you have a place that does not rely on Dumbledore's goodwill. Hannah swallowed hard. Okay, she whispered. Daphne tapped a finger once on the table. What about my sister? She asked, voice cool. Astoria's eyes widened slightly. Susan's gaze shifted to Astoria, then back to Daphne. Astoria can stay as a protected guest if Amelia allows it, Susan said. But she is not part of the alliance unless she chooses it, and unless it is lawful. Daphne's eyes narrowed. So you would keep her without binding her, she said. Susan nodded. Yes, she said. If she wants it. If you want it. And if Amelia agrees. Amelia's gaze flicked to Astoria. How old? Amelia asked. Astoria sat up straighter. 15, she said quickly. Almost 16. Amelia's eyes narrowed. You are not signing anything, she said. Not here. Not now. Astoria's cheeks flushed. I was not planning to, she said, offended. Daphne's mouth tightened slightly. She is coming, Daphne said, tone final. Amelia's eyes stayed hard. She can come as a guest, Amelia said. Not as a pawn. Daphne inclined her head. Agreed, she said. Harry watched the exchange and felt something twist in his stomach. Amelia was harsh, but she was trying to keep children from being treated like objects. That mattered. Susan looked at Daphne. Your answer, she said. Daphne's gaze moved across the table, weighing. It landed on Harry last, and Harry forced himself not to flinch. I accept the invitation, Daphne said. I will stay and observe. I will negotiate deeper terms after I see how you operate. Susan nodded once. Accepted, she said. Hannah's eyes were wide. She looked at Susan, then Harry, then Amelia. If I accept, she said, voice tight, do I have to do politics? Harry blinked. No, he said quickly. Not if you hate it. Susan shot him a look. Harry added, quieter, you can help in other ways. Healing. Keeping us sane. Calling us idiots. Hannah's mouth twitched slightly, like she wanted to smile and felt guilty for it. I can do calling idiots, she said softly. Susan nodded, satisfied. Then your answer, Susan said. Hannah took a shaky breath. Then she lifted her chin. I accept, she said. I will stay. Susan's shoulders eased slightly. Good, she said. Astoria let out a breath like she had been holding it too. This is, she started then stopped. This is kind of exciting. Daphne's eyes flicked to her sister. Astoria, she warned. Astoria shrugged. It is, she said. Also terrifying. But still. Harry's mouth twitched again. He did not let it become a smile, but it was close. Amelia stood. Good, she said. Then we move to practical security. Rooms. Ward recognition. No one leaves the manor without escort. No owls without screening. No flo calls without my approval. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You are strict, she said. Amelia's voice was flat. I am alive, she replied. Hannah swallowed. Okay, she murmured. Susan looked at Harry. Now we do the part you hate, she said quietly. Public break. Harry's stomach tightened. Dumbledore, he said. Susan nodded. He will already know, she said. Scrimgeour will report. The Order will panic. Dumbledore will try to contact you. As if the house itself wanted to prove her right, the fireplace at the far end of the dining room flared green. Harry's stomach dropped. Flo. Amelia's wand snapped up instantly. No, she said, and the flames sputtered like they hit a wall. A voice rose from the fireplace anyway, muffled by wards but recognizable. Harry, Dumbledore called, calm and warm like honey. Harry, please. Harry's chest tightened hard. The sound of Dumbledore's voice made old instincts flare. Obey. Listen. Trust. Then Sirius's face flashed in his mind, and the instinct turned to rage. Susan's fingers touched Harry's wrist again, grounding. Amelia's eyes were cold. "Projection only," she said, and flicked her wand. The flames shifted, and Dumbledore's face appeared in the fire, as if looking through a window. His eyes were bright behind his half-moon glasses. His expression was calm, almost sad. Behind him, Harry could see a dim room and the edge of a chair. Grimmauld Place, maybe, or the Burrow. He could not tell. "Harry," Dumbledore said again. "Thank Merlin you are alive." Harry's jaw clenched. "Do not," he said quietly. Dumbledore's expression softened. "My boy," he began. Harry's voice snapped sharper. "Do not call me that," he said. The room went still. Daphne watched like she was watching a duel. Hannah's hands clenched on her lap. Susan's face was tight, eyes sharp. Amelia's gaze stayed cold. Dumbledore blinked, and for a fraction of a second his calm cracked. Then it returned. "Harry," he said, voice gentle, "you are frightened and hurt. You have endured more than any child should. But you are making a mistake." Harry felt heat rise under his ribs. "A mistake," he repeated. Dumbledore's eyes flicked, like he was choosing words carefully. "You have surrounded yourself with darkness," he said. "The Bones family delves in magic's best left forgotten. And Miss Greengrass," his gaze shifted slightly, as if he could see her even through wards. "Her family has never stood for what is right. They stand for profit." Daphne's mouth tightened. "Charming," she murmured. Susan's cheeks flushed with anger. Harry's voice went low. "You left me in darkness for 10 years, he said. "At least this darkness gives me a torch." Dumbledore's expression tightened. "I did what I had to," he said softly. "For your protection. For the greater good." Harry's stomach twisted. The phrase hit like poison because it was exactly what the kitchen whispers had sounded like. Susan's jaw clenched. Harry took a slow breath. "You fouled the hold on my money," he said. "You blocked my mail. You let people keep me isolated. Was that the greater good too?" Dumbledore's eyes flickered. "Harry," he said, voice still gentle, "you are not thinking clearly. You are grieving serious. You are lashing out." Harry's hands trembled. He clenched them until they stopped. "Do not use Sirius as a shield," he said. Dumbledore's face softened more, like he was trying to look kind. "Sirius's death was not your fault," he said. Harry's throat tightened. He hated that a part of him wanted to believe Dumbledore, because Dumbledore saying it felt like permission to breathe. Susan's fingers tightened on Harry's wrist, like she sensed the wobble. Harry swallowed and forced himself back to anger, because anger was safer than falling apart. "You did not answer," Harry said. "Why did you foul the hold?" Dumbledore's eyes flicked. "You were a minor," he said. "And there are forces that would have exploited your wealth. The Ministry, Death Eaters, even the press. I acted to prevent chaos." Harry's voice turned colder. "You acted to keep control," he said. Dumbledore's expression tightened. "Control is not a sin when it prevents disaster," he said. Amelia made a sharp sound. "It is a sin when it breaks the law," she said. Dumbledore's gaze shifted toward Amelia. "Amelia," he said, tone polite, "you know I respect you. But you are making yourself an obstacle." Amelia's smile was thin. "Good," she said. "Obstacles stop people from doing illegal things." Hannah's eyes widened slightly at Amelia's bluntness. Daphne looked almost impressed, which was unsettling. Dumbledore's voice warmed again, directed at Harry. "Come back," he said. "We can discuss this privately. You can be safe. You can have your friends. You can have guidance." Harry's jaw clenched. "Guidance?" he repeated. Susan's voice cut in, sharp. "He means leash," she said. Dumbledore blinked, and for the first time his calm cracked into irritation. "Susan," he said, voice still polite, "you are young. You do not understand the weight of war." Susan's cheeks flushed. "I understand," she snapped. "I understand you make decisions for people and call it love." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. "You are being manipulated," he said to Harry. "They are using your pain." Harry felt his stomach twist. "No," he said. "They did the opposite. They asked what I wanted. You never do." Dumbledore's expression softened again. "I have always cared for you," he said. Harry's voice went rough. "Then why do I feel like property?" he demanded. Silence sat heavy. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, like he was adjusting. "Because you are afraid," he said softly. "And fear makes us see chains where there are none." Harry laughed once, harsh. "That is," he started, then stopped because his throat tightened. Susan's hand squeezed his wrist steady. Harry forced the words out. "There are chains," he said. "You filed them in Gringotts." Dumbledore's gaze hardened slightly. "If you insist on this path," he said, voice still calm but colder, "you will weaken the light faction. You will fracture unity. Voldemort will benefit." Harry's mouth twisted. "Unity built on lies is not unity," he said. "It is a trap." Dumbledore leaned closer in the projection, eyes intense. "Harry," he said, "you are not ready to lead." Harry's stomach burned. "I am not trying to lead," he said. "I am trying to live." Dumbledore's expression flickered again, and Harry saw the real frustration under the kindness. "Then allow me to help you," Dumbledore said, voice firm. Harry's jaw clenched. He looked at Amelia, then Susan, then Daphne, then Hannah. This was the part Susan had warned him about. The public break. The part that would hurt. Harry straightened in his chair. His hands were steady now. "No," Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. "Harry," he began. Harry spoke louder, clear. "I revoke any proxy votes you have held on my behalf," he said. "Potter seat and Black seat. You do not speak for me. You do not vote for me. You do not decide for me." Dumbledore's face went still. Amelia's eyes narrowed, satisfied. Susan's shoulders eased slightly. Daphne's gaze sharpened like she was watching a knife land. Hannah inhaled sharply, eyes wide. Dumbledore's voice came softer. "You do not understand what that means," he said. Harry's voice stayed flat. "It means you lose your majority," he said. "It means you cannot hide behind my name." Dumbledore's eyes flickered. "You are making enemies," he said, echoing Scrimgeour's warning. Harry's mouth twisted. "Good," he said. "Then I will know who was only my friend when I was obedient." Dumbledore's calm cracked into something sharp. "You are surrounded by those who would twist you," he said. "Bones necromancy, greengrass ambition, wartime hysteria. Harry, you are stepping into darkness." Harry felt his chest tighten, but he did not back down. "You left me with the Dursleys," he said. "You watched me get hurt and called it necessary. You do not get to lecture me about darkness." Dumbledore's face tightened, and for the first time his voice lost the warm softness. I made difficult choices, he said. Harry's voice went low. So am I, he said. For a beat, Dumbledore stared at him like he was seeing a stranger. Then Dumbledore's expression shifted back to calm, but it was thinner now, like a mask that had cracked and been forced back on. Very well, Dumbledore said, and the word had weight. If you will not return, I will come to you. Amelia's eyes narrowed. You cannot enter, she said. Dumbledore's gaze lifted slightly, as if he was looking beyond the projection and toward the wards themselves. Wards are not absolute, he said. Harry felt Susan stiffen beside him. Daphne leaned forward slightly, interest sharp. Hannah's hands clenched. Harry's throat tightened. Do not, he said, voice rough. Dumbledore's eyes flicked back to Harry. I will not allow you to destroy what we have built, he said softly. Not out of spite. Harry's jaw clenched. It is not spite, he said. It is survival. Dumbledore's voice softened again, almost pitying. Then I hope you survive the consequences, he said. The green flame sputtered, and the projection vanished, cut off by Amelia's wand. The room stayed still for a moment after, like everyone was waiting for the sound of something breaking. Hannah exhaled shakily. He sounded. She started, then stopped, swallowing. He sounded angry. Susan's voice was tight. Because he lost control, she said. Daphne's eyes narrowed. He will not accept this, she said calmly. He will move. Amelia nodded once. Yes, she said. And now you understand why I am strict. Astoria swallowed. That was intense, she whispered. Harry sat back, chest tight, throat burning. He felt like he had punched something huge and sacred, and now his knuckles were bleeding. Susan leaned closer, voice low. You did it, she said. Harry swallowed. Yeah, he whispered. I did. He expected relief. He felt grief instead. Because no matter how angry he was, Dumbledore had still been one of the only adults who had ever looked at him like he mattered. Now that look had turned sharp. Harry's hands trembled slightly. He clenched them. Susan's hand found his under the table, fingers warm, steady. She did not squeeze hard. She just stayed. Amelia stood. We are not done, she said. Now we bind the coven under ward law, not romance. It is a guest and protection recognition ritual, not blood. Daphne's eyes sharpened. Ritual, she said. Amelia's voice stayed flat. Do not look excited, she said. It is paperwork with magic. Daphne's mouth tightened slightly. I like paperwork, she said. Astoria snorted. She does, she muttered. Hannah looked nervous. Do I have to cut my finger? She asked, voice small. Susan shook her head quickly. No, she said. Not for guest wards. That is only for deeper bonds. This is just a manor recognizing you as protected. Hannah exhaled. Okay, she whispered. They moved to the ward chamber again, because Amelia insisted the manor learn who belonged inside its protection. Harry's skin prickled the moment he stepped into the circular room. The runes hummed softly, awake. Daphne's gaze swept the chamber with interest she tried to hide. Old magic, she murmured. Amelia's eyes narrowed. Family magic, she corrected. Susan stepped into the center first, posture straight, voice calm. This is Bones Manor, she said, and the way she spoke made it sound like she was introducing a person, not a building. Hannah hovered near the door, hands tight. Daphne moved in with calm steps, eyes sharp. Astoria stayed close to Daphne like a shadow. Amelia raised her wand. "Guess," she said. "State your names and consent to protection under this house. No lies." Daphne lifted her chin. "Daphne Greengrass," she said. "I consent to protection under Bones Manor wards for the duration of my stay." The runes pulsed softly. Astoria swallowed. "Astoria Greengrass," she said. "I consent." The runes pulsed again, lighter. Hannah's voice shook slightly when she spoke. "Hannah Abbott," she said. "I consent to protection." The runes pulsed steady. Harry felt the wards shift, like the house was taking a deep breath and adjusting. The pressure on his skin eased slightly, not because the house was relaxing, but because it had more people to account for now. Amelia flicked her wand, sealing the recognition. "Done," she said. "Now you are protected. If you leave, the protection ends. If you attempt to betray this house inside these walls, the wards will react." Hannah went pale. "React how?" she asked, voice tight. Susan answered quickly, softer. "They will alert," she said. "And they will slow you. Not hurt you." Daphne's eyes flicked to Susan. "So you can cage us if you want," she said. Susan's jaw clenched. "If you betray us," she corrected. "And even then, it is to prevent damage, not to punish." Daphne studied her for a long beat. Then she nodded once, like she accepted the logic. They left the ward chamber, and the house felt different on the walk back. Not warmer. Just fuller, like there were more heartbeats inside its bones. Dinner turned into something close to normal, which felt strange and almost painful. Hannah ate slowly, eyes darting, like she expected someone to shout. Astoria talked too much, trying to fill silence with nervous energy. Daphne said little, but when she spoke, it was sharp and direct. Susan managed the table like she managed everything, quietly controlling pace and topic, redirecting when things got too tense. Harry mostly listened, trying to learn the shape of his new allies. When the plates were cleared, Daphne finally spoke again, eyes on Harry. "You are not subtle," she said. Harry blinked. "Thanks," he said. Daphne's mouth tightened. "It is not an insult," she said. "It is a vulnerability. People will bait you." Harry's jaw clenched. "I know," he said. Daphne's gaze stayed steady. "Then learn," she said. Susan leaned back slightly. "He is learning," she said, voice flat. "He just hates it." Daphne's eyes flicked to Susan. "And you," she said. "You are the spine." Susan's cheeks flushed faintly. "Yes," she said, blunt. Astoria made a small sound like she was trying not to laugh. Hannah looked between them, then spoke quietly. "So what happens now?" she asked. Amelia answered. "Now you sleep," she said. "Because tomorrow we start building. We start legal filings. We start supply lines. We start training. And we start investigating who thought they could breach my wards with Potter blood." Harry's stomach tightened. "Creature," he said quietly. Hannah blinked. "Creature," she repeated. Susan's face tightened. "Black House Elf," she said. "Betrayed Sirius once. Likely did it again." Hannah's eyes went wide with horror. "An elf," she whispered. "How do you stop an elf?" Amelia's voice was cold, With ownership law, she said. And with force if necessary. Harry's throat tightened. He hated the thought of hurting an elf. He also hated the thought of Creature handing Voldemort pieces of him like scraps. Daphne's voice cut in, calm. If the elf is compromised, she said, then Grimmauld Place is compromised. Harry's jaw clenched. Yes, he said. Daphne nodded once. Then you will need to reclaim it, she said. Susan's eyes narrowed. We will, she said. Not tonight. Astoria leaned forward, eyes bright. We should go, she said. Like a raid. Like, she paused, then added quickly. Not like a stupid raid. Like a planned one. Susan stared at her. You are excitable, she said. Astoria shrugged. I am alive, she said. Daphne's mouth tightened. Enough, she said to her sister, but there was less bite than before. Hannah looked at Harry, voice small. Are Ron and Hermione okay? She asked. Harry swallowed. I sent letters, he said. Short ones. I will send more once things settle. Hannah nodded slowly. Okay, she said. She paused, cheeks flushing. I do not want them to think you vanished. Harry's throat tightened. Me neither, he admitted. Susan stood. Rooms, she said. Hannah, you will take the inner corridor guest room near mine. Daphne and Astoria, you take the opposite wing, still inner corridor, not outer. No one sleeps near perimeter windows. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Bossy, she said. Susan's voice was flat. Alive, she replied. Daphne's mouth tightened like she was amused and refused to show it. Fine, she said. They separated for the night, but Harry did not sleep immediately. He lay on his bed with Hedwig perched nearby, eyes half closed, and stared at the ceiling while his mind replayed Dumbledore's voice. The calm, the disappointment, the edge under it. Harry's chest hurt. He rolled onto his side and tried to breathe through it. A knock came at his door. Harry sat up fast, wand already in his hand. Susan's voice came through, low. It is me. Harry exhaled and opened the door. Susan stood there in a simple jumper, hair loose now, cheeks faintly flushed. She looked tired, but her eyes were steady. You okay? She asked. Harry's mouth twisted. No, he admitted. Susan nodded like that was acceptable. Me neither, she said. Can I come in? Harry stepped aside. Susan entered, shut the door quietly, then sat on the edge of his chair like she was afraid sitting on the bed would make things too intimate too fast. Harry hovered near the bed, unsure what to do with his hands. Susan stared at the floor for a moment, then looked up at him. You did the revocation, she said. Harry swallowed. Yeah, he said. It felt like cutting something. Susan's eyes softened slightly. It was, she said. But it was necessary. Harry nodded once. Susan hesitated, then spoke quieter. Daphne will be useful, she said. She is not warm, but she is honest in her own way. She does not pretend to be kind. Harry's mouth twisted. That is comforting, he muttered. Susan's mouth twitched. I know, she said. Harry swallowed. Hannah looked terrified, he said. Susan's expression softened. She is, she said. But she still came. That matters. Harry nodded slowly. Susan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she cleared her throat like she was annoyed at herself. Also, she said, Storia is going to be a problem. Harry blinked. Why? He asked. Susan's eyes narrowed. Because she is curious, she said, and loud. And she will poke at everything until it explodes. Harry huffed a breath that might have been a laugh. Sounds like Ron, he said. Susan's mouth tightened. Yes, she said. Except she is in a house full of wards and secrets. Harry's smile faded. Right, he muttered. Susan stood abruptly, like sitting still was making her thoughts too loud. She moved closer, stopping a safe distance away. Harry's heart kicked hard again, stupid and fast. Susan looked at him, eyes steady. I do not want you alone tonight, she said. Harry froze. Susan, he started. Susan's cheeks flushed. Not like that, she snapped quickly. Unless you want that. I mean, she stopped, took a breath, then tried again, voice lower, more controlled. I mean, you look like you are holding your breath and waiting to drown. And I do not want you doing that alone. Harry's throat tightened. He stared at her for a long moment. Okay, he said quietly. Susan's shoulders dropped slightly, relief flickering. She stepped closer and sat on the edge of the bed, careful, leaving space. Harry sat beside her, not touching yet, like he was testing whether closeness was allowed. They sat in silence for a moment. Susan's voice came low. Do you regret it? She asked. Harry blinked. Regret what? He asked, even though he knew. Susan's cheeks flushed. The contract, she said. Me. This. Harry swallowed hard. No, he said. I regret Sirius being dead. I regret trusting people who did not trust me back. I do not regret you. Susan's breath hitched slightly. Harry stared at his hands. I do not know what this becomes, he admitted. But I know you have not lied to me yet. Susan's eyes softened. I will not, she said. Not about things that matter. Harry looked up at her. Susan's cheeks flushed again, and she leaned in slowly, like she was giving him time to pull away. Harry did not pull away. Her lips touched his, gentle, warmer than the cold fear in his chest. It was not a dramatic kiss. It was just a quiet promise that he was not alone in this house. Harry's hand lifted slightly, hesitated, then rested lightly on her arm, careful. Susan made a small sound in her throat, then kissed him again, a fraction longer. When she pulled back, her eyes were bright. Okay, she whispered, then cleared her throat like she hated softness. Sleep, she added, brisk. Harry's mouth twitched. Bossy, he murmured. Susan's eyes narrowed. Alive, she replied. Harry huffed a breath. Fair, he said. Susan stood, then paused at the door. Harry, she said, voice quieter. He looked at her. Susan's expression was steady, but there was fear under it. Dumbledore will not stop, she said. And Voldemort will not stop. If you feel yourself slipping, tell me. Even if you hate it. Harry swallowed hard. Okay, he said. I will. Susan nodded once, satisfied, then left, closing the door softly. Harry lay back down, Hedwig shifting closer like she approved of Susan in a grudging way. For a moment, Harry's mind was quiet enough that he almost fell asleep. Then the wards hummed again, sharper. Harry's eyes snapped open. He sat up, hard hammering, and listened. Footsteps in the corridor, fast. Not Susan's steady pace. Not Amelia's purposeful stride. Lighter. A knock came urgent. Harry was at the door with his wand before the knock finished. He yanked it open, and Astoria stood there, cheeks flushed, eyes wide. "Harry," she whispered, and her voice shook. "I was not trying to spy. I swear. But I heard something." Harry's stomach dropped. "What?" he demanded. Astoria swallowed hard. "Someone is outside," she said. "At the perimeter. They are wearing aura robes." Harry felt ice flood his veins. Aura robes. Inside betrayal. The key breach. He heard Amelia's voice down the corridor, sharp and cold. "Everyone wake up," she snapped. "Wands. Now." Susan's door opened hard, and Susan stepped out, hair loose, wand already in her hand, eyes flashing. Daphne appeared behind her door too, calm and ready, like she slept with her spine straight. Hannah's door cracked open, and Hannah peered out, pale and shaking, but wand in hand. Amelia strode into view at the far end of the corridor, face hard, robe already fastened like she had never taken it off. "The perimeter," Amelia said, voice clipped. "We have a visitor who thinks my wards will not bite an aura." Harry's chest tightened. His shoulder still ached, but his hand was steady. Susan moved to his side close enough that her sleeve brushed his. "Stay with me," she said, voice tight. Harry nodded once. "Always," he said, and he meant it. Amelia's eyes flicked over the group, cold and calculating. "This is not a Death Eater raid," she said. "This is a message. And if it is who I think it is the opening move of something worse." Harry's stomach dropped. Outside, beyond the manor walls, the wards gave a low, angry hum like a growl. And somewhere near the hedge line, a voice called out, muffled by distance but clear enough to make Harry's blood turn cold. "Madam Bones," the voice shouted. "By order of the Ministry, open your gates." The corridor stayed frozen for half a heartbeat after that voice carried through the hedge line. "Madam Bones. By order of the Ministry, open your gates." Harry could feel the wards pressing against his skin like a palm on his chest, warning him not to move first. Susan stood half a step to his right, wand up, shoulders tight. Daphne was farther back near the wall, calm in that irritating way she had, like fear was something she would deal with later. Astoria hovered close to Daphne, eyes wide. Hannah was near her own door, pale, breathing fast, wand clenched like she was afraid her fingers would stop working. Amelia moved past all of them with steady steps, her robe swaying once and settling. She did not look like someone who had been dragged out of bed. She looked like someone who had been waiting. "Front vestibule," Amelia said. "Single file. Nobody goes outside. Nobody speaks unless I tell you to." Harry's jaw clenched. "He said Ministry order," Harry said. Amelia's head turned just enough to pin him with a look. "And you believed it?" she replied. Harry swallowed his irritation and moved when Susan moved. The hallway felt longer than it had any right to. The manor was quiet, but the quiet had that sharp edge it got before a storm. They reached the front vestibule. The door was thick wood reinforced with ward runes. Amelia stopped 2 paces back from it, planted her feet, and raised her wand. Susan slid into position on Amelia's right, close enough that their sleeves nearly touched. Harry ended up just behind Susan's shoulder, angled so he could see the door and also see the side windows if anything moved outside. Daphne stayed near the stairs, eyes on the door, posture loose. Astoria stayed near Daphne. Hannah stayed closer to the wall, breathing like she was trying not to make noise. Amelia flicked her wand once. The wards did not drop. They shifted, a narrow viewing slit opening in the air like a thin pane of glass. Outside, near the perimeter hedge line, stood a man in aura robes. At least, it looked like aura robes. The figure's stance was wrong. Too stiff. Like someone had dressed a body and told it to stand there. The hood was up even though the morning was gray but not storming. His wand hand was visible, not raised, but the way he held it was awkward. Susan's voice was low. "That is not normal," she murmured. Amelia did not answer. She spoke clearly, projecting through the wards. "State your name and badge number." The figure lifted his head slightly. The face was shadowed under the hood. "Aura Proudfoot," he called back. "Badge 1574. Ministry warrant. Open your gates." Harry's stomach tightened. Proudfoot was real. He remembered hearing the name in order conversations, not often, but enough. Amelia's eyes narrowed. "Remove your hood." The figure hesitated. It was subtle, but Harry caught it. A delay that did not fit someone giving an official order. Susan caught it too. Her fingers tightened around her wand. Daphne's voice drifted in from behind, quiet and bored. "If he is real, he removes it. If he is not, he stalls." Astoria swallowed. "Shut up," she whispered to Daphne, like she was trying to be brave. Daphne did not look at her. "I am helping," she replied. Outside, the figure finally pushed the hood back. Harry's blood turned cold. The face was Proudfoot, yes, but the eyes were wrong. Too glassy. Too blank. Like someone had taken the person out and left the shell. Hannah made a small sound, barely audible, and clamped her mouth shut. Amelia's voice stayed steady. "You are beyond my wards," she said. "If you have a warrant, present it at the perimeter line." The aura lifted his hand slowly and held up a rolled parchment. Amelia did not drop the wards. She flicked her wand again, and the viewing slit widened just enough that a thin thread of magic reached out, snagged the parchment, and yanked it toward the hedge line. The parchment moved like it was caught in wind, then shot forward, stopping in mid-air in front of the ward line. Harry could see the wax seal on it. Ministry seal. Susan leaned in a fraction. "That seal could be copied," she murmured. Amelia's expression stayed flat. "Yes," she said. Amelia's wand tip twitched. The parchment rotated, unrolling itself without crossing the line. The words glimmered briefly, then steadied. Harry read the first line and felt anger spike. By authority of the Minister for Magic, Amelia Susan Bones is ordered to present herself at the Ministry immediately for questioning regarding unlawful detention and obstruction of an ongoing investigation. Failure to comply will be treated as treasonous interference. Harry's grip tightened. "That is," he started. Susan cut in, voice tight. "It is bait." Daphne's voice came again, almost lazy. "It is also an admission they cannot just walk in and take her." Amelia's eyes did not move from the parchment. "Correct," she said. Then she raised her wand and spoke toward the hedge line again. "Aura Proudfoot, you will step forward to the ward line and speak the oath of identity." The figure did not move. Amelia's mouth tightened. "Now." The aura's lips parted. No sound came out. Harry's stomach dropped. He could see it now. The mouth moved like it was being pulled by strings, not like it belonged to a person. Susan's voice went lower. He is not breathing, she said. Hannah's eyes widened. How? She whispered. Amelia's wan hand steadied. Because he is not alive, she said. And because someone wants me to open the gate and step close enough to be hit. The oar at the hedge line twitched. Just once. Then his wan arm lifted, jerky, and his wand pointed straight at the manor. Harry felt the wards react like an animal bracing. A flash of green hit the ward line and splashed harmlessly, turning into smoke. Killing curse. Susan's breath hissed. He just cast, she started. He did not cast, Amelia corrected. Something cast through him. The oar's body jerked again, and the hood of his robe slipped. His head tilted at an angle that made Harry's stomach twist. Then the figure took one step toward the ward line. The wards hit him like a fist. His whole body seized. The wand clattered out of his hand. He collapsed in a heap, robes crumpling, face turned toward the manor like a discarded doll. For a moment, nobody moved. Harry's pulse hammered in his ears. He could feel the urge to run outside, to check, to grab, to prove it was real. Susan's hand closed around his wrist hard enough to hurt. Do not, she said, voice sharp. Harry swallowed. He is an Auror, Harry muttered. He is a dead Auror, Amelia snapped. And if you step outside, you will be the next body dressed in robes. Daphne's eyes narrowed. He was used as a delivery, she said. So who delivered him? Amelia's gaze flicked once, like she had already asked herself that question. Someone with access to ministry transport, she said. Someone who can move a corpse without questions. Someone inside. Hannah's face went whiter. Inside, she echoed. Susan's jaw clenched. That means the ministry is compromised deeper than we thought, she said. Amelia's eyes stayed hard. Yes, she said. And they just told us their target. Harry's throat tightened. You, he said. Amelia did not deny it. Me, she replied. If I fall, you lose the only legal shield keeping Scrimgeour from dragging you into a cell and calling it protection. Harry's stomach churned. Susan inhaled slowly. We need to confirm identity, she said. And we need to find what curse anchored him. Amelia nodded once. Susan, ward window. Take a look. Do not cross the line. Susan moved forward, careful. Amelia adjusted the viewing slit again. Susan crouched, wand angled, murmuring a quiet detection charm. Harry watched Susan's face, the way her eyes narrowed, the way her mouth tightened like she was tasting something bitter. It smells wrong, Susan said, voice low. Harry blinked. Smells, he repeated. Susan glanced back at him like he was slow. Magic has scent, she said. Some of it. This one has a chemical bite. Like sharp air before lightning. Ozone. Daphne's eyes sharpened. That is a signature, she said. Amelia's expression did not change, but Harry saw the flicker behind her eyes. She had heard that word and placed it somewhere. Hannah swallowed. What does ozone mean? She asked. Susan kept her gaze on the corpse beyond the hedge line. It means whoever did this uses a specific kind of curse work, she said. Not just dark arts. Ministry-style combat magic modified. Harry's pulse kicked harder. Ministry-style meant trained Aurors. Amelia snapped her wand upward. Enough, she said. The viewing slit closed. The front vestibule felt heavier without the outside air in view. Amelia turned to all of them. Listen, she said. We are not waiting for them to strike again. I am going to the ministry at first light. I will file for emergency protections, and I will demand an internal audit. They want me dead because I am inconvenient. Fine. I will be inconvenient loudly. Susan's voice came fast. You are not going alone. Amelia's eyes narrowed. Yes, I am. Susan's jaw tightened. No, she repeated harder. Harry stepped forward, anger sharp. If you go alone, they will kill you, he said. They just tried. Amelia's gaze snapped to him. Do not confuse fear with strategy, she said. Harry's hands shook. This is strategy, he snapped back. If you die, Scrimgeour wins. Dumbledore wins. Voldemort wins. Everyone wins except us. Hannah flinched at his tone. Astoria's eyes widened like she had never heard Harry Potter sound like that. Susan moved between Harry and Amelia without even thinking, like she was a shield made of stubbornness. And, Susan said, voice tight, you will take an escort. If you refuse, I will bind myself to you and drag you there anyway. Amelia stared at her niece for a long moment. Then Amelia exhaled through her nose. Fine, she said. I take one escort. Susan's eyes flashed. 2, she said. Amelia's mouth tightened. 1, she repeated. Daphne spoke from behind, calm and cutting. If you take 1, you die, she said. If you take 2, you might live. If you take 4, you make a statement. Amelia's gaze flicked to Daphne. You are not my advisor, Amelia said. Daphne's expression stayed cool. No, she replied. I am your investor now. Astoria made a small choking sound and covered it like a cough. Hannah whispered, We are going to the ministry, like she was trying to make the words real. Harry's throat tightened. He looked at Amelia. Let me come, he said. Amelia's eyes sharpened. No, she said immediately. Harry's jaw clenched. You cannot lock me in the house and call it safety, he said, voice low. Not after what you told me yesterday. Amelia's expression flickered. That landed. Susan glanced at Harry, then back to Amelia. We can hide him, Susan said quietly. Disillusionment cloak, whatever it takes. He is safer near us than alone in this manor if the ministry is pushing hard. Amelia's eyes narrowed. He is a lightning rod, she said. Harry's voice went rough. Then let me burn where I can hit back, he replied. There was a beat of silence. Amelia finally gave one sharp nod. Fine, she said. But you do not speak unless I tell you. And you do not step away from Susan. And if anything feels wrong, you leave. No heroics. Harry swallowed. Agreed, he said, even though his body already hated the word. Susan's hand touched his arm briefly, just a quick squeeze that said, I have you. Amelia turned. Back to bed, she ordered. We move at dawn. Nobody argued. Not because they agreed, but because Amelia Bones saying move at dawn made it feel like the world would actually obey. By the time pale light hit the manor windows, they were already dressed and armed. Harry stood in the smaller sitting room while Susan adjusted the charm on him. The air shimmered around his shoulders, then settled. His skin prickled like static. Susan's face was close, focused. Do not fidget, she muttered. Harry tried not to. I feel like my bones itch, he said. Susan's mouth tightened. That is the point, she said. If you feel too comfortable, you forget you are hidden. Daphne watched from the doorway, arms folded. Astoria hovered behind her, trying to look less nervous than she was. Hannah sat on the edge of a chair with both hands around her wand, breathing carefully. Amelia stood near the mantel, already in her ministry robes, expression blank. She looked like she had not slept at all, and Harry could not tell if that meant she was tired or if she had simply moved past sleep into a place where only duty lived. Susan finished the charm and stepped back. Her eyes met Harry's, and her voice softened just slightly. "Stay close," she said. Harry nodded. "Always," he murmured. Susan's cheeks flushed faintly. "Do not say that like you mean it," she snapped, trying to sound annoyed. Harry's mouth twitched. "I do mean it," he whispered back. Susan's eyes flicked away fast. "Idiot," she muttered. Daphne's voice cut in dry. "If you two are done," she said, "some of us would like to survive the day." Susan shot her a look. "Mind your business," Susan replied. Daphne's expression did not change. "It is my business now," she said calmly. Hannah made a tiny sound that might have been a laugh and then looked horrified that she had made it. Amelia flicked her wand toward the front door. "We go," she said. They did not use the front gate. Amelia guided them through a side path, under layered wards that made Harry's teeth buzz. They operated from the edge of the property where the protection line thinned enough to allow it. Harry felt the world twist, his stomach lurch, then the cold stone of the ministry atrium hit under his shoes. He stayed glued to Susan's side. The ministry atrium was already busy. Wizards in robes moved in clusters, talking too fast, looking tired. Harry saw a witch weekly stand, a daily prophet stand, and felt a flicker of nausea at the thought of his face on the front page again. He kept his head down even though he was disillusioned. Habit. Susan walked like she belonged. Daphne walked like she owned the place. Hannah walked like she expected someone to grab her at any second. Amelia strode forward without hesitation. A pair of security wizards stepped in front of Amelia near the lifts. "Madam Bones," one said, voice stiff, "the minister requested your presence immediately." Amelia's expression stayed flat. "I am at work," she replied. "Move." The wizard hesitated, eyes flicking to Susan and the girls. Daphne's gaze sharpened, and the wizard's courage visibly shrank. "Your wand," the second wizard said, trying again. "Protocol." Amelia's smile was thin. "My wand is my protocol," she said. Susan leaned slightly closer to Amelia, voice low but clear. "You try to disarm her, and you will be carried out," Susan said. The wizard swallowed, then stepped aside. Amelia moved toward the lifts, but instead of going up, she veered toward the Department of Magical Law Enforcement corridor. Harry kept pace, close to Susan. The charm held, but his skin prickled like the air was watching him anyway. They reached Amelia's office level. The hallway here was quieter, more controlled. Oris moved with purpose, faces tight, hands near wands. One of them stopped when he saw Amelia. "Kingsley Shacklebolt." Harry's stomach twisted. Kingsley's presence always meant order pressure. Kingsley's face was calm, but his eyes flicked sharply over Amelia, Susan, Daphne, Hannah, and Astoria. Kingsley stepped closer. "Amelia," he said, voice low. "Minister wants you." Amelia's tone stayed cold. "Minister can wait," she replied. Kingsley's gaze flicked to Susan. "Susan," he said. His voice softened slightly, like he did not want to be harsh with her. Susan's jaw clenched. "Oris Shacklebolt," she said, polite but stiff. Kingsley's eyes shifted, searching, like he could feel Harry even though he could not see him. Where is Potter? Kingsley asked quietly. Harry's heart hammered. Susan did not look toward him. She kept her face steady. He is safe, Susan said. Kingsley's eyes narrowed slightly. Safe where? He pressed. Amelia cut in. My custody, she said. My concern. Not yours. Kingsley's mouth tightened. You know why the minister is panicking, he said. And you know Dumbledore is panicking harder. Harry felt a spike of anger at the casual use of his name like he was a problem on a table. Susan's voice went colder. Then they should stop trying to grab him like a weapon, she said. Kingsley exhaled slowly. Susan, he started, like he wanted to reason. Daphne spoke for the first time, voice smooth and sharp. Or a shacklebolt, she said. If you are here as an Order representative, say it. If you are here as an Order, do your job and look at the corpse they threw at our wards last night. Kingsley's gaze snapped to Daphne. Green grass, he said, surprise flickering. Daphne inclined her head. Yes, she said. Try not to faint. Astoria made a tiny sound and covered it with a cough again. Kingsley's eyes narrowed. Corpse, he repeated. Amelia's voice stayed flat. They used Aura Proudfoot's body as a puppet, she said, and fired a killing curse through it. That is not a rogue Death Eater. That is internal corruption. Kingsley's posture changed. Not fear, but focus. Proudfoot is missing, he said quietly. Susan's voice was tight. Then he is dead, she replied. Kingsley stared at Amelia. Show me, he said. Amelia's gaze held his. Not in the hallway, she said. In my office. Kingsley nodded once. Fine, he said. Then his eyes flicked again, searching the air near Susan. And Potter, he said, voice softer. If you are listening, do not do anything reckless. Harry's hands clenched. He stayed silent. They moved down the corridor toward Amelia's office. Amelia's office door was closed. That was normal. The difference was the faint shimmer of an extra seal on the handle. Ministry-level privacy charm. Amelia stopped 2 paces away. Her eyes narrowed. That was not there yesterday, she said. Susan's body went tense. Aunt, she murmured. Kingsley's wand came up, controlled. Do not touch it, he warned. Amelia did not move. Someone sealed my office from the outside, she said, voice cold. Daphne's eyes sharpened. Locked room, she murmured, like she was tasting the phrase. Hannah swallowed. Is someone inside? She whispered. Amelia's gaze stayed on the door. If someone is inside, she said, they are waiting for me to open it. Harry's pulse hammered. He pressed closer to Susan without thinking. Susan's voice went low. We do not open it, she said. Amelia's jaw tightened. I need my files, she replied. Kingsley's gaze narrowed. We open it safely, he said. Wards up, shields first. Susan nodded once, then raised her wand. Shield, she whispered. Harry felt the air thicken around them as Susan's shield settled, layered, solid. Amelia raised her own shield, colder, sharper. Kingsley's shield snapped up like habit. Daphne raised her wand too. Her shield looked clean and tight, like it was designed to deflect and not waste energy. Hannah's shield trembled but formed. She looked sick with fear and refused to drop it. Amelia flicked her wand at the seal. The charm resisted, then cracked with a faint pop. The door handle turned. The moment the door opened, the air inside the office rushed out like a breath held too long. Harry smelled it even through disillusionment. Sharp. Clean. Like lightning in a bottle. Ozone. Susan's head snapped slightly. That smell, she whispered. Kingsley's voice went sharp. Back, he ordered. Amelia did not step back. She stepped forward. Harry's stomach dropped. The office looked normal for a second. Desk. Paper stacks. Cabinet. Window with protective grid. Then the desk drawer slammed open on its own. A thin needle shot out like a dart, aimed at Amelia's throat. Everything moved at once. Susan lunged, shield flaring. Kingsley's wand snapped up. Daphne's curse hit the needle mid-flight, turning it into powder that scattered like ash. Amelia jerked back half a step, eyes hard. Then the office erupted. A spell burst from the cabinet like a hidden mouth, a crackling ribbon of magic that hit Susan's shield and screamed across it, leaving white scorched lines. Hannah gasped, stepping back. Astoria grabbed Hannah's sleeve without thinking and yanked her behind Daphne. Kingsley fired a counter-curse into the cabinet. The cabinet exploded outward, with splinters flying. Inside the cabinet, there was no attacker. Just a black object the size of a fist, pulsing once. Harry's instincts screamed. Portkey! Harry blurted, forgetting he was supposed to stay quiet. Susan's head snapped toward the air near her shoulder, eyes widening like she had felt him speak right beside her ear. Daphne's gaze flicked sharply, not surprised, just annoyed that Harry confirmed what she had already guessed. Amelia's wand whipped up. Do not touch, she snapped. The pulsing object flared brighter anyway. And then it stopped. The room went still again, but it was the wrong kind of still. The kind that meant the next hit would be worse. Susan's voice was tight. It is primed, she said. Kingsley's eyes narrowed. It was meant to pull whoever is closest, he said. Hannah swallowed. To where? She whispered. Amelia's face went colder. Somewhere you do not come back from, she said. Daphne's voice stayed calm. Then it failed, she said. Amelia's eyes flicked to the desk. Harry followed her gaze. A small object sat on the desk near the ink pot. A plain metal charm, worn like it had been handled too much. It had not been there a moment ago. Harry's chest tightened because he recognized it. He had given it to Amelia before they left the manor. Not a flashy artifact. Just a Peveril Ward anchor from an old black box, something that felt heavy in the hand and heavier in the magic. He had pressed protection into it, raw and clumsy but strong, because he did not trust the ministry walls. Amelia's fingers hovered near it, not touching. Susan's voice went low. It triggered, she said. Amelia nodded once. It blocked the pull, she said. Kingsley stared at the charm. What is that? He asked. Amelia's eyes flicked once toward where Harry stood unseen near Susan. A contingency, she said. Daphne's gaze sharpened. Potter, she murmured, like she had confirmed another piece. Harry's throat tightened. He felt both sick and relieved. If that charm had not fired, Amelia might have been dragged into whatever trap waited beyond that pulsing portkey. Susan's hand found the edge of the desk, steadying herself. Her shield dropped slightly, and Harry could see her breathing hard. She looked angry, not afraid. Angry that someone had aimed a needle at Amelia's throat. Kingsley stepped fully into the office now, wand still up. He scanned the room, eyes sharp. "No attacker," he said. Amelia's voice was cold. "Because it was not an attacker," she replied. "It was a staged assassination." Hannah's voice shook. "So someone wanted you dead without being seen," she said. Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Or wanted you dead and wanted us to think it was Death Eaters," she said. Susan's jaw clenched. "Or a cloak," she said suddenly. Kingsley looked at her. "What?" he asked. Susan pointed at the cabinet remains. "That ozone magic," she said. "It is Ministry combat signature. Not dark mark style." Amelia's eyes stayed hard. "Someone inside my own department sealed my office, planted a trap, and used an aura corpse last night to test the wards," she said. "They are escalating." Kingsley's expression tightened. "We lock this down," he said. "We report to the minister." Amelia's mouth twisted. "And then the minister tells the person who did it that we found it," she said. "No." Kingsley's gaze sharpened. "You are accusing Scrimgeour," he said. Amelia's voice stayed flat. "I am accusing the Ministry of rot," she replied. "Scrimgeour is either blind or complicit." Daphne's tone was dry. "And blind ministers do not live long in wars," she said. Kingsley did not like that. It showed in his jaw. "We need evidence," he said, controlled. "Real evidence." Susan nodded slowly. "We can get it," she said. Hannah blinked. "How?" she asked. Susan's eyes flicked to Amelia. "Bones magic," she said. Kingsley's gaze sharpened. "Necromancy," he said, and there was warning in the word. Amelia's expression did not change. "Judicial reconstruction," she corrected. "We are not raising dead. We are reading residue." Daphne's eyes narrowed with interest. "You can do that," she said. Susan's mouth tightened. "We can," she replied. Kingsley held Amelia's gaze for a beat. "If you do this in ministry property without authorization," he said quietly, "they will come for you." Amelia's smile was thin. "They already are," she replied. Harry felt a cold, practical thought settle in his mind. This was not about being a hero. This was about preventing Amelia from being isolated and killed in a hallway where nobody would admit they saw. Susan's hand brushed Harry's sleeve by accident as she shifted. Her fingers paused for a fraction of a second, then curled slightly like she was checking he was still there. Harry leaned closer. "I am here," he whispered, barely breathing the words. Susan did not look at him, but her shoulders eased a fraction. "Good," she murmured under her breath. Amelia turned. "We are leaving," she said. "Now. This office is contaminated. We meet after hours. Quietly. Susan, you and Potter return tonight." Kingsley's eyes narrowed. "Potter is here," he said, not a question. Amelia's gaze held his. "Yes," she said. Kingsley's mouth tightened, but he did not shout. He just looked tired. "You are playing with fire," he said softly. Harry's stomach twisted because Kingsley sounded like he meant it. Susan's voice snapped. "We are already on fire," she said. "Stop acting like you can lecture us out of the flames." Daphne's mouth twitched faintly, almost approval. Hannah swallowed hard. "What do we do now?" she whispered. Amelia's gaze shifted to Hannah. It softened by a single degree. Now you stay close, Amelia said. You watch. You learn. And you do not panic, because panic gets people killed. Hannah nodded, breathing hard. Okay, she whispered. Astoria clung to Daphne's sleeve again. Daphne did not shake her off. Amelia sealed the office door herself this time, layering her own wards over the ministry seal, like she did not trust the building she worked in. They moved out of the department corridor with purpose. Harry stayed with Susan, head down. He could feel eyes on them anyway, like the air knew. They did not go to Scrimgeour first. Amelia refused. Instead, she marched to evidence intake and filed a formal report on the trap without giving details that would identify their next move. She spoke in clipped phrases that made the clerks flinch. Daphne watched the process with a cool gaze. Hannah looked like she might throw up. Susan stayed rigid, angry energy in every line of her body. When it was done, Amelia pulled them into a side corridor near an unused interview room. We have one path, Amelia said, voice low. We identify who sealed my office and who had access to Proudfoot's body. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Records, she said. Amelia nodded once. And money, Amelia said, looking at Daphne now. Who profits if I die? Daphne's expression stayed calm. Many, she said. Susan's voice was tight. Not many with access, she corrected. Hannah swallowed. Proudfoot, she said quietly. He had family. Would they? She stopped, voice shaking. Would they notice he is missing? Kingsley's voice came from the doorway. They already did, he said. Everyone turned. Harry's heart kicked. Kingsley stepped in, face tense. Scrimgeour is furious, he said. He thinks you are staging chaos. Amelia's eyes went colder. He can think whatever he wants, she said. Kingsley's gaze flicked over them. The corpse, he said. If it was Proudfoot, we can confirm with department records. But the body outside your wards, he paused, is gone. Susan's face went still. Gone, she repeated. Kingsley nodded once. Removed before dawn, he said. By someone with clearance to move a body. No paper trail. Daphne's voice stayed calm. That narrows it, she said. Hannah's eyes widened. They cleaned up, she whispered. Amelia's jaw clenched. Yes, she said. They are careful. Kingsley looked at Amelia. If you want proof, he said quietly, you need something they cannot erase. You need a witness that cannot be bribed. Susan's eyes flicked. Residue, she said. Amelia nodded once. Tonight, she said. After hours. We reconstruct the attack in my office. We identify the magic signature. We identify the caster style. We identify the cloak. Kingsley's gaze sharpened. And then? He asked. Amelia's expression turned sharp as a blade. Then we drag them into the light in front of the Wizengamot, she said. Public. Loud. No quiet disappearances. Daphne's eyes glinted. Now we are talking, she murmured. Hannah swallowed. The Wizengamot, she whispered, like the word was too big. Susan's gaze flicked to Hannah. We will keep you in the gallery, Susan said. You do not speak unless asked. Hannah nodded fast. Yes, she said. Astoria's eyes widened. Can I? She started. Daphne cut her off. No, Daphne said immediately. Astoria shut her mouth, scowling. Harry's chest tightened. A Wizengamot Session meant his seats. Potter and Black. The thing he had revoked in front of Dumbledore. The thing he had just challenged the world with. Susan leaned slightly toward the air near her shoulder. "You ready?" she murmured. Harry swallowed. "No," he whispered. "But yes." Susan's breath hitched softly. "Good," she said. They left the ministry before anyone could force them into the minister's office. Amelia used her authority like a shield and walked away from the shouting. The rest of the day passed in a tense blur. They stayed in Bones Manor under tight ward lockdown. Daphne disappeared for hours with Amelia's ledgers and legal files, coming back with ink on her fingers and a calm expression that looked too sharp to be comfortable. Hannah stayed close to Susan, helping with simple tasks, trying to be useful, and flinching every time the wards hummed. Harry trained because if he stopped moving, the fear would catch him. Susan pushed him hard. Not cruel. Practical. "You shield too late," Susan snapped at one point, circling him. "You wait for the hit. Stop waiting. Make them hit your plan." Harry wiped sweat off his face. "You say that like it is easy," he muttered. Susan's eyes flashed. "It is not easy," she said. "It is necessary." Harry's hands trembled slightly, fatigue and adrenaline mixing. "What if it is an Auror?" he asked, voice rough. "What if it is Kingsley? What if it is someone good?" Susan's face tightened. "Then we disable, not kill," she said. "We bind, not burn. We prove, not assume." Harry nodded once, breathing hard. That was the line that kept him from spiraling. Proof. By night, they returned to the ministry. Amelia went first, cloak tight, wand in hand. Susan followed. Daphne moved like a shadow beside Susan. Hannah stayed close to Daphne, breathing shallow. Astoria stayed behind, barred from coming, because Amelia had threatened to stun her herself. Harry moved with Susan, disillusionment holding, heart pounding. The department corridors were dimmer after hours, fewer people. That made the echoes of footsteps feel louder. They reached Amelia's office door. Amelia stopped, eyes hard. "No talking," she said. Susan nodded. Daphne's expression stayed calm. Hannah swallowed and nodded too. Amelia opened the office. The room looked normal again. Cleaned. Too clean. Like someone had scrubbed the air. Susan stepped inside and drew a small pouch from her pocket. She did not open it yet. Her eyes flicked across the room, tracking surfaces, corners, the desk. The cabinet remains now replaced. Daphne's gaze narrowed. "They reset the stage," she murmured. Susan did not answer. She crouched near the cabinet, pressed 2 fingers to the floor, then closed her eyes for a second. Harry felt the wards of the office, thin and bureaucratic compared to Bones Manor, and hated how fragile it felt. Amelia's voice was low. "Do it," she said. Susan opened the pouch. Inside were small pale fragments. Bone. Harry's stomach tightened. He had seen her do family magic before, but never like this. Never in the heart of the ministry. Susan poured the fragments into her palm and whispered something under her breath. The bone warmed, then pulsed once, like it had a heartbeat. Hannah's breath hitched. "Susan," she whispered. Susan did not look at her. "Quiet," Susan said. Susan stepped to the center of the office and let the fragments fall. They did not hit the floor. They hovered, spinning slowly, arranging themselves in a loose ring. Harry felt cold run up his spine. The air changed, heavier, like the room was holding its breath. Amelia's wand lifted. She traced a simple containment line, not flashy, just controlled. Susan's voice went low and steady. "Show," she murmured. The bone ring pulsed. Ghostly light shimmered through the office, not a ghost, not a person, but residue, like a memory pulled out of the walls. Then the attack replayed. Harry watched it happen like he was watching a play made of smoke. The desk drawer slamming open. The needle shooting out. The cabinet pulsing. The crackling ribbon of magic that hit Susan's shield. But this time, there was something else. A figure. Not fully solid, but visible in the residue replay, like the magic recorded the silhouette of the caster. The figure wore an aura cloak. The hood up. The stance stiff. And when the figure moved, Harry felt his stomach twist because the movement was familiar. Dollish style. Clean ministry dueling stance. Too perfect. Too rehearsed. Susan's face went still. "There," she breathed. Daphne's eyes narrowed. "That is not Malfoy," she said, voice flat. Hannah whispered, "It is an aura." The residue figure raised a wand, and the crackling ribbon hit the shield again. Susan's nose wrinkled. "Ozone," she said, voice tight. "That is his signature. That curse has a scent. Like lightning and cheap gin." Harry's hands clenched. "Gin," he whispered. Daphne's gaze sharpened. "Who drinks gin in the aura office?" she asked. Susan's eyes flicked. "Dollish does," she said quietly. "I have seen it. He thinks it makes him look sophisticated." Amelia's expression turned lethal. "Dollish," she repeated. The residue shifted again. The figure reached into a pocket, pulled something small, and pressed it to the cabinet. A seal charm. The same kind that had been on Amelia's door. Susan's jaw clenched. "He sealed you in," she said. Amelia's wan hand tightened. "He sealed my office," Amelia corrected. "To kill me without witnesses." Daphne's voice was cool. "Or to remove you," she said. "And if you vanish, the minister can claim you ran." Hannah's breath came faster. "We can prove it," she whispered. Susan's eyes flicked to Hannah. "We can," she said. "If we do this in court." Amelia nodded once. "We will," she said. Daphne stepped forward, calm. "We also need motive," she said. "You accuse an aura, you need motive and money." Susan glanced at Daphne. "You have it," Susan said. Daphne's mouth tightened faintly. "I do," she replied. Daphne pulled a folded parchment from her sleeve and handed it to Amelia. "Unusual deposits," Daphne said, voice flat. 3 accounts linked to Dollish. Small payments at first. Then a larger transfer 2 weeks ago. Routed through a shelf front. It is sloppy, but it is there." Amelia scanned it, eyes narrowing. "Who paid him?" Amelia asked. Daphne's gaze sharpened. "Not Malfoy," she said. "Not directly. The front is tied to a charity fund. One that Scrimgeour's office has touched." Susan's face went hard. "So the minister is involved," she said. Daphne's expression stayed calm. "Or the minister is being used," she said. "Either way, you do not solve this quietly." Hannah swallowed. "And Proudfoot," she whispered. "They used his body." "How?" Susan's eyes flicked to Hannah. Because someone had access to the dead, Susan said. That means evidence intake. That means internal. Amelia's jaw clenched. We will pull every record, she said. And we will do it in front of the Wizengamot. Harry's pulse hammered. Tomorrow, he whispered. Amelia's gaze flicked to the air where Harry stood, like she could see him anyway. Tonight, she said. Emergency session. I am not giving them time to kill me again. Susan's voice went low. And Harry takes his seats, she said. Harry swallowed hard. He felt like his ribs were too tight. Daphne's gaze flicked toward the air near Susan. You will speak, Daphne said, voice calm, like it was inevitable. Harry's jaw clenched. I can't, he whispered. Susan's hand brushed the air near his wrist, grounding him. You do not do this alone, she murmured. Hannah's eyes flicked around like she was trying to see Harry and failing. He is here, Hannah whispered. Susan nodded once. Yes, she said. They left the office with the bone ring sealed in a containment jar. Susan's face was pale but steady. Amelia looked like a storm held in a human body. Daphne looked calm and dangerous. Hannah looked terrified and stubborn. Harry felt like the world was about to snap. The Wizengamot chamber was already filling when they arrived. It was late, but an emergency session in wartime brought people out fast. Lords and ladies in robes. Ministry officials. Auras at the doors. Whispering clusters that broke when Amelia Bones walked in. Harry's disillusionment held, but he could feel the stares anyway, like the room sensed him. Susan guided him to the side entrance that led toward the family boxes. Daphne and Hannah followed close behind. Hannah's fingers trembled around her wand. Daphne's gaze was flat, scanning faces like she was counting threats. Amelia strode down the main aisle, not waiting for permission. Scrimgeour was already at the front, face tight, jaw clenched. He looked like a man who had been dragged into a fight he did not want in public. Dollish stood 2 rows behind him, posture perfect. Harry's stomach turned cold. Susan's voice was low in Harry's ear. Do not react, she murmured. Harry swallowed and forced his face still. His hands wanted to shake. He clenched them until they stopped. Amelia took her place without asking. This session is convened under emergency authority, Amelia said, voice carrying. Attempted assassination of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Internal corruption. Or involvement. The chamber erupted into murmurs. Scrimgeour stood, voice hard. Madam Bones, he snapped. You are out of line. Amelia's gaze locked on him. I was almost killed in my office today, she said. If you wish to debate lines, Minister, we can debate them after the murderer is in chains. Scrimgeour's nostrils flared. You have no proof, he said. Amelia's smile was thin. Then you will enjoy what comes next, she said. Susan moved first, slipping into the family box with Daphne and Hannah. She guided Harry into position behind the rail, still disillusioned, then whispered the final anchor charm. Harry's skin prickled. Susan leaned in, voice low. When I drop it, walk, she murmured. Do not hesitate. If you hesitate, they will eat you alive. Harry swallowed. Okay, he whispered. Daphne's voice came calm from the side. When you walk, do not look at them like they are gods, she said. Look at them like employees. Harry's mouth tightened. They do not feel like employees, he muttered. Daphne's eyes were sharp. They are, she replied. Hannah whispered, barely audible. "We are with you," she said. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once even though she could not see the motion clearly. Susan's wand flicked. The disillusionment dropped. Harry Potter appeared in the Wizengamot chamber. The room went dead quiet for a heartbeat, like every person forgot how to breathe. Then the whispers hit like a wave. Harry felt the stairs slam into him. He forced himself to stand straight. He forced his shoulders back. He forced his face neutral. Scrimgeour's eyes went wide with fury. "Potter!" he snapped. "What are you doing here?" Harry's voice came out steady, sharper than he expected. "Sitting," he said. "On my seats." The murmurs spiked again. Amelia's voice cut through it. "Lord Potter will exercise his rights," she said. "If you have an objection, file it." Scrimgeour's face darkened. Dollish's eyes narrowed. Harry stepped out of the family box and walked down the aisle. Each step felt like walking into a flood. He could hear people whispering his name, titles, questions, accusations. He did not look left or right. He kept his eyes forward. He kept his hands relaxed by his sides, wand tucked in his sleeve. Susan's gaze followed him like a tether. Daphne watched the room like a predator. Hannah's face was pale, but her eyes stayed on Harry like she was willing him to stay standing. Harry reached the center dais. 2 chairs sat there, empty, waiting like they had been waiting for years. Potter. Black. Harry sat in the Potter seat first. The magic in the chair recognized him. It was subtle, a faint warmth under his spine, like an old oath settling. He shifted and sat in the black seat too, claiming both by presence. The chamber fell into a different silence. Not shock. Something heavier. Scrimgeour stepped forward, voice hard. "You are a child," he said. "This is a court of law." Harry's jaw clenched. "Then act like it," he said. "And stop trying to kill the people investigating you." A roar of murmurs. Scrimgeour's face went red. "How dare you!" he snapped. Amelia's wand snapped up. "Sit," she said, voice cold. Scrimgeour's jaw clenched. He did not sit, but he did stop moving. Amelia lifted a sealed jar onto the evidence podium. Inside, pale bone fragments rested in a ring, faintly glowing. Gasps rippled through the chamber. One witch hissed, "Necromancy." Amelia's voice was flat. "Judicial reconstruction," she said. "Approved under Wartime Emergency Clause. Recorded. Contained. Used to reveal the truth." Scrimgeour's voice snapped. "That clause was never meant for..." he started. "For what?" Amelia cut in. "For catching your traitors." Scrimgeour's mouth shut with a click. Amelia flicked her wand. The jar opened, and the bone ring rose into the air above the podium, hovering, spinning slowly. Harry felt the room's magic react. Fear. Curiosity. Anger. Susan's voice carried from the family box, controlled and clear. "This is residue, not spirit," she said. "It is a replay of magic left in the air. It cannot lie because it does not think." Dollish's face tightened. Harry saw it. The smallest twitch. Amelia's eyes locked on him. "Show," Amelia said. The residue replay burst into life above the chamber. Harry watched the courtroom watch his aunt's office try to kill her. The needle. The cabinet. the crackling ribbon. Then the silhouette and aura cloak appeared again, clearer now against the darker chamber air. The figure moved. And half the auras in the room went tense at the same time because they recognized their own training in the stance. Scrimgeour's face went hard. "This proves nothing," he snapped. "It is a cloak and a shadow." Amelia's voice was cold. "Then look closer," she said. Susan's wand flicked from the family box. The residue zoomed, focusing on the figure's wand hand. Harry's stomach tightened. The figure's grip was visible now, the angle of the wrist, the way the thumb pressed. Dollish's signature. Kingsley's head turned sharply toward Dollish. Dollish did not move, but his eyes flicked. Harry's voice rose, controlled but hard. "Or Dollish," Harry said, and every head snapped toward him because Harry Potter was speaking like a lord. "Did you seal Amelia Bones in her office today?" Dollish's face stayed smooth. "I did not," he said. Harry's jaw clenched. "Then why does the residue show your stance?" Harry pressed. "And why does it carry your cursed signature? Ozone. Sharp Jin. Ministry Combat Modification." The room erupted again. Dollish's smile tightened. "That is absurd," he said. "Potter is parroting nonsense fed to him by Bones." Susan's voice cut in, sharp. "Say my name again like that," she snapped, "and I will demonstrate what Bones' magic does to liars." Dollish's eyes flicked toward the family box, disdainful. Daphne leaned forward slightly, voice calm and cruel. "Or Dollish," Daphne said. "I have 3 ledgers that disagree with you. Would you like the Wizengamot to see the deposits?" Dollish's eyes narrowed. "Greengrass," he said, contempt heavy. "Your family traffics in greed." Daphne's mouth tightened. "Correct," she replied. "Which is why I recognized yours." A ripple of laughter, sharp and nervous. Hannah spoke quietly, surprising even herself. "And I recognized the poison," she said. The chamber went still again. Heads turned toward Hannah, then toward Susan, then toward Harry. Hannah's cheeks flushed, but she lifted her chin. "I helped Madame Bones's healer examine the needle residue," Hannah said, voice shaking but steadying as she continued. "It was not random. It was tailored. It was meant to paralyze her vocal cords first, so she could not call for help even if she survived the first hit." A low murmur swept the chamber. Disgust. Fear. Amelia's voice was ice. "That is not Death Eater chaos," she said. "That is ministry precision." Scrimgeour slammed his hand on the podium. "Enough," he roared. "This is a circus." Harry's hands tightened, but his voice stayed controlled. "It is a trial," Harry said. "Unless you are afraid of trials." Scrimgeour's face went purple with anger. Dollish shifted his weight for the first time. Susan's voice went low, urgent. "He is going to move," she murmured. Harry felt it too. The room was tightening around Dollish, and Dollish knew it. Amelia raised her wand. "Or Dollish," she said, voice carrying. "By authority of the Wizengamot and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, you are ordered to surrender your wand and submit to binding pending investigation." Dollish's smile snapped. "No," he said. Then he moved. His wand came up fast, aimed not at Amelia, not at Harry, but at the bone ring hovering above the podium. He fired. The curse hit the residue and shattered it like glass. The air exploded into sparks and smoke. Hannah screamed. People surged back in their seats. Oris lunged forward. Susan's wand snapped up from the family box. A bone-white binding shot across the chamber like a whip, wrapping Dollish's wand arm and yanking it sideways. Dollish snarled and tore against it. Scrimgeour shouted, "Stop him!" Harry did not wait. Harry rose from the Potter seat. Dollish fired again, blind through smoke, curses snapping toward the dais. Harry's shield snapped up instinctively. The first curse splashed off it. The second hit harder, shaking his arm, sending a jolt up his shoulder. Harry's breath hissed through his teeth. He stepped forward anyway, moving into the smoke. He heard Susan's voice sharp. "Harry, left!" He pivoted left, and a curse sailed past where his head had been. Harry's pulse hammered. He saw Dollish through the thinning smoke, face twisted, eyes wild. Dollish's wand snapped toward Harry. "Stupefy!" Dollish shouted. Harry's shield caught it. His feet slid half an inch on the stone. His bones vibrated. Harry's voice went low. "No," he said, and fired back. Not a killing curse. Not lethal. A raw, banishing pulse, thick and heavy, aimed at Dollish's wand hand. It hit like a hammer. Dollish's wand flew out of his grip, spinning across the floor. For a heartbeat, Dollish looked shocked. Then he reached for a backup wand. Harry's stomach dropped. A second wand. Prepared. Susan's bone binding snapped tighter around Dollish's arm, and Dollish snarled, twisting. Kingsley appeared in the smoke like a shadow, wand up. "Dollish!" Kingsley barked. "Stop!" Dollish's eyes flicked to Kingsley with something like hate. "Traitor!" Dollish spat. Kingsley's face went hard. "Drop!" he ordered. Dollish lunged anyway, trying to shove through the binding, trying to reach the dais and grab Harry like that would end it. Harry moved first. He stepped in close, grabbed Dollish's sleeve with one hand, and drove his shoulder into Dollish's chest, using the momentum to slam him down to the stone. Dollish hit hard. Air punched out of him. Harry's knee pressed into Dollish's side, pinning him. Harry's wand pressed to Dollish's throat. Harry's voice was low and shaking with adrenaline. "Do not," he said. "Move." Dollish's eyes rolled toward Harry, hatred bright. "You are a child," Dollish hissed. Harry's jaw clenched. "Then you should be ashamed," Harry shot back. "Getting beaten by a child." Dollish snarled, tried to twist. Susan's binding snapped again, wrapping Dollish's legs. Kingsley stepped in and pressed his wand to Dollish's head. "You are under arrest," Kingsley said, voice cold. Dollish laughed, breathless and ugly. "Arrest," he rasped. "For doing what I was told." Harry's stomach turned. "Who told you?" Harry demanded. Dollish's grin was sharp. "You think you are clever," he whispered. "You think you found rot. You did not find it. It found you." Amelia's voice cut in, lethal. "Who?" she repeated. Dollish's eyes flicked past Harry toward Scrimgeour, and the look was too pointed to be accidental. Scrimgeour's face went rigid. The chamber erupted into shouting. Amelia raised her wand and her voice cut through it like a whip. "Silence!" she snapped. The room quieted in jolts, not perfect but enough. Amelia stepped closer to Dollish, eyes like frost. "Speak," she ordered. "Name the one who paid you. Name the one who ordered you to seal my office and attempt my death." Dollish coughed, spitting on the stone. You cannot prove payment, he rasped. Daphne's voice cut in, calm. I already did, she said. The numbers exist. The route exists. Your greed is documented. Dollish's eyes flicked to Daphne, hate flashing. You think you are better, he hissed. Daphne's expression stayed flat. I think I am honest about what I am, she replied. You are not. Hannah's voice came small but steady from the family box. And Proudfoot, she said. You used him. Dollish's face twitched. For a second, guilt flickered. Then it was gone, buried. You think he was innocent? Dollish rasped. He was already dead before I touched him. Harry's stomach dropped. What? Harry demanded. Dollish laughed again, ugly. He asked questions? Dollish whispered. He noticed money. He noticed bodies moving without paper. He told the wrong person. Kingsley's jaw clenched hard. Amelia's wand tip trembled with controlled rage. Who? She said again. Dollish's grin widened. The minister, he whispered. The chamber exploded. Scringier surged forward, roaring. Liar! He bellowed. You filthy liar! Harry's heart hammered. He stared at Scringier, trying to read whether this was outrage or panic. Daphne's voice came cool from behind the rail. That reaction is not calm, she murmured. Susan's face was hard. He is either guilty or cornered, she said. Amelia raised her wand again. Minister Scringier, she said, voice carrying. You will remain where you are. Oris Shacklebolt, secure Dollish. Oris, secure the minister's office records pending emergency audit. Scrimgear's face twisted. You cannot order that, he snapped. Harry's voice rose sharp. She can if the Wizengamot backs her, Harry said. Scrimgear's eyes snapped to Harry like they could burn him. You have no authority here, Scrimgear snarled. Harry felt his stomach tighten, then settle into something cold. I am Lord Potter, Harry said. And Lord Black. And I am done being spoken over. A ripple went through the chamber. Not approval. Something like fear, and something like relief. The Grey Bloc, the ones who did not love Dumbledore and did not trust Voldemort, were watching Harry like he was a new option. Amelia's voice stayed cold. Vote, she snapped. Emergency motion. Audit and temporary restriction on the minister's discretionary powers pending investigation. Scrimgear's mouth opened, furious. Then Dollish laughed under Kingsley's wand and whispered. You think you can restrain the minister? You do not understand who is holding his strings. Harry's blood turned cold. Susan's head snapped toward Dollish. What strings? She demanded. Dollish's grin widened, teeth showing. Not Voldemort, he whispered. Not Dumbledore. Someone quieter. Someone who likes order. Harry's stomach twisted. Thickness, Harry breathed, the names slipping out before he could stop it. Amelia's eyes sharpened like she had landed on the same thought. Kingsley's face went hard. Pious, he said quietly. Dollish's eyes glittered. He did not confirm. He did not deny. He just smiled like a man who had thrown a match and walked away from the fire. Amelia turned away from Dollish with controlled violence and faced the chamber. You will vote, she said. Now. Hands rose. Some hesitant. Some fast. Some angry. Some afraid. Harry raised his hand. Potter and Black. The motion passed. The sound in the chamber shifted. Scrimgeour's face tightened, fury colliding with shock. Kingsley hauled Dollish up with 2 oars. Dollish's feet dragged slightly, still bound. He leaned toward Harry as he was pulled away, voice low and poisonous. "Your house will burn," Dollish whispered. "Bones first." Harry's spine went cold. Susan heard it. Harry saw her shoulders stiffen like she had been punched. Her face went pale for a heartbeat, then hardened into something furious. Amelia's voice snapped. "Escort Dollish to holding," she ordered. "Double guard. No contact with anyone until I arrive." Kingsley nodded once, jaw tight. Scrimgeour tried to speak again, but the room had turned on him in a way he could not ignore. He was still the minister, but for the first time, he looked like a man who realized the floor might actually give way under his feet. Harry sat back down, breathing hard, hands shaking slightly under the bench rail where nobody could see. Susan's voice came from behind him, low and urgent. "Look at me," she murmured. Harry turned his head slightly. Susan's eyes were fierce. "Breathe," she said. Harry forced air in. Forced it out. Hannah whispered behind Susan, voice trembling. "He said your house will burn," she said. Daphne's voice came calm and sharp. "Then we do not go home unprepared," she replied. Amelia's gaze flicked toward the family box. "We leave now," Amelia said. "We secure Bones Manor. If Dollish is right, this was the opening move." Harry's throat tightened. "Siege," Harry whispered. Susan's hand closed around his wrist again, steady and warm. "Yes," she said, voice low. "And this time, we are ready." Outside the Wizengamot chamber, as they moved fast through the ministry corridors, the wards of Bones Manor flared in Harry's mind like a distant pulse, like the house itself was screaming for them to come back. And somewhere far away, beyond stone and law and titles, something dark pressed against the edges of that protection, patient and hungry. The wards screamed. It was not a sound you heard with your ears. It hit behind Harry's eyes, a pressure that made his teeth ache and his skin prickle like static. Susan jerked upright beside him on the settee in the small sitting room, wand already in her hand like she had fallen asleep gripping it. Daphne was on her feet at the window in one clean motion. Hannah stumbled up from the armchair, hair sticking to her cheek, eyes wide with panic. Amelia came out of the hallway fast, robe half thrown on, expression like a door slamming shut. "Positions," she said. "Now." Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. "What is it?" he asked, already moving. Susan did not look at him. She stared at the ceiling like she could see through stone. "Perimeter," she said, voice tight. "All of it." Daphne's voice was calm, but her fingers were white around her wand. "They are pushing the line," she said. "That is not a probe." Hannah swallowed. "Death Eaters," she whispered. Amelia did not waste time answering. She lifted her wand and sent a silver streak up into the house, a command that ran through the manor like a pulse. The portraits woke. Harry heard it like 100 whispers at once. Frames rattled. Old voices rose. Angry, sharp, half asleep and instantly furious. "Who dares?" one shouted. "I told you this house would draw wolves," another snapped. Susan moved. She grabbed Harry's sleeve, hard. "Front," she said. "You and me." Harry's throat tightened. "You are not going to the front," he shot back. Susan's eyes flashed. "I am the front," she said, and there was no joke in it. Daphne stepped away from the window and stood beside them, chin lifted. "Stop arguing," she said. "We split. Harry and Susan at the line. Amelia runs the core. Hannah stays central and keeps people alive. I take the flank." Hannah's breath hitched like she wanted to protest, but she nodded fast. "I can," she said. "I can do triage. I can do shields. I can do whatever you tell me." Amelia pointed her wand at Hannah without looking away from the corridor. "You stay with the elves," she ordered. "You do not chase a fight. If someone bleeds, you stop the bleeding. If someone panics, you anchor them." Hannah nodded again, mouth tight. "Yes," she whispered. Susan turned to Amelia. "Gargles," Susan said. "Wake them. And the suits." Amelia's jaw set. "Already done," she said. Then her gaze snapped to Harry. "Potter. No heroics." Harry swallowed. "I know," he said. Susan's hand squeezed his wrist once, quick and grounding. "Breathe," she murmured. Harry forced air in. It tasted like metal. Another pulse hit the house. The windows shivered in their frames. The air in the corridor felt thicker, like the manor itself was bracing. From far below, the deep thud of stone moving echoed through the structure. The gargoyles were waking. They did not walk down hallways step by step. They moved with the house, using old routes and secret passages that made the Bones Manor feel like a living thing with bones and joints. Harry and Susan ran. The manor was awake now. House elves appeared in corners, eyes huge, ears flapping with frantic energy. One small elf popped in front of Susan, wringing its hands. "Mistress Susan," it squeaked. "The wards is hurting, it is hurting like fire." Susan crouched fast, eye level with the elf. "Listen," she said, voice clipped and gentle at the same time. "You take the younger elves and you go to the safe rooms. You do not come out until Hannah Appet tells you. Understood?" The elf's eyes shone. "Yes, Mistress Susan," it squeaked. Susan's hand touched the elf's shoulder once, steady. "Good," she said. "Go." The elf vanished with a crack. Harry's pulse hammered. "Mistress," he muttered under his breath as they ran again. Susan shot him a look. "Not the time," she said. "I know," Harry said. "It is just, you sound like you have done this before." Susan's face tightened. "Amelia raised me like war was normal," she said. "Now move." They hit the main stairwell and went down fast, boots thudding. Harry could already smell it. Rot. Wet earth. A hint of smoke, like something burning at the edge of the wards. They reached the ground-level corridor that led toward the front grounds. Amelia had built a viewing hall here, a long room with thick stone, narrow windows, and ward lines etched into the floor. It was not a pretty room. It was a bunker. Susan skidded to a stop at the ward line and raised her wand. Harry stopped beside her, shoulder to shoulder. Outside, the night was not dark. Torches burned in a ring around the estate. Not friendly torches. Greenish flames. Sickly light that made the hedges look like they were covered in oil. Inferi stood beyond the line. Hundreds. They were not marching like soldiers. They shuffled. They twitched. Some were missing chunks. Some had old robes that had melted to their skin. Their mouths hung open, black with old mud. Harry's stomach turned. The smell hit harder when the wind shifted, like a fist to the face. Susan's voice went flat. "They brought a graveyard," she said. Harry's jaw clenched. "Voldemort," he whispered. Daphne's voice came from the right flank corridor, carried through the stone. "He is not here," she said. "He does not risk himself for this. He sent teeth." Harry did not answer. His eyes tracked movement in the ring beyond the Inferi. Death Eaters. Masked faces? Wands up. Some were laughing. One of them raised a wand and fired into the sky. A green flare burst above the trees. The dark mark. It hung there, bright and ugly, skull and snake, like it owned the night. Hannah's voice crackled from behind, nearer the center of the house. "I have the safe room sealed," she called. "Elves are moving." Amelia's voice answered from deeper inside, calm and cold. "Good. Hold." Harry's fingers tightened around his wand. Susan's breathing was controlled, but Harry could feel the anger in her, a heat under her skin. She leaned in close, voice low in his ear. "Do not waste spells on the dead," she said. "You hit the living. The Inferi are there to drain you." Harry swallowed. "What if they breach?" he asked. Susan's gaze stayed fixed outside. "Then we burn them," she said. "And we do not flinch." The wards flared again. This time it was visible. Blue-white light pulsed along the etched lines. The windows vibrated. Harry felt the pressure spike, like the estate was being squeezed. Then the first wave hit. Inferi surged forward, shoved from behind by Death Eater curses. They slammed into the ward line, bodies smearing against invisible force. Some of them burst into ash. Some of them stuck, clawing at the air like they could tear it. Harry heard nails scraping on nothing. It made his skin crawl. A Death Eater shouted, muffled behind his mask. "Push, you filthy things, push!" Green spells hit the wards. Red spells. White crackling spells that made the air snap. Susan lifted her wand. "Brace," she said. Harry raised his shield instinctively, but the real shield was the Manor. It held, but it screamed, and Harry felt that scream in his bones. The gargoyles arrived. Two of them slid into view on the outer grounds, moving on stone wings that did not flap. They were carved beasts, lion bodies with wings and sharp faces, mouths open in silent snarls. When the Inferi pressed a line, the gargoyles moved. They did not cross the wards. They slammed down on the inside edge, channeling house magic into the ward anchors like living weights. The wards steadied, light brightening. Susan's shoulders eased a fraction. "Good," she breathed. A Death Eater saw the gargoyles and fired a blasting curse. The curse hit the ward line and splashed. Susan laughed once, sharp and humorless. "Try harder," she muttered. Harry's eyes tracked the ring. He saw more movement. More masks. A tall figure in the back, posture loose, head tilted like she was watching a show. Curly hair. A laugh that carried even through stone. Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry's stomach dropped into ice. Susan felt it. Her hand brushed Harry's wrist, not holding, just a warning touch. "Do not lock onto her," Susan whispered. "Not yet. She wants you to." Harry's breath came fast. "She killed Sirius," he said. Susan's voice went colder. "I know," she said. "You will not let her drive you. You drive her." Bellatrix stepped forward, raising her wand like she was making a toast. Even from here, Harry could feel her glee. She shouted something, and the Death Eaters laughed with her. Then Bellatrix flicked her wand at the Inferi. The Inferi surged again, harder. They hit the ward line like a tide. The wards flared. The windows cracked in one corner, a hairline split in the stone glass. Hannah's voice rose from behind, shaky. "The line is dipping," she called. Amelia answered, calm. "Then we do not let it dip further." Susan straightened. "Daphne," she called, voice sharp. "Flank pressure." Daphne's reply came like she was standing right beside them, voice smooth and focused. "Already doing it." On the right flank, the air outside the windows turned pale, then frosted. Harry saw it through the narrow angle. Ice crept across grass and hedge, a sheet that grabbed at Inferi ankles. Several dead bodies toppled, limbs snapping in unnatural directions. Death Eaters cursed, stumbling back as their boots froze to the ground. Daphne's laugh carried faintly, quiet and mean. "Stand still," she called. "It suits you." A Death Eater fired at the flank, and the curse shattered a chunk of ice into flying shards. The shards hit the ward line and scattered. Harry's heart hammered. "They are probing all edges," he said. Susan nodded once. "They are looking for a weak anchor," she said. "They will find one if we just stand." Harry's jaw clenched. "Then we do not just stand," he replied. Susan's eyes flicked to him. "Good," she said. "Now listen. We do not go outside until Amelia says. If she says no, it is no." Harry wanted to argue. Every instinct in him wanted to hit Bellatrix in the face with a curse and watch her fall. But he nodded, because Susan's voice was steady and the manor was shaking and he could not afford to be stupid. The pressure built again. A crack ran up one of the etched ward lines on the floor, a thin line of light that flickered. Harry's throat tightened. "That is new," he said. Susan's face went hard. "They found an old seam," she said. "Amelia! Seam on the front anchor." Amelia's voice carried from deeper inside, immediate. "I felt it," she said. "Hold. I am shifting power." Harry felt it too, a surge through the house like a second heartbeat. The ward line on the floor steadied, crack ceiling. Then Bellatrix raised her wand again, and her laugh turned into a scream. "Burn it!" Bellatrix shouted. "Burn the pretty little house! Drag them out!" Death Eaters obeyed. A wave of fire hit the wards. Not normal fire. Green-edged flame that hissed when it touched the barrier, trying to cling and eat. The wards flared bright enough to make Harry blink. Heat washed through the corridor. Susan hissed. Sweat sprang on her forehead. "That is not Inferi pressure," she said. Harry's breath came sharp. "They are trying to corrupt the wards," he said. Susan nodded, jaw clenched. "Dark magic," she said. "Not just dark arts." Harry's skin prickled. He could feel the difference. It was not just spell work. It was intent, poured into the flame like poison. Hannah's voice rose again, breathless. "A house elf collapsed," she called. "The ward feedback hit him." Susan's head snapped back toward the center. "Hannah," she called, voice sharp. "Get them out of the line. No elves on anchor duty. They are too small." Hannah's voice cracked. "I am trying," she said. Susan's eyes flicked to Harry. "We need relief," she murmured. Harry swallowed. "You want me outside," he said. Susan's mouth tightened. "Not alone," she said. "And not yet." A heavy thud hit the windows, then another. Inferi were piling. Bodies stacking. The dead were being used like ladders. Harry's stomach turned. They are climbing, he said. Susan's voice went flat. They are learning, she said. Bellatrix clapped her hands like a child. Clever little puppets, she shouted. Climb, climb. Harry's hands shook with rage. Susan caught it. Harry, she said low and sharp. Look at me. He did, jaw tight. Susan's eyes were fierce. You do not give her your head, she said. You keep it. You keep it for later. Harry breathed in, out, forcing the anger into something colder. Susan nodded once. Good, she said. Now. Amelia is shifting power to the seams. Daphne is freezing the flank. Hannah is keeping the house alive. That leaves us one choice. Harry felt his pulse jump. Front strike, he said. Susan's lips tightened. We break the stack, she said. We make their ladder useless. Harry's gaze snapped outside. The Inferi pile was thickest near the main front hedge. If the wards dipped there for even a second, the dead would pour in like water. Harry's wand lifted. How? He asked. Susan's eyes narrowed. Stone, she said. Not fire. Fire feeds their curses. We crush them. We drop the ground. Harry stared at her, then nodded. Earth shift, he said. Susan's mouth tightened. Bones magic can do it, she said. But it costs. Harry's chest tightened. Use mine, he said. Susan's gaze flicked to him, sharp. You cannot keep offering yourself like a battery, she snapped. Harry's voice went rough. Better me than the elves, he said. Better me than you. Susan's face went still for a beat. Then she leaned close, so close Harry could smell the sweat and the faint soap on her skin. Do not say that, she whispered. Not tonight. Harry swallowed hard. Susan, he started. Susan shook her head once, eyes locked on his. After, she said. After we live. Harry nodded, throat tight. After, he agreed. Susan turned. Amelia, she called, voice carrying. Give me 5 seconds of slack on the front line. I am dropping the ground. Amelia's reply was immediate. You have 3. Amelia called back. Susan's jaw clenched. 3 is enough, she muttered. She grabbed Harry's hand. Not romantic. Not soft. A grip that anchored. Harry's breath hitched anyway. His fingers curled around hers like it was the only solid thing in the world. Susan raised her wand with her free hand. On my mark, she said. Harry nodded. On your mark. Outside, the Inferi pile surged again. Death Eater curses hit the wards. The green flame crawled. Susan's voice went low. No, she said. Amelia shifted power. Harry felt it, the ward line easing for the smallest fraction, like a muscle unclenching so another could move. The pressure on the front anchor lessened. Susan slammed her wand toward the floor. Harry poured magic through their joined hands. The stone under Harry's boots went cold, then it shuddered. Outside, the ground at the front hedge line cracked. It did not crack like an earthquake in a film. It cracked like bone breaking. A long fissure opened under the Inferi pile. Dead bodies dropped, tumbling over each other, arms snapping, heads lolling. The ladder collapsed. Death Eaters cursed, stumbling back as the earth gave way. Bellatrix screamed with laughter, delighted. Oh, she shouted. He is playing. Susan's face was pale. Sweat ran down her temple. She did not let go of Harry's hand. Harry's heart hammered. The magic had cost him. His arm tingled. His lungs burned. But the front line held. For now. Then a curse hit the ward line at a weird angle, not brute force, but sharp and precise. The ward line flickered. Harry's stomach dropped. Susan hissed. "That is a cutter," she said. "They are slicing at the seam." Harry's eyes snapped outside. A Death Eater near Bellatrix was not laughing. He was focused, wand moving in tight patterns. Not random. Skilled. He kept hitting the same point. Susan's mouth tightened. "They are trying to open a door," she said. Harry's voice went low. "Then we remove the hand," he said. Susan's gaze flicked to him, then away, decision made. "We go outside," she said. Hannah's voice rose from behind, urgent. "Outside," she echoed, fear sharp. Susan called back without turning. "Stay central, Hannah. Keep the elves alive. If the line dips, you fall back to the inner ward ring." Hannah's voice shook. "Susan, please," she called. Susan's jaw clenched. "I am not dying," she said. "I am ending this." Amelia's voice cut in, hard. "You step outside and you stay inside my tether," Amelia said. "If I pull, you come back." Susan answered, fierce. "Yes." Harry's pulse hammered. He looked at Susan. "Cloak," he said automatically. Susan shook her head. "No cloak," she said. "We walk out as Bones. As Potter. Let them see." Harry swallowed. "Okay," he said. Susan's fingers squeezed his once, then released. Amelia's voice came through the house like a bell. "Gate," she said. The stone floor in front of the viewing hall shimmered. A small section of the ward line opened, not the whole barrier, just a narrow gate, shaped like a door cut into air. Cold night wind rushed in, carrying rot and smoke and that sour magical bite that made Harry's eyes water. Susan stepped first. Harry stepped with her. The gate sealed behind them with a snap. Outside, the world was noise. Inferi moaned, a wet sound that did not belong in a throat. Death Eaters shouted spells. Fire hissed against ward lines. The dark mark hung overhead like a threat. And Bellatrix Lestrange turned her head and saw them. Her laugh cut through everything. "There you are," she sang. "My pretty boy." Harry's stomach went cold, but his mind stayed sharp. Susan moved forward, wand up, posture straight. She looked like she had been born for this, even though she was 16 and her hands were shaking just a little. Bellatrix's eyes flicked to Susan and widened with interest. "Bones," she purred. "Little Bones. Oh, your aunt is going to scream when you break." Susan's voice was flat. "Try it," she said. Death Eaters shifted, some stepping back, some leaning in like they wanted a better view. The focused Death Eater on the seam raised his wand at Susan. Harry did not wait. He fired a binding curse, sharp and clean, aimed at the wand hand. The curse hit. The Death Eater's hand snapped back like it had been yanked by a hook. His wand flew into the mud. He shouted, furious. Harry moved again, closer, wand up, breathing hard. "Stay down," Harry said, voice low. The Death Eater spat a curse word and reached for a second wand. Susan flicked her wand once. The ground under the Death Eater's boots turned slick with frost, and he slipped, slamming into an Inferi body. The Inferi grabbed him. The Death Eater screamed, not brave anymore, as dead hands clamped on his shoulders and tried to pull him down. Harry's stomach turned, but he forced himself to stay focused. Inferi were weapons. Treat them like weapons. He fired a cutting curse at the Inferi arms, not elegant, just practical. Dead hands fell off, fingers twitching in mud. The Death Eater scrambled away, panting, eyes wide. Bellatrix clapped again. "Oh, look at him!" she cooed. "He has learned. He has grown." Harry's jaw clenched. "You talk too much," he said. Bellatrix laughed, delighted. "And you talk like your father," she sang. "Do you miss him? Do you miss Sirius? Do you miss the way he screamed when he fell?" Harry felt the words hit like a punch. His vision narrowed. Susan's hand slammed into his arm, hard. "Harry!" she snapped. Harry blinked, forcing air in. Bellatrix grinned wider when she saw the moment of weakness. "There it is," she whispered. "There is the crack." Susan stepped forward, voice sharp. "You want cracks," Susan said. "I will show you cracks." She lifted her wand and fired a spell Harry had never seen. The air in front of Bellatrix hardened. Not a shield. A wall. Pale, bone-colored light snapped into place, shaped like ribs curving upward. It looked wrong in the open air, like a skeleton had grown out of nothing. Bellatrix's smile faltered for half a second. Then she laughed again, louder. "Oh, that is obscene," she breathed. "I love it." Bellatrix fired a curse at the rib wall. The curse hit and slid off, sparks spitting. Susan's jaw clenched. "Harry," she said low, "do not chase her words. Chase her wand." Harry nodded once, eyes locked on Bellatrix's hands. Bellatrix moved. She did not duel like a normal witch. She danced. Loose hips, quick feet, wand flicking in sharp arcs. Curses flew toward Harry. Harry raised his shield. The first curse hit and made his arm vibrate. The second slipped around his shield angle and clipped his shoulder, burning through fabric. Harry hissed, pain sharp, blood warm under his sleeve. Susan's wand snapped, and a bone binding wrapped around the curse mid-flight, crushing it like a bug. Harry's breath came fast. "Thanks," he rasped. Susan did not look away. "Do not get hit," she snapped. Bellatrix laughed. "Listen to your little wife," she purred. Susan's face went white with rage. Harry felt it too, that twist of heat, but he forced it down. He moved forward, closing distance. Bellatrix liked distance. She liked time to talk. Harry refused to give it. Bellatrix fired another curse, this one crackling white. Harry dodged, boots slipping in mud. The curse hit an Inferi behind him and blew its chest apart, rotten ribs flying. The smell hit Harry like a wall. He gagged, forced it down. Susan's voice went tight. "Do not breathe through your mouth," she warned. Harry forced air through his nose, regretted it instantly. Bellatrix's eyes gleamed. "He is human," she sang. "He is still human." Harry's wand snapped up. He fired a banishing pulse, hard and heavy. Bellatrix twisted aside, cloak snapping. The pulse hit a Death Eater behind her and slammed him into a tree. The Death Eater groaned, sliding down bark. Bellatrix's grin widened. Careful, she teased. You might hurt one of mine. Harry's voice was cold. Good, he said. Susan's breath hitched at the edge in his tone. Harry did not look at her. He kept his eyes on Bellatrix. Bellatrix lunged. She came in close, wand aimed at his face. Harry met her with a shield and stepped into her space, using his shoulder like he had learned in duels where spells were not fast enough. Bellatrix hissed, surprised, as he slammed into her. Her elbow jabbed into his ribs. Pain flared. Harry grunted, kept moving. He hooked her wand arm with his forearm and shoved it aside. Bellatrix laughed in his face, breath hot, eyes wild. Oh, she whispered. You are fun. Susan fired at Bellatrix from the side, a curse that snapped like a whip. Bellatrix twisted away, barely, cloak tearing at the edge. The curse grazed her shoulder and left a line of pale frost on her skin. Bellatrix looked down at it, and her grin turned sharp. Bones, she breathed. You bite. Susan's voice was low. I tear, she replied. Bellatrix's wand snapped towards Susan. Harry reacted without thinking. He stepped between them and raised his shield. The curse hit and splashed, sparks flying. Harry felt the impact like a punch to the chest. He staggered back a step, breath knocked out. Susan's hand caught his elbow, steadying him. Stop doing that, she snapped, voice raw. Harry forced air in. Stop trying to die, he rasped back. Susan's eyes flashed, and for a second there was something else there, something too soft for this battlefield. Then Bellatrix screamed again, delighted. There it is, she sang. There is the bond. The Inferi surged. Death Eaters used the distraction, shoving dead bodies forward toward the manor, trying to overwhelm the open ground. Harry saw the bigger picture in a flash. Bellatrix was not just dueling. She was pinning them outside while her people pushed at the estate. Susan saw it too. Her face tightened. We go back, she said tight. Harry's voice went rough. Not until she is off the field, he said. Susan's jaw clenched. Harry, she started. Bellatrix fired again, a curse that tore the ground, blasting mud up like shrapnel. Harry ducked. Mud splattered his face, gritty, cold. Susan swore, breath harsh. Her wand snapped up, and the rib wall she had made shifted, curving around them like a half cage, taking the next volley. Harry's lungs burned. He wiped mud out of his eyes with the back of his sleeve, smearing blood. He looked toward the manor. The ward line held, but Inferi were piling again, and Death Eaters were targeting the same scene with precision. Daphne's flank was still freezing them, but they were adapting, blasting ice apart, using heat curses to melt paths. Hannah's healing light flickered in a window, visible even from here, like she was patching wounds as fast as they opened. Amelia's magic pulsed through the ground like a heartbeat, keeping the ward anchors from snapping. Harry's mind snapped into cold focus. They needed a reset. A terrifying one. Susan's voice went low, like she had reached the same decision. We do it, she said. Harry's eyes flicked to her. Do what? He asked, already knowing. Susan swallowed once. The ancestors, she said. Harry's stomach tightened. That is a line, he said. Susan's gaze was hard. Voldemort crossed lines when he sent a corpse to our gate, she said. He crossed lines when he tried to drag Amelia into a trap. He crossed lines when he brought Inferi to my home. Harry's breath hitched. Susan's voice dropped further. This is my home, she said. This is my blood. Bellatrix laughed, like she knew something big was coming and she wanted it. Susan turned her head slightly, calling toward the manor without taking her eyes off the enemy. Amelia, she shouted. Open the bone vault. Amelia's voice came back through the night like a knife. Susan, that is not a toy, Amelia shouted. Susan's face did not change. Open it, Susan repeated, or we lose the house. There was a beat where the wards pulsed hard, like the manor itself was listening. Then Amelia's voice came, cold and decisive. Fine, she said. You get one pull. One. If you cannot control it, I will drag you back by force. Susan's jaw clenched. Understood, she said. Harry's throat tightened. Susan, he started. Susan grabbed his hand again. This time, it felt different. Not just anger. Not just war. It felt like a promise. Her fingers interlaced with his like she had decided something and she was not going to pretend otherwise. Harry's breath caught. Susan's eyes flicked to his face. You trust me, she said. Harry swallowed, throat tight. Yes, he said. Susan nodded once. Then give me everything, she said. Harry's heart hammered. Susan, if we do this wrong, he started. Susan's voice was flat. Then we die, she said. So do it right. Harry forced air in, then out. He felt his magic rise, heavy in his chest, a pressure that wanted release. Susan lifted her wand. The ground under them thrummed. Deep in the manor, something opened. Harry felt it like a door in his spine unlocking. An old space. A vault of blood and bone and family magic, sleeping under stone. Susan whispered something Harry did not recognize. It was not Latin. It sounded older, like a family language passed down in whispers. The air changed. Bellatrix stopped laughing. Just for a second. Her head tilted, listening, eyes narrowing. What is that? She whispered, and for the first time her voice had an edge that was not just play. Susan's voice rose, clear, sharp, and unyielding. This is Bones, she said. Harry poured magic through their joined hands. Susan slammed her wand into the ground. The earth cracked. Not a small crack like before. A long, violent split, running from their feet toward the front grounds and branching like veins. Dead soil lifted. Mud rolled back like a curtain. And Bones rose. Not Inferi. These did not twitch like puppets. They did not moan. They stood up in silence, assembled by magic that knew where each piece belonged. Ribcages knit. Spines aligned. Skull after skull turned toward the Death Eaters like an army waking from sleep. They wore old armor in places, rusted and cracked but still shaped by old pride. Some held spears. Some held swords. And they did not look at the living. They looked at the threat. Harry's stomach flipped, fear and awe mixing. Susan's face was white with effort, sweat running down her neck. Her grip on Harry's hand tightened until it hurt. Harry could feel her pulse through her palm. The skeletal warriors marched. The Inferi lurched toward them, mindless. The skeletal warriors did not hesitate. They slammed into the Inferi line like a wall. Bones cracked. Dead flesh tore. Inferi bodies fell apart. Green curses flashed from Death Eater wands toward the skeletal warriors. Killing curses hit ribcages and passed through, harmless, because there was nothing living to kill. Death Eaters faltered. Panic rippled through the ring. Bellatrix stared, mouth open, eyes gleaming. "Oh," she breathed. "Oh, that is beautiful." Susan's voice was harsh. "Harry," she said, breathless. "Now. Push them back." Harry's magic surged. He raised his wand and fired a wave, not flame, not lightning, but raw force shaped by the manor itself. The grass flattened. The air punched outward. Death Eaters stumbled back, boots sliding in mud. Inferi were shoved into skeletal spears and shattered. The battle line shifted. For the first time all night, the Death Eaters were the ones losing ground. Bellatrix screamed with laughter again, but it was sharper now, almost frantic. "You think you can replace him?" she shouted. "You think you can build a little empire and stand against my lord?" Susan's voice was flat, cruel. "I am not replacing anyone," she said. "I am ending you." Bellatrix's eyes snapped to Susan with sudden focus. She fired. A curse aimed straight at Susan's chest. Harry moved without thinking, twisting, pulling Susan behind him, shield up. The curse hit his shield and cracked it like glass. Pain slammed through Harry's arm. His bones vibrated. He staggered. Susan grabbed his robe and shoved him back upright. "Harry!" she snapped. Harry's breath came in a gasp. "I am fine," he lied. Susan's eyes flicked to his bleeding shoulder, then to his face. Her expression went tight with something that looked like fear, then anger. "Do not," she said, voice low. "Do not fall." Harry's voice was rough. "Then help me," he said. Susan's gaze locked on his for a beat. Then she leaned in and pressed her forehead to his for a second, a contact so quick it could have been accidental. It was not. "Stay," she whispered. Harry's throat tightened. "I am staying," he whispered back. They pulled apart, and Susan turned back toward Bellatrix like she wanted to rip her apart with her hands. Daphne's voice carried from the flank, sharp and controlled. "Harry," she called. "Left." Harry pivoted. A Death Eater had slipped past the skeletal line, using the chaos to dash toward the manor door, wand up, trying to breach inside while the main fight distracted. Harry fired a stunner. The Death Eater fell hard, mask cracking against stone. Before the Death Eater could get up, a suit of armor from the manor stepped forward and slammed a metal fist into the mask, knocking the man out cold. The armor turned its helmeted head toward Harry like it was waiting for instructions. Harry stared for half a second, then forced himself to nod like this was normal. "Guard the door," he said. The armor saluted, stiff, then planted itself at the entrance. Susan's voice was tight. "See," she said. "The house fights with us." Harry swallowed. "It is terrifying," he admitted. Susan's mouth twitched. "Good," she said. "Let them be scared." Bellatrix stalked forward through the chaos like she did not care about her people being shoved back. Her eyes were locked on Harry now, hungry. "You learn tricks," she cooed. You learned to hide behind bones. Harry's jaw clenched. You hide behind masks, he said. Bellatrix laughed. I do not hide, she said. I play. She raised her wand and fired a curse that ripped through the skeletal line, not killing, but snapping joints, shattering spines, breaking formation. It was not a killing curse. It was destruction. Skeletal warriors fell, then tried to rise again, pieces dragging through mud. Susan hissed through her teeth. She is breaking the bind, she said. Harry's voice went low. Then I break her, he replied. Susan's gaze flicked to him, then she nodded once. Do it, she said. Harry stepped forward. Bellatrix smiled wider. Yes, she whispered. Come on, little boy. Come on. Harry's breathing was loud in his ears. He felt sweat on his back, cold night air hitting it. He felt his ribs ache where Bellatrix had jabbed him earlier. He felt the cut on his shoulder burn. He did not care. He closed the distance. Bellatrix fired fast, curse after curse, laughing as she did it. Harry blocked, dodged, stepped through the gaps. He did not duel like he used to. He did not stand still and trade spells. He moved like Susan had trained him. Like Amelia had drilled into him. Like a person who wanted to survive, not perform. Bellatrix's curse hit the ground near his feet, and blew mud up into his face again. Harry blinked it away, kept moving. Bellatrix's smile faltered for the smallest moment when she realized he was not slowing. You are not fun anymore, she pouted. Harry's voice was cold. Good, he said. He fired a curse he had learned in the Bones Library, a spell that felt wrong on his tongue, heavy and brutal. It hit Bellatrix's shield. Her shield cracked. Bellatrix's eyes widened, shocked, then delighted. Oh, she breathed. You mean it? Harry fired again, not giving her time. Bellatrix twisted aside, cloak tearing, hair flying. Her laugh turned sharp. That is it, she shouted. That is the rage. That is the blood. Harry gritted his teeth. Stop talking, he snarled. Bellatrix lunged close again, wand aimed at his throat. Harry caught her wrist with his free hand, hard. Bellatrix's eyes glittered. Touching, she purred. Harry shoved her wrist down and slammed his wand into her shield line, forcing it to collapse. Bellatrix hissed, breath sharp, and for the first time she looked annoyed. Susan's voice cut across the field. Harry now. Harry did not ask what she meant. He trusted her. He stepped back one pace, giving Susan a clean angle. Susan raised her wand and spoke a word that made the air snap. A pale binding shot out, not rope, not chain, but something like a rib cage closing. It wrapped around Bellatrix's torso for a fraction of a second. Bellatrix snarled, ripping at it with raw force. Harry used that fraction. He fired again. The curse hit Bellatrix's ribs. Not her actual ribs. The curse was not a simple breaker. It was a bone shatter charm, designed to turn structure into pain. Bellatrix screamed. Not laughing. A real scream, ripped out of her throat. She staggered back, one hand flying to her side. Harry saw it in her posture. Something inside her had cracked. She glared at him, eyes wild, hatred bright. You! She hissed. Harry's voice was low. That was for Sirius, he said. Bellatrix's face twisted. Then her mouth split into a grin again, even through pain. He loved you, she whispered. And he died anyway. Harry's vision narrowed. Susan's hand slammed into his shoulder again, hard enough to jolt him. Harry, she snapped. Harry blinked, breathing hard. He forced the rage down again, turned it into something colder. Bellatrix spat blood, dark against her teeth. Then she did something Harry did not expect. She whistled. A sharp sound, like calling a dog. 2 Death Eaters broke from the ring and sprinted toward her, grabbing her arms. Bellatrix laughed through pain. Not tonight, she hissed. Not tonight. But soon. They pulled her back toward the trees. Harry started after them. Susan grabbed his wrist and yanked him back hard. No, she snarled. Harry turned on her, furious. She is running, he snapped. Susan's eyes were blazing. And she wants you to chase, she snapped back. Look! Harry forced himself to look. Behind Bellatrix, the Death Eaters were not retreating in panic. They were shifting. Not away from the manor. Toward the side grounds. Toward the service entrance. Harry's stomach dropped. Diversion, he breathed. Susan's face was pale. Yes, she said. They used her to pull you out. Harry's pulse hammered. Hannah, he shouted, voice tearing through the noise. Hannah, are you inside the safe ring? Hannah's voice answered from the manor window, breathless and high. Yes, she shouted. I am with the elves. What is happening? Harry's throat tightened. They are coming for the service entrance, he shouted back. Seal it. Now. Hannah's voice cracked. I will, she shouted. Amelia's voice cut through the night. Susan Potter, fall back, she ordered. Do not split. Susan's jaw clenched. We cannot let them inside, she said. Harry's voice went cold. Then we do not, he said. They ran, not a slow retreat, but a sprint across the front grounds, boots slipping in mud, skeletal warriors still fighting around them, cracking Inferi apart. Daphne appeared at the flank edge, cloak torn at the hem, hair stuck to her cheek with sweat. She did not look scared. She looked furious. About time, Daphne snapped at Harry as he reached her. They tried to slip a runner through my freeze line. I broke his ankle. He kept crawling. Harry's breath came in a harsh laugh. That is disgusting, he panted. Daphne's eyes were sharp. Yes, she said. It is war. Susan's gaze flicked over Daphne, quick. You okay? Susan asked, clipped. Daphne's mouth tightened. I am alive, she said. Which is the standard tonight? They reached the side entrance corridor as the service gate ward flickered. A Death Eater had gotten close enough to press a charm to the stone. Harry saw the glint of metal in the Death Eater's hand. A key, or a seal, or something meant to mimic Bones' blood. Harry's stomach turned. Susan's voice went sharp. Stop him! Harry fired. The curse hit the Death Eater's shoulder and spun him. He slammed into the wall. The metal object clattered across the ground. Daphne's wand snapped out, and the object froze in place instantly, ice crawling over it like a hand. Susan stepped over it, eyes hard. Do not touch it, she said. Harry's breath came fast. He heard heavy footsteps inside the service corridor. Not Death Eaters. Suits of armor. 3 of them, eyes glowing faintly, moved into position, blocking the hall. They raised swords. Susan's voice snapped. "Hold the line," she ordered. The armor obeyed, planting feet. The Death Eater on the wall groaned and tried to lift his wand. Harry stepped in and kicked the wand out of reach. The Death Eater snarled, masked face turning toward Harry with hate. "Potter!" he spat. Harry's voice was low. "Who sent you?" he demanded. The Death Eater laughed, wet and ugly. "Your blood," he hissed. "He wants your blood." Harry's stomach dropped. Susan's face went still. "Blood," she repeated. The Death Eater's eyes gleamed behind the mask. "That is all this is," he whispered. "Not the house. Not the girl. You." Harry's skin went cold. Susan's wand lifted. "Stun," she said, and fired without hesitation. The Death Eater collapsed, unconscious, body hitting stone with a dull thud. Daphne stared at Susan for a beat, then nodded once like she approved. Harry's breath came fast. "They wanted a sample," he said. Susan's jaw clenched. "They tried," she said. Harry's mind raced. Bellatrix pulling him out. A runner going for the service entrance. A metal object that might have been a blood-keyed seal. He looked down at his shoulder. Blood had soaked into his sleeve from the earlier hit. His stomach dropped harder. Susan followed his gaze. Her face went pale. "Harry," she said, voice rough. Harry swallowed. "It is just a cut," he said, trying to sound calm. Susan's eyes flashed. "Shut up," she snapped. "That is not just a cut tonight." Amelia's voice came from behind them, arriving fast. "What happened?" Amelia demanded. Susan pointed at the frozen object on the floor. "They tried to breach service," she said. "He said they want Harry's blood." Amelia's expression turned cold enough to make Harry's skin prickle. "Of course they do," she said. Daphne's voice was sharp. "If they got it, they can track him," she said. Hannah's voice came from the corridor behind Amelia, breathless. She had run out of the safe rooms, face pale, wand shaking. "Are we safe?" she demanded. Susan snapped. "Back!" But Hannah did not move. Hannah's eyes were wide. "I heard blood," she said. "Did they hurt him?" Harry forced himself to look at Hannah. "I am fine," he said, voice steady. Hannah's face tightened, relief and fear mixing. "Do not say that," she whispered. "Just let me look." Susan's jaw clenched, but she stepped aside enough for Hannah to approach. Hannah moved fast, hands shaking, but her voice was focused. "Hold still," she said. Harry stood still. Hannah lifted his sleeve carefully. The wound was not huge, but it was deep enough to bleed steadily. The skin around it looked irritated, like cursed residue had burned it. Hannah swallowed hard. "That is not clean," she said. Susan's face went hard. "Can you seal it?" Susan asked. Hannah nodded, jaw tight. "Yes," she said. "But if they used it as a mark, sealing it is not enough. We need to scrub the magic." Amelia's voice was cold. "Do it," she said. Hannah raised her wand and spoke a healing charm, voice shaking but controlled. Warmth spread through Harry's shoulder. The pain dulled. Hannah's hand hovered near the skin, not touching, eyes narrowed like she was listening to the wound. "There is something," she whispered. "A trace." Susan's fingers curled around her wand. "A tracker," Susan said. Hannah nodded slowly. "It feels like one," she said. "Weak, but there." Harry's stomach turned. "Can you remove it?" he asked. Hannah swallowed. "I can try," she said. Daphne's voice cut in, calm but sharp. "Try faster," she said. "If they can lock onto him, this siege is not the only hit." Hannah glared at Daphne, then forced herself to breathe. "I am doing it," she snapped, and there was more steel in her than Harry had heard before. She flicked her wand again. A thin ribbon of light pulled out of the wound, like a thread being yanked from cloth. It snapped. Hannah gasped, sweat beading on her forehead. "It fought," she whispered. Susan's face went pale with anger. "They planted it," she said. Amelia's gaze sharpened. "Not enough," she said. "We purify his blood trace at the anchors. Now." Harry's throat tightened. "How?" he asked. Amelia's eyes flicked to him. "You bleed into my wards," she said. "You bleed, you become a map. We erase the map." Susan stepped in close, hand gripping Harry's wrist again, not gentle. "You hear her," she said. Harry nodded, breath tight. "Yes," he said. The manor shook again. A distant blast hit the front grounds. Stone dust drifted from the ceiling. The siege was still happening. Susan's face hardened. "We finished this," she said. Amelia nodded once. "Front line is holding," Amelia said. "Skeletal defenders are pushing them back. But they will try again. They will keep testing until they find a way." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Then we stop them," she said. "We break their morale." Susan's voice was flat. "We already did," she said, and she glanced toward the front, where the bone warriors were still marching, silent and terrifying. Hannah's breath hitched. "That is," she started, voice shaky. "Family," Susan said, not looking at her. Hannah swallowed, then nodded once like she accepted it even if it scared her. Harry's pulse hammered. He wanted to run back to the front, to finish Bellatrix, to smash every mask he saw. Susan caught the shift in him and tightened her grip. "Stay with me," she said low. Harry looked at her. Her face was streaked with sweat and dirt. There was blood on the cuff of her sleeve, not hers, someone else's. Her eyes were fierce and tired and alive. Harry's throat tightened. "I am," he said. Susan's jaw clenched like she was holding something back. "Good," she whispered. Amelia's voice cut in, sharp. "No lingering," she said. "We move to the inner anchors. Hannah, you stay on Harry. Daphne, you guard the corridor. Susan, with me." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "I am not a guard," she said. Amelia's gaze flicked to her cold. "Then prove it by keeping this hallway clear," Amelia said. Daphne's mouth tightened, then she nodded once. "Fine," she said. They moved deeper into the manor, not wasting time on long routes. The house shifted around them, doors opening where they should not, walls sliding just enough to cut distance. Bones Manor did not like being attacked. It helped. They reached an old circular room under the main stairs, one Harry had only seen once. There were ward lines carved into every inch of stone. A small basin sat in the center, empty, carved with family symbols. No fancy decorations. Just function. Amelia stepped to the basin and raised her wand. "Blood wash," she said. Susan's wand came up beside hers, ready. Hannah guided Harry forward, hands steady now, all panic turned into focus. "Give me your hand," she said. Harry held out his hand. Hannah looked at Susan for permission like it was instinct. Susan nodded once, jaw tight. Hannah nicked Harry's fingertip with a small clean-cut charm. A single drop of blood fell into the basin. The basin flared pale for a second, then the light turned sharp, almost white. Harry felt a pull in his chest like the wards were sniffing him, tasting him, mapping him. He swallowed hard. Amelia's voice was low and controlled. "Erase," she said. Susan and Amelia spoke together, voices overlapping, a family cadence. The basin light pulsed. Harry felt the pull reverse, like something being scrubbed away. It did not feel gentle. It felt like sandpaper under the skin, like his blood was being forced to forget. Harry clenched his jaw, breathing hard. Susan's fingers caught his free hand, squeezing hard. "Breathe," she whispered. Harry forced air in, out, hands shaking. The basin light snapped off. The room went still. Hannah exhaled like she had been holding her breath for a minute. "That should help," she said. Amelia's eyes stayed hard. "It helps," she corrected. "It does not guarantee." Harry swallowed. "They can still hunt me," he said. Amelia's gaze locked on him. "They will always hunt you," she said. "What changes is whether they get you." Outside, the manor shook again. This time, the shake was followed by a roar of laughter. Bellatrix's laughter. She was not done. Susan's face tightened. "She came back," Susan said. Daphne's voice echoed faintly from the corridor, sharp. "She is at the front again. She is screaming your name, Potter." Harry's stomach dropped. Susan's grip on his hand tightened. "Do not go," she said. Harry looked at her. "She will keep pushing," he said. "She is trying to crack you." Susan's eyes flashed. "She cannot crack me," she snapped. Harry's voice went softer, rough. "She will try anyway," he said. Susan's jaw clenched. "I know," she said. Amelia's voice cut through, cold. "We end the show," she said. "Susan, call them back." Susan's eyes narrowed. "Call who?" Harry asked. Susan looked at him, face pale with effort. "The ancestors," she said. "They are still outside. We cannot hold them up forever. It drains the house. It drains me." Harry's throat tightened. "But if you drop them," he said. Susan nodded once. "Then we have to finish the fight quickly," she said. Hannah's voice was small. "How quickly?" she asked. Amelia's eyes were hard. "Quick enough," she said. "We force the living to retreat. The Inferi fall without direction if we break their controllers." Daphne's voice came from the corridor again, tight. "Controllers," she said. "There are two. One near the left treeline. One near the front ring." Harry's mind snapped into focus. Daphne had been watching patterns. She had been counting wand movements. Susan's gaze sharpened. "You are sure?" Susan asked. Daphne's answer was immediate. Yes, she said. They are not fighting. They are conducting. Harry's pulse hammered. Then we hit them, he said. Amelia nodded once. We strike, she said. Susan and Potter take left controller. Daphne takes front controller. Hannah stays inside and keeps the core stable. Hannah's face tightened. I can fight, she said, voice shaking but stubborn. Susan's gaze flicked to her, softer for a fraction. You are fighting, Susan said. Keeping people alive is fighting. Hannah swallowed, then nodded. Okay, she whispered. Amelia pointed her wand at Harry. Potter, she said. If Bellatrix engages you again, you do not chase. You disable. You retreat if needed. You do not die for pride. Harry's jaw clenched. Understood, he said. Susan squeezed his hand once. Stay with me, she murmured. Harry nodded. Always, he said before he could stop himself. Susan's cheeks flushed even through dirt and fear. Idiot, she muttered, but she did not let go. They moved. Amelia opened the gate again, a narrow slice in the ward line. Susan and Harry slipped out first. The battlefield hit them like a wall. The skeletal warriors were still pushing, but some were broken now, crawling on hands, dragging shattered legs, still moving because the bind did not care about damage. Inferi bodies were everywhere, piled, shattered, burning in places where curses had caught them. Death Eaters were backing up, but not fleeing. Not yet. Bellatrix stood near the front ring, cloak torn, blood at the corner of her mouth, eyes bright. She laughed when she saw Harry again. Back for more, she purred. Harry did not answer. Susan did. You are leaving, Susan said, voice flat. Bellatrix's smile widened. Make me, she whispered. Harry's eyes flicked left. Treeline. Daphne was right. One Death Eater near the trees was not dueling. His wand moved in a steady rhythm, like he was tugging strings. Inferi near him moved more sharply, more coordinated. Controller. Susan saw it too. Left, she said. Harry nodded. They ran. Curses snapped past them, hitting mud, exploding into sparks. Harry raised the shield, took the front, letting Susan move half a step behind and to the sides so she could cast clean. The controller Death Eater noticed them and turned, wand snapping up. He fired a cutting curse aimed at Susan. Harry blocked. The curse cracked his shield again, pain jolting up his arm. He grunted, kept moving. Susan's voice went low. Stop shielding everything, she snapped. Harry breathed hard. Then stop being a target, he snapped back. Susan's mouth tightened, then she fired. A pale spear of bone magic hit the controller's wand hand. His wand flew. He shouted, stumbling back. Harry moved in close and slammed a stunner into his chest. The Death Eater dropped, rigid. Harry's pulse hammered. He stepped forward to kick the wand farther away. Something grabbed his ankle.